I literally just sat down. Is it using the wrong microphone? Hold up, something doesn't look right. Is it using the wrong mic? It is. It's absolutely. There we go. What the frick? I immediately saw. I was like, why is the microphone like
Shut up!
like volume reader? Not a waveform. Whatever it is. It was like the bar was going nuts, and I'm like, that's not right. There we go. I'm on the right microphone now, right? Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh gosh, the shut up command just reminded me that I desperately need to add more. I was gonna do that today. Jesus, I forgot. I was gonna do that today. What happened? What's kind of quiet? Me? Luckily, my phone is new enough that the battery's not bad. Okay, it looks like it. Here's the question. Am I quiet or is the music just too loud? That's the real question. I think it's honestly the latter. I think it's just the music is too loud. You guys think you can't hear me, but actually I'm just blowing out your ear holes with music. See how much of a difference that makes? Don't worry, I just turned the music down. We're gonna have the same problem here in a second. I'm feeling really spicy. I'm feeling really spicy today. And we're gonna play, hold on. We're gonna play some completely different music in the chatting screen. Actually, before I switch over, is there anything I'm forgetting? Do I have any like contraband in my background I need to make sure you guys can't see? All my drugs? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's the streamer paranoia. It's like, I've got music over here I'm gonna play, guys. Listen, I don't know if it's like turn that way down. We're gonna turn that way down. I don't know if this is the right vibe or not. You guys can tell, I'm just doing something different. I thought it might be spicy, it might be fun. I got music up there in the corner. I don't know. I literally just discovered this NCS. I have no idea. You guys can tell me good, bad, or otherwise. I don't know. Spicy. Such a spicy. I'm also sitting over here in the corner because the green screen cuts off like literally right where this line, like right here, like right here is where the green screen cuts off. So I could be like way over here, but then I'd have to sit over here. Anyway, I'm kind of. I'll probably twiddle with it. Twiddle? I'll twiddle with it. I won't tweak it. Let's be abundantly clear. We're not tweaking it. I'm gonna twiddle it. That doesn't feel right at all. That doesn't feel right at all. Anyway, so I'm sitting all over the place. Spicy Mo. Hold on. Where is my chat? I'm looking at I've got 2 chat boxes, and I'm looking at the one that's more difficult for me to actually read. I don't know why I'm doing that to myself. I need to pop this out. Hang on. I meant to do this already, but I just hadn't done it yet. There we go. Ah, that's so much easier to read your guys' chat. There we go. Hello, everybody. Hello. How's the music now? Actually, loud, quiet, or just right? Which of the 3 bears from not Little Red Riding Hood? That's the wolf one. Mary Poppins is a movie. Come on, brain. I know it's in there somewhere. Smidge down. I can do smidge down. How's that? Is that a smidge? Is that a smidge? Is that better? Good. Good. Goldilocks. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, I'm like my brain. I did that. I was trying to think of the name Goldilocks in a different stream, like a month or two ago. I don't know if any of you were here for it. In case any of you are having deja vu right now, like, didn't we talk about Goldilocks in another stream? We absolutely did, and I couldn't remember her name in that stream either. I don't know why. I don't know why I don't. What is happening on screen right now? What is this animation of the robot? I don't know. Anyways, I figured that's gonna be on screen. I don't know if that's gonna get me into trouble having that on screen. Oh look, my hand gets cut off. Real professional, Mo. I don't know if that's gonna get me in trouble. They're credited. If you guys want to know where I got this music, there's a link in the description. A legally obligated link in the description down below where you can check out this NCS music. It's supposed to be non-copyright, no copyright sounds, it says. We'll see. If I get hit with a bunch of copyright, this stream will be just completely deleted after it's over. So everyone that missed it, missed out. But while you guys are here hanging out with me, you get to just have fun with us. So, and by us, I mean me. I mean all of the many me's. All of the very many, many, many mo's that live inside this brain right here. Right where the third eye would go. Very special indeed. I feel like I haven't joined a stream for a while. Maybe it has been a while, Towering. I feel like I haven't streamed in a while. I don't think I've streamed since Friday, right? It's been a busy week. Back to the green screen. So I'm just catching up with some of the older chat. Not all of it, but catching up some of it. Yeah, well, I wasn't gonna. I was even looking at my screen here, and I was like, I could be in the bedroom. I could do that. But I felt like for the Thirsty Thursday, the vibe was I should be sitting at... By the way, this is definitely juice, YouTube. Brown potato juice. What's a brown vegetable? Bean. Definitely. Bean juice would just be coffee. It's root beer. Sure. Absolutely root beer. It's root beer. No! No root beer! I can't drink root beer, and I don't know why. I mean, I do. I will partake in a root beer from time to time. I'm not the biggest fan of root beer. Like, I don't go crazy about it. It's all right. I do enjoy a root beer from time to time. But I don't know what it is about root beer. I've tried to figure this out. And I have not been successful. When I drink root beer, I get headaches. But I don't know what the ingredient... I don't know what the ingredient is that causes them, because there's nothing in root beer that I haven't had elsewhere and had no problems. So I can't figure it. So sometimes I'll have a root beer, and if I have like one, it's fine. But if I have like 2 glasses of root beer because I'm feeling a little wild and crazy, then I'll start to get a headache, and I don't know why. I'll put up with it. I'll survive. It's not like a migraine. I don't want you guys to feel bad. It's not like a crippling migraine. It's not like that. It's just like a general headache. And I'm like, what? What? I don't know. I don't know why that is. Sorry, I haven't caught up. Who's in the chat? Who we got? We got Burge and Amona and Towering and Derica, and I think I saw Erica in there somewhere. I think I see... Who else do I see? I'm trying to see who I see without scrolling. I see Person. And anyone else that I missed, I apologize. Welcome to the stream. Hello. And any lurkers out there that aren't chatting because you're shy, hello. I have no idea how many people are watching. I don't have that on screen right now. It could be me. If at some point it's me alone in this room talking to myself, so be it. That's the way it's gonna be. That's that's the way it'll be. Tomorrow marks the anniversary of the day I was created. Derica, is it your birthday tomorrow? Happy early birthday, by the way. When Jackbox 11 comes out, will we make a stream? So I don't know why I couldn't read that. That was a perfectly fine sentence. When it comes out, I don't know. Because it doesn't come out, like, when I say that, I mean, like, I would like to get it and play it. I think it doesn't come out until, like, later this year, though. Like, we're talking about, like, holiday season, right? Like, November, December, something like that, I think is the last I knew. So it just depends on what day and what I'm doing and if it's holidays or whatever. So yeah, I'm not a professional YouTuber. Like, I don't do this as my job, so don't expect like a day one drop or whatever, but I would like to pick it up and I would like to play it. Like that is something I want to do. I just might not be like immediately on top of it. We'll see. We'll see. NCS copyright? No. Wait, is there copyright issues? NCS is literally no copyright sound, so I assume we'll be okay. I had Crush Spark, and when I realized it was Aldo Mujica, I fell in love more. What? Oh, you had a crush on Spark. Aha! I don't know how I feel about that. Sorry. May I ask a question for Yapping Stream? For sure. Like, we're yapping. Questions, answers, topics. Absolutely. I feel like I'm in a rave. I kind of want that vibe. I kind of want to feel like we're at a club. Club Mo. Invaded by sharks. That's kind of the vibe I'm trying to go for. It's Thirsty Thursday. You know what? No one is cool around where I live. Like, I don't live in a big city or whatever. I live in a, what we call a city here in the not Chicago part. How dare you? I'm trying to yap here. You're sharking me? Do you see sharks in the lobby? I didn't think so. In the not Chicago parts of Illinois, I live in what we would call a city. But I feel like there's never any like fun things on a Thursday. Maybe there will be like some kind of like trivia night somewhere, but like no one does Thirsty Thursday. I don't know why I brought that up, but yeah, topics and such. Confession, I shipped Aldo with MagicManMo. I don't... Why? Spark? Wait, Spark was this... You shipped me with creator of Inca Games and founder and creator of Inca Games, Aldo, and our son is Spark? I don't know how I feel. I'm gonna have to tell Aldo that. I'll tell Mia more. I'll call him up on... Dude, we used to call on Skype. You used to call me on your cell phone. We used to call on Skype when we would like have a, like when we did the interview, or if we were chatting about like, you know, the YouTuber Saw Game 3 and 4 or whatever. We used to communicate over Skype. Skype's like shut down now. I just thought about that. We have each other on Messenger though, because of Facebook, so that's fine. But we used to call on Skype. I just thought about that. We can't Skype anymore. I haven't called Aldo, or he hasn't called me in like forever. I don't call anybody because I have like call anxiety. I hate calling anybody. I hate it. I have like phone anxiety or something. Not like in a diagnosed way, but like it actually freaks me out. Why is the platypus on screen? Platypus? Harry? Harry the platypus? I don't see a platypus on screen. I'm not entirely... Oh, maybe it was in the video up there and I wasn't paying attention. That's fair. Can we suggest NCS music for you to use? This isn't really like a music... I'm literally in a playlist of like 900 songs. I'm just letting it play. I don't want to spend a bunch of time like looking for specific songs. I found a playlist and I just kind of want it to be... you know? I'm not like a DJ. Could you imagine though? A future MagicManMo DJ ManMo? What if? Because that's what I need in my life, is another hobby. Could you imagine? I actually have a buddy. He lives up in Chicago now, but he used to not. He used to live around me. And he and his dad were like a two-man DJ group. They would DJ at like, most like weddings, anniversaries, that kind of thing. But they did DJ stuff. I don't know super how into it they got for like it wasn't like club DJing really, like that wasn't really the vibe, but I don't know. I've never really seen him in action outside of like more of a like a casual setting. I haven't seen him like go wild. I don't know. I don't think he's done any DJ stuff in a long time though. Did I see the big 20? Oh, Lord, the big 20. You getting old now, but you'll never be as old as me. Go clubbing. That's a weird ship. It is a weird ship. Jack Boxathon. We're gonna do a Jack Boxathon. I'm sure you're looking at the Magic Pass down below me. We're gonna do a Jack Boxathon. It's not gonna be the same rules as the subathons because it's not. Sorry, I'm scratching my nose. It's not a subathon. It's a Jack Boxathon. It'll have different rules, but it'll function in the same way that, like, if we meet certain goals, we just keep Jack boxing all night. That's the. Excuse me. That's the idea. I don't know when we're gonna do it. I haven't scheduled it out yet. This has been a crazy busy week for me, outside of YouTube, like IRL busy. So this has just been a weird week where there's been so much YouTube stuff I wanted to do and get rolling, because like August is already halfway over. The summer is like ending. There's stuff I wanted to do before the end of August, and I'm not gonna get to all of it, unfortunately. Because, like I said, I don't do this as my job, so unfortunately life gets in the way sometimes. But, like, yeah, I don't know when we're gonna get to the Jack Boxathon, but it is on the docket, as we say. The only ship I ever accepted is Luna from Hell of a Boss. I saw HB and I'm like, from Halfback. from Halfback. And Roxanne Wolf. That's just because they're like both wolves, right? I've literally only ever seen the first episode of Hell of a Boss. And I've seen clips that have like popped up on like YouTube Shorts or something. I've seen clips from other episodes, but I've literally only seen one full episode. Thank you for the hearts. You made a poetry book on Amazon, and I made a picture book that I plan on putting on Amazon as well. I'm kind of having trouble with like the spine text. I'm sure I'll figure it out, but I got away with, my book is really short. It's a little poetry book, so I didn't really have a spine to worry about. Like, there's no text on the spine, I think, right? Where is my poetry book? I'm looking this way. I think it's in a pile over here. Where did I put that thing? Yeah, I couldn't remember. It's been a minute since I designed the cover, but I got away with the fact that I didn't really need spine text, because you can see the spine of my book there. There's nothing. It's an itty bitty book. It's an itty bitty book. So as far as spine text, look up. You're doing a picture book, right? Just literally look up other picture books that are similar to yours, or things that you kind of want to be similar to. Look at how they do their layout, and it's not like copy it verbatim, but copy or use the design as inspiration. Like, get it to look like in a format that readers would be familiar with. If you get a little bit too avant-garde, then it can look less professional. It's not about copying other people, but when you try to do too much or too weird, it doesn't look like it was professionally done. And if you're ever thinking about doing self-publishing, the more professional you can make it look, the more likely people will feel safe purchasing your work. If you're selling your work, if you're just making it to make it for yourself, do whatever you want. If you're just doing it for yourself, do what you want. But if you're gonna sell it to somebody, people want to feel like they're getting something kind of professional and not something you just kind of slap together. But I didn't need to do that. Speaking of my book, for those of you that don't know, this is my book. I'm working on a sequel. There's a sequel, there's a fall. I don't like calling it a sequel because it's not a story that like follows up, but it's a follow-up. I'm working on a follow-up to it. This is called Smiling for the Sky, haiku style poetry about heartache by me. It came out last year. It's available on Amazon in both paperback. You can see it. There's a paperback copy right here, and it's available on Kindle. If you want it super cheap, it's cheaper on Kindle. The only reason it's more expensive on paperback is because paper is more expensive than digital ones and zeros. But yeah, there you go. It's a little thing. It's haiku style poetry. It looks like haiku. Technically, it's senryu, but no one in the universe knows what a senryu is, so I just call it haiku style. And it's really short poems about heartbreak. Not heartbreak, heartache. Sorry, excuse me. Where wanting, receiving, losing, the whole mix of it. And I have a follow-up to that coming out whenever I can get it done. But that's my spiel about Smiling for the Sky. I haven't talked about that at length in a while. But yeah, there you go. Is there anything I should know before I publish? Probably. Probably lots of things. If you have a specific question, I can try to help you. But in general, yeah, no, there is like 10 million different publishing videos and blogs and things out there. If you just start Googling like how to self-publish or anything like that, there's so much content out there. If you have a specific question, I can kind of answer it about like how I went about it. But honestly, if you need like an in-depth resource, there's so much stuff out there. Just make sure you utilize that. I might be a little bit behind. 900, I don't know. I don't remember what we were talking about. 900. Why does the number 900 sound familiar? What's up, French the Fry? Welcome to the stream. I meant the user, the platypus. Is he the stream boss over here? On my screen, it's really hard to read the stream boss. He's probably still the stream boss. If you guys don't know how the stream boss works down there, every time someone publicly subscribes on YouTube, subscriptions are kind of weird because YouTube can be public or private, and the stream boss app does. If you're a private subscriber, it won't know that you've done it. But any public subscriptions, any super chats, any memberships, that kind of stuff deals damage to the boss, and whoever deals the final blow becomes the new boss. And every time there's a new boss, the boss gets more HP. So the platypus over here was the last person to defeat the previous boss, which I think was MagicManMo, I think. And you can see he's really low on HP. So if you want to be that stream boss, I can't see how much HP he's got left. If you want to be the new stream boss, throw some money at me. Do like a super chat or like a membership or something like that, and you can take the new spot. Because the subscriptions only work once. So if you've already subscribed to me before, you can't just unsub, resub, unsub, resub, unsub, resub. It won't work. You can't cheat that way. So if you already subscribed, you've already dealt damage that way. That's the free way to do it. If that doesn't interest you, then don't worry. But that's what that is, if that's what you're talking about. Getting old, remember the old days of YouTube poops? I remember when I was old enough that when they came out, when they started, I was like, these are dumb. Because I've always been a hipster. Anything that was popular, I've hated, and anything that's not popular, I've loved. I was I was like a hipster. They're funny though. They weren't, when YouTube poops were getting really big, unfortunately, they weren't really in my humor, my sense of humor at the time. My sense of humor has changed so much. As like throughout my life, I literally have just completely altered personality. Like the me that you guys experience now on stream, live or whatever, if you went back and met me in high school, you would not like me. It's a 180. It's a different person. Like it's just a different person. There are similarities. There definitely are, but gosh, when I look back and look at all the different things that I used to think or do or say or write, and then I compare it to things I do and say and write and whatever now, it's crazy. Different people. I think I've gotten a lot more relaxed, a lot more loose when like communicating with people. Like that's one of the biggest accomplishments in my brain that I always hold on to, is that as I've gotten older and talked to more people and experienced more things, the thing that I'm most proud about is that I've really learned how to talk to people, because I'm an introvert at heart. Talking to people was not something that came horribly natural to me. That took effort and that took work. I say it wasn't natural. I've always been somewhat charismatic. I've always had a bit of a knack with language. You might not believe it because the dementia kicks in sometimes and my brain just loses language. But but I've always had a knack for being able to communicate. I just never liked doing it. So, but yeah, if there's anything that I've always felt really accomplished with, it's learning how to talk to people. And old, younger me would have really struggled doing this. So I think I'm behind on chat so much. Cause I'm at the, yeah, they're both wolves. Luna's more, I'm like so far behind, guys, because I'm yapping. What is the character of Mazniak that did they make more games for you? What? I don't understand the question. What is the Mazniak character that doesn't, that wouldn't ever, never would I ever? Official Squeakquel, yeah. I actually wanted the sequel, talking about my book again, I wanted it to come out in March. I think it was March. That was when it came out a year ago. I wanted it to be like, you know, a year release. Like I wanted the next one out like a year later. That didn't happen for a myriad of reasons. Mostly just time. Just time got away from me, and it's just simply not done. But yeah, it'll come out when it comes out, you know. I'm making a picture book series. I'm just struggling a bit right now. That's okay. Struggle. You should be struggling. If it's the first thing you've published, it shouldn't be easy. If it was easy for you, you'd be definitely doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Yo, Soy Park, welcome to the stream. Bienvenidos. You have 5 different stories you've tried to make, and only one of them doesn't relate to an already established franchise. Do you mean like the other 4 are like fan fiction type stuff? Because if you're really into writing like fan fiction type things, there's lots of places on the internet, like Wattpad, Tumblr, or what. I don't know where people go these days, but back in the day it was like Wattpad and Tumblr. You know, that's a good place to flex your writing skills, even if you're using someone else's sort of like established works. Because it's all like, it's not parody or satire exactly, but it's kind of in that realm a little bit. But if you get into making your own original stuff, then you can branch out. Question, if the book I made is aiming at a younger demographic, is Amazon a good idea? Amazon's a great idea for pretty much publishing anything. It's the most accessible. There are other ways to self-publish, but Amazon is the most accessible way readers can reach your audience. There are pros and cons to Amazon, but yeah, you can make content for young people, old people, and anything in between. Amazon, in its heyday, originally a billion years ago, actually founded itself on selling books. It used to be a used books website. Not like if you think of the behemoth it is now, where it sells you everything from everywhere. Back when Amazon started, the only thing it did was sell used books. And as it got bigger, they started getting into selling new books. And then as it got bigger, they started looking into self-publishing. And then as it got bigger, it started selling things around books, you know, like materials. Then as it got bigger, it started selling more things. And now Amazon is like this massive behemoth. But actually, when it started, it was books. So that's why it's so accessible, and that's why it's so well known. Obviously, there's lots of other options, but Amazon is the most accessible, in my opinion. So if you want to go the self-published route, that's the route I went. I went with Amazon. It was really pretty easy compared to anything else. It has the widest reach with the fewest barriers for the most shoppers. I don't want to be like, I'm sponsored by Amazon. I don't want to be like that. There are other options. Do your research, but that is the route I went. So if you're trying to follow my footsteps a little bit, that is what I did. Who's Jeb from Minecraft? Who's Jeb? I only know Steve. I'm an OG Minecrafter from pre-alpha. Who is that? Who just subscribed? Who is that? What happened? CatTuber GG, thank you for subscribing. Did the alert actually show up, or am I just blind? Maybe. I hope it did. I heard it. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. I'm behind on chat right now. I don't know who Jeb from Minecraft is. I only know Steve. I only know the OG Steve. I know there's other characters. I just don't know their names. Gloria, welcome. Hello, welcome to the stream. It's been a while since... It's been a while! It's been a while! It's been a while since I streamed, so no worries. You've been writing a story? We've all been talking about writing. This is turning into just a writing chat, which I'm totally down for. I'm totally okay with that. You guys are doing like picture books and stories and stuff, which I didn't do. I did poetry. I did poems. But... Man, I feel like the Prince of Bel-Air because my life has really flipped upside down, because did you know I used to dislike furries when I was like 10? Isn't that how everyone starts? Isn't that like every furry ever? Is that you have to start in the closet and then one day you walk out of the closet and it's like rainbows and sunshine and you're like, wow, I can't believe what I was missing. Isn't that how it starts? Isn't that how it always starts? Don't you hate the thing that you end up loving? Isn't that like everybody? No? Yeah, maybe. I'm not a furry. I couldn't tell you, but that does not shock me. That sounds like a natural. The reason I say that is because no matter what you are, who you are, when you are, why you are, whatever, I think there's a point in your life where when you're discovering who you are and what qualities about yourself you identify with. When you don't understand a thing, when you don't understand something about yourself, you're not gonna like it, right? Like people who don't like the sound of their voice or the way they look. Until you understand yourself, you're not gonna like it. And then you understand, and then you do more research, you understand more, you stop trying to be like other people and you try to be yourself, and suddenly you can give yourself a lot more patience and love, and you can start to accept yourself for the things that you enjoy. And I think that's how most people start, honestly. I think most people end up hating lots of things about themselves until they realize it's okay to love that part about yourself, because it's you, who you are. Sorry, I didn't mean to flashbang you guys by showing you my glasses face there for a second, but I had schmudges. I had schmudges on my glasses. I couldn't see. I'm getting so old, guys. I have to look through the bottom part of my glasses to see my chat. Guys, my eyes are so bad. I'm gonna go blind. I'm gonna go blind one day. I'm gonna be so sad. You know how much I rely on my eyes? Ah, it's so sad. I need bifocals. Guys, it's getting scary in here. Struggle is great. The struggle makes it real. Jeb is one of the main Minecraft devs. Devs. Oh, like one of the original. Oh, I thought you meant like one of the characters. Jeb, like oh god, what were back when it was like Notch and Jeb and shoot, what was the name of the music group that was like Box 30 or something? Oh wait, what were their? I know what you're talking about now. Can I get like a... Yeah, Jens Bergensten. Bergensten? I know who you're talking about now. Yeah. Jeb. Yeah. God, I haven't thought about these names in forever. Carl. I thought you just meant like one of the like characters. C418, that's what I was trying to think of. Yeah. Oops, I just realized that I searched that in the wrong tab. I searched that over in where like the music is. That's fine. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. I just forgot. I just realized I have a lot of tabs open that don't need to be open. I'm just gonna go ahead and close those. There we go. Clean up a little bit. Nothing beats a MagicManMo holiday, and right now you can save 50 mana per person. That is 200 mana off for a family of 4. What are we saving mana on? The spells? Erica, that is bait and switch or something. I don't know what it is, because all my spells are costing exactly this. There's no sale right now. There's no sale. These are lies? What would a MagicManMo themed holiday be? I feel like it would be me shipping everybody out to like Ireland or something, and we'd all go out into like the wilderness and just like LARP. It's time to scare Mo. Why are we scared? How are we scaring me? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna jump scare me? Is Freddy? Freddy of the Fazzy Bear? Hola. I read MagicManMo Airlines, and that is the first thing that came to mind. God, MagicManMo Airlines would be worse than Spirit. I don't know anything about planes. Panama? Wait, what are we buying from Panama? I might have missed something. To the United States and give me your little house to give you the glasses. Oh, my glasses? What for the bifocals? The boy from 8. Wasn't 8 the name of that movie with the like the little sack kid or whatever? Hang on. Movie 8. I say sack. That's probably not right. I'm probably thinking of a different movie entirely. No, 8 is... What's 8? Is that a horror movie? I'm thinking of some other movie. But what is the movie 8? You finished making the script to your sequel. A script is kind of like writing. That's script writing. Screenplay. 9? 9 might be what I was thinking of. Is 9 the one with the sack boy? I keep saying sack. In my brain, I'm literally imagining an elongated version of the sack boy from Little Big Planet. But I know that's the wrong character. But I do know that there was a character from 9. You're right. The character from 9 that looks like. Hang on, can I show you guys this in this little box over here? This guy over here. Little sack boy. I know it's like tiny on your guys'. It's so tiny, I can't even see the screen. Like he looks like a sack on the left and then on the right. I don't know about the one in the middle. The one in the middle looks like it might be different material, but like a little sack boy of some. I never saw 9. I heard it was good. Is that true? Or was I lied to? Was 9 good? I never saw it. 9 had the best marketing, releasing on 9/9/2009. 2009? That's 16 years ago! Almost, because it's August right now. Do you guys realize in 3 weeks, that's gonna be 16 years ago? I just want you guys to think about that for a second. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crapsicles. You saw a bit of it, it was good. I've never seen it. Sorry, I just started vibing for a sec. Just needed to vibe for a sec. You're writing a story right now. Does anyone want to know what it's about? Based on all of your Discord posts ever, I assume it's about 2 lovers that are like macking on each other. That's all. That's my assumption. I assume it's a romance. That's all I can assume. About your like OCs. Gasp. Gasp. How could I possibly have known this? What a wild and crazy supposition. Hacked Skyrim on your 360 and made a 2-handed juggernaut build. Opinions on my selection. Your selection? I don't know what you mean by selection. A 2-handed juggernaut build? I assume you just mean you're like dual wielding. I guess he's 2-handed. No, you're 2-handing, like an axe or whatever, and you're very tanky. I assume that's what you mean. Do you have to hack? Did you have to hack Skyrim to make that happen? Because you can already do 2-handing, and you can already be durable. I don't know what the hacking. I don't know if the hacking was necessary, but if it works, go for it. I was always more of a spellcaster type or a rogue type. I was always more like into the sneaky builds or the magic builds. I didn't really do the 2-handed stuff. We might be lagging, guys. I just got a notice that YouTube is freaking out. So just let me know if the stream. Oh, yep, I just saw. Oh God, the stream is. I just saw the message. Yep. Oh God, the stream. My damn internet. My internet. It's absolutely. If it's going down, it's absolutely my internet. I don't know how much of this you're seeing right now, or if it's like I don't know how bad it's dying, but my freaking internet, man. You didn't own Skyrim. That's not hacking, that's pirating. That's not hacking, that's pirating. Very different things. I hacked into the mainframe of Bethesda HQ, got myself a copy of Skyrim. Especially if you were doing it from the 360? You pirated an Xbox 360 copy of Skyrim? Are there still Xbox 360 servers open? I actually have new questions. How did you pirate a 360 game? Does it still connect to the internet after all these years? I haven't tried. I have a 360 squirreled away somewhere. But I'm just now realizing that you said on a 360. Hey, yo. Do you just need do you need a physical copy of Skyrim? I've got the physical disc. I have to go refresh my drink soon. I can go I bet I know where it's at. And if it's not, then I'm a liar. But I think I know exactly where it's at. I could go show you. I've got the physical copy. Excuse me, Mr. English major. These are important differences because in my brain, I thought you did something else. Hacking. You love piracy? I don't condone piracy. Under the vast majority of circumstances, there is a very narrow margin where I think it's okay, and I don't want to get into the politics of that. All I am gonna say is I'm not your dad. I'm not law enforcement. It's not my job. I'm not gonna tell you what to do with your life. I just know the way I live and operate, my take on gaming in particular, because I get really annoyed when like some big new game comes out and people are like, rattle, rattle, rattle. I hate this publisher, so I'm gonna pirate their game. And I'm like, that's not helping. That's not helping because you're still creating a demand for a thing. So you're basically saying, like, I don't like the business practice. I don't want to pay for this. God damn it, do I want to play that game? And I think it's an inherently bad mindset to be in, where there are a lot of internet pirates. I'm not saying you. Don't take this the wrong way. I know on social media there's a certain type of internet pirate out there that feels a little bit too proud of their piracy. Like okay, I get it. You pirate literally everything. Okay, I get it. Calm down. It's like it's like in the United States before a bunch of states started legalizing marijuana. It was kind of like the reason I bring this up is because in Illinois it happened to me all the time because I'm apparently friends with so many potheads, and there would be so many people that would just talk about how proudly they would smoke so much pot. This is when it was still illegal. It's legal now in this state. They would talk so much about pot, and I'm like, bro, I don't smoke. I don't want you talking to me about that. You talk about this too much. I don't want a part of it. I'm not going down with you. If the law man comes knocking on my door, I don't want nothing to do with it. So anyway, that's what that reminds me of. So I have like a weird sort of like taste in my mouth about some people that like get a little bit too proud about it. Like I said, there's a narrow margin where it's like, okay, I can kind of get it. But like, in my personal take on piracy, when it comes to gaming, if I have to pirate a game to enjoy it, I'm just not going to bother playing that game. There are literally tens of thousands of games I can play. I'm okay not playing a game. Like, if I hate Ubisoft and they drop the new Assassin's Creed, I'm not going to pirate it. I'm just not going to effing play it. I don't want them making more Assassin's Creed games, you know? I don't like Ubisoft. I don't like the direction Assassin's Creed went in, and I don't support their business practices. I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to pirate it. I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to do it. You will never see, unfortunately, an Assassin's Creed game on my channel because I don't support Ubisoft's business practices, and I don't like where the series went. And that's just an example. That's just an example. There's other games too. But that's why you don't see stuff like that. And that's my take. It's like, I don't think it's worth pirating a game when there's like 10,000 other games I'd rather just support. That's my take. That's my opinion. I'm not trying to shame you about your Skyrim thing. Like I said, I'm not the lawman and I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just telling you what I do. That was a bit of a tirade, but hey, we're just chatting. You use a disc of Tony Hawk America Wasteland to hack the Xbox? How does that work? In Derek's defense, in Spanish, we call it hacking. Do you really? Why? Why? Really? You know what? I can't know. I can't know that for sure. If that's what you call it in Espanol, then sure. I think I never played Assassin's Creed. I don't care about it. I loved Assassin's Creed 1, which if you go back and play it now, it's so... It has not aged well mechanically, but at the time, Assassin's Creed 1 was so good. Assassin's Creed 2, oh, so good. 1 and 2. 2 was just... Revelations was kind of stupid. I'm going to be honest, but the plot was stupid. It wasn't so much the gameplay. The plot they started going in Revelations was kind of dumb. Did not like Assassin's Creed 3. So unfortunately, I dipped out of the series after 3, even though 4 apparently is really good. Black Flag, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is really good. And I wouldn't mind playing that game someday. I still never have. But anything after Black Flag, I have no interest in. I just don't. I simply do not. And if people out there enjoy the series, good, good on you. I won't shame you. It's just not for me anymore. It's changed. It's changed a lot in the years. So how does manipulating the Tony Hawk disc get you Skyrim? Like, how do you... It still requires an internet connection, right? Somehow? Surely? Maybe? That's the part that I'm not fully understanding. Maybe that's something I'd have to look up. A USB with ROMs. Oh, you're doing it through a USB. Oh, I didn't think of that. Of course. You would stick a USB into it. Oh. Right. No, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Okay, I follow now. Got it. Got it. I now understand. You don't have to... I don't know how to do it myself, but now I get it. All right. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of the USB stick. But that makes a lot of sense. Because like I said, if you couldn't connect online, I'm like, how do you get... Back in my day, back when I used to play on the old PlayStation 1, there was no USB drive. You put the disc in and you played a game. And the game was on the disc. There was no downloading. There was no Ethernet cable to plug into the internet. Back in my day. But I forget about that. Yeah. That did become a thing later. And I wasn't really an Xbox guy, so I didn't really think about it. Did have a 360 at one point in time. My parents won it at a bar trivia night, and they won an Xbox 360. They're like, obviously we aren't going to use this, so they gave it to my brother and I. And we grew up on PlayStation, so we're like, I don't know what we're going to do with the 360 either. And the 360, though, is what we had Skyrim on. We had Skyrim and a couple other games. And that's it. We had maybe 5 games maximum we ever got for it. Maybe. We got because it came with the Kinect, believe it or not. So we had the Kinect something. Kinect Adventures or something. I don't even remember what it's called. We had Kinect Adventures. We had Skyrim. We had some horse racing game. And I know we had at least one other game, but for the life of me, those are the only 3 I can think of. I bet I could go find some, though. I bet I could go find some of the games and refresh my memory. We didn't play it much. We didn't, but we had it. We had it, so we did it. Random question, Khalid, welcome to the stream. What's the difference between a twin-sized bed and an extra-large twin-sized bed? You see, one is extra large. The other is not. I don't think, typically, I've never heard of, for real though, I've never heard of an extra-large twin-sized bed. I've never heard of that. Because after twin size, you just go to single, don't you? Or I might have that wrong, but you go from twin to single to double, right? At least in the US. There might be different standards. Oops, I forgot that I'm still on the wrong. That's the wrong tab. But the bed. Oh, there is a twin XL. Full is what I said. Single. I was thinking of full. I was thinking, yeah, twin, full, queen, king, California king. There is a twin extra. I've never in my life slept on or owned a twin XL. I didn't know they made a twin XL. I know about full, or what you call a double. But then again, maybe, because I said, okay, so a full bed is a double bed, which I knew about doubles. Maybe I've always called twin XL single. Oh, maybe that's it. Oh, okay. Because the twin a little bit longer, just as wide, but it's longer. Oh, I think that's it. I think the twin XL is literally just a bit longer. And I think I've always called them singles because the next up, the double bed, is a full bed. A full bed is called a double bed. I think that's what it is. Nice. I feel like calling a twin XL, like twin extra large. I'm like, come on. It's still not as big as a full bed though. It's like extra large. That's kind of misleading. That's kind of silly. I used to, for a while, I slept on a bed smaller than a twin. I used to sleep on a cot. Did it crash? No! Wait, did I just say all that and none of it got, like, kept? Did we crash? Are we what the? Are we crashed? What the fuck? That's gonna be like the one thing that that gets capped is the. My internet, my goddamn internet. I'll tell you what, my effing internet. Is it bad on my phone too? I hate it here, dude. I don't care about my download. What's my upload? We have some upload speed. Actually, we have some. It's not enough. We've got some, though. I shouldn't be full crash. If we're having like a full crash right now, I don't know what the deal is. Are we back? I'll say I've got like, I mean, half as many bits as I need. But like, what the? It's only when I stream, by the way. If I wasn't streaming right now, my internet would be fine. I think, honestly, I think my internet service provider, when I start using all this data, they throttle me. They're punishing me. I don't know. I pay out of my butt, dude. I pay so much money for internet in this godforsaken town. I pay so much money for internet here. Like, every time I tell people my bill, they're like, really? And I'm like, yes! I gotta move. I think it's my last year living in this apartment. And then somehow I'm moving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving this godforsaken land. I'm out of here. I'm so gone. I don't know where I'm going either. I'm leaving. There might be, I heard it. Did you hear it? I'm leaving. Yeah, I was talking about bed. I went through my whole bed spiel and you guys didn't get to hear any of it. I'm leaving this place, dude. When my lease is, I've got a lot of time left, but when my lease is up, I'm out of this frickin' place. I'm tired of dealing with the internet. I'm tired of dealing with it. I'm tired of dealing with this town. I'm like stir crazy. So if anyone wants to take in MagicManMo, in like 9 months, and approximately the time it takes to birth a child, in approximately 9 months, if anyone wants to adopt a MagicManMo, I will be looking for a new place to live, because I'm fed up. I'm done. I'm just done. I pay so much money for things here. I'm getting out of the state. If you're in Illinois, no, I'm out. I'm leaving the state. This time next year, if all goes according to plan and I'm not in an asylum somewhere, I'm out of this effing state. It's so expensive here. For no reason. I don't live in Chicago. Anyway. The difference? No, the XL. I've slept in so many things. Dude, my queen size now compared to how I used to sleep. Dude, I used to sleep like I was a bum, dude. Back when you guys, like, if you started watching, like, the first time, I was like, no, not the first time. Because when I started streaming, I was actually living at my parents for a bit. I wasn't streaming much back then, but when I moved out on my own, my first apartment, the bed I slept in to save money was like a cot. It was like a cot I got for sale. It was like a back to school sale, bed sale. And I picked up a cot, 19 or something. I don't know. I was like sleeping in a cot. Now I sleep in a queen size. I feel like I'm in the lap of luxury, I'll tell you what. Is it true if you had a bed for years and the bed doubled in size, it's because of dead skin cells? If your bed has doubled in size, what do you... If your bed is doubled in size, there's something else unholy going on. Doubled? Doubled is diabolical. There's more than dead skin cells in that bed, dude. You got bed goblins, dude. You do leave a lot of, when you sleep, you know, you leave a lot of skin cells, you leave a lot of sweat. Like, your bed will probably be heavier than the day you bought it, but it should not double. That's crazy. Right? Maybe? I'll go to Mexico. Derek invited me to his house. I live with Derica now. Moving out with Mo's trip. Come to Minnesota, cheap as F. I'd go to Minnesota. Minnesota. Is it going down again? Oh my god. I'm just gonna go refill my drink and I'll be back.
Once again, my heart is waking. It hurts when you lie all the time. Can't feel anymore. Feels numb when I die. Restart me again and again. Your love, the ghost of me. Been waiting for the light. Won't say goodbye. Don't close my eyes at night. I'm waking, give me life. The ghost of me,
Are we back? Has the stream come back yet? I figured that would be a good time for me to just go refill my drink. The green screen's moving itself. It's because I've got a fan on. I've got a fan blowing. It's so hot here. We're back. Perfect timing then. I figured, I don't know what you guys missed when I was mid yap about Lord knows what, and then I saw that we were down. I'm like, well, that gives me a chance to go. Oh, I forgot to go look for my Skyrim copy. Oh well. I figured that'd be a good time for me to refill my drink. While watching, I've also been playing Connect Sports 2. More sportsmanship than before. I can't say that I'm familiar with the sequel. He's dancing. I know we got like DJ action going on up here in the NC. I hate that my hand is being cut out. You know what? We can make me larger. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, there we go. MagicManMo makes noises for the next hour. The stream. I'm trying to, oopsie. God, how many tabs do I have? Oh, that's a cut. I was trying to look and see if I could look at my, like concurrent viewer graph to see if it would tell me where all the connection dips are. Because obviously if the connection dies, then viewership will be 0 while it's dead. So I was like, how many have we had? We had one really bad one that lasted a bit. That was the one that was earlier. Oh. Is it cutting out every 2 seconds? Is that just for you or is that for everybody? Because I know exactly what you're talking about, and that's so frustrating. Test, and 3, 5, 7, 4, 8, 6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9. Okay, no, I think we're good. So if you're getting any, if it's cutting out for you, try to refresh. It looks like it's working right now. It works. Let's go. Yeah, every now and again, if the connection like dips and just dies, then when it comes back, you want to do a refresh, because if it's still trying to catch up from the crash, it'll like goof up. Like on YouTube just won't know what to do with it. So you just got to refresh, which is annoying because sometimes you might like refresh your page and maybe you'll get like an ad or something. But like that's the best way for it to like fix itself. Allie, welcome to the stream. Hey Mo, sorry, even if I don't watch your live, I always make sure to like it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I hope you can hang out for a little bit tonight. If not, then you do what you gotta do. Glad you could swing by and say hi, and I appreciate the like. Anybody that's watching right now, do a small YouTuber favor. Do a small YouTuber favor. I need your likes. There aren't many likes out there to go around. Some of us need them. I just realized, guys, I squinted my eye. I've been looking for, this has been on my desk right there. I was looking for this for 3 days. It's a camera, like a phone or a camera, because you can unscrew this part and you can screw a camera into it, or you can screw it on, you can put a phone in it. I squinted my eyes and it was like I saw through the 4th dimension. It's like my 3rd eye opened. I have been looking for this for 3 days. It's been on my desk right behind my keyboard. I'm cooked, dude. I've been looking for it. It was right. I don't know what to do with this anyway. I don't need this right now, but I'm cooked, dude. I don't know what to do with that. I don't. That's so. You guys have no idea how my brain just melted just now. It was right. It was right in front of me. I spend 99% of my time in front of this computer, and it was right there. I don't know what I have. I have to have something. I don't have insurance that would cover this, but I need to go see a specialist and find out what is wrong with my... I have to have something. I've been talking to like friends about this. I'm like, I've gotta have some kind of cognitive something. I know this the popular thing to say on like social media and TikTok and all the rest is like neurodivergence and neurospicy or whatever. I don't know. I don't use those words. I don't know. Maybe I don't have anything. Maybe I'm perfectly functioning, but just dumb. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I have something. Maybe what I have is just the dumb. But maybe it's something else. I don't know. And I would like to know. One of these days we're going to learn. I would like to know. Will it change anything? No. It won't change a gosh darn thing. But I would like to know. I'm not joking. I have been looking for this for days. Oh my God. And it was right there. That's crazy. Anyway. I cannot stress how wild that is to me. All right, I've caught up on chat, guys. What's the next topic? Do I need to come up with one, or do you guys have one? Discovering what is wrong with me, MagicManMo. That would be my book. That would be my gaze. Gay. That used to be I don't know if people still do that. That used to be a thing. We in my friend group we would do that. You know, someone would say something like mildly innuendo, right? And you'd be like, gay. I grew up in a time. You thought you were joking. You thought you said gays because you thought, oh, he won't talk about the gays. Okay. No, I can talk about anything. That used to be a thing, dude. When I look back on, because I'm a little bit older, right? Like, you know, if you were around for the early 2000s, there are things that we used to say in the early 2000s that aren't so kosher in 2025. And I think about that sometimes. Me and a friend were joking about that. It's like, dude, the things we used to say innocently, not maliciously. It's not like me and a bunch of my friends are like bigots. But at the time, there was things that used to be normal that is just absolutely not normalized now. I'm talking about the gays, that capital T, capital G, the gays, TM. Oh my gosh. What's your internet bill? I actually already told you guys, but that might have been when the internet cut out. My internet service provider doesn't want me to tell you. I actually already said, but I don't know. The internet might have cut out. I pay $120 a month for my internet, and this is the treatment I get. This is the treatment I get. My internet just dies sometimes, and I pay $120 a... I'm done, dude. I'm done. You're writing about a bisexual prince who is secretly dating a man. Okay. What kind of man are we talking here? Are we talking about street rat? Is this literally... I'm not trying to call you out. Is this literally like Aladdin? Except instead of a princess and the street rat kid, it's like a prince and the street rat kid. Is it just gay Aladdin? I mean, I'm here for it. If you're writing gay Aladdin, I mean... 120 ain't bad, but it better be fast. Khalid. You know it's not fast. It keeps dipping. It keeps breaking out. 120 is really bad for the service I get. Golly. It's fast when it's fast, but when I stream, it dies, and it drives me insane. It drives me actually insane. To be fair, maybe it's the wiring in this building. This is an older building. Maybe it's the building. It could be the building and not the internet. Maybe. I don't know. Either way, I need to move. Either way, this is the last. I'm filling out my contract. We have a new property manager. Sounded weird in my mouth. We have a new property manager and she's been leaving like cards. Like I got a birthday card from the property manager. The last lease renewal, I got a card from the property manager. Like, oh, thanks for sticking with us. I think we have a new property manager. Not that she can fix this building's wiring, by the way. Like, this is just an older building. That's not a thing she's gonna fix anytime soon. I think we've got a new property manager, and I kind of appreciate it because I've had issues in the past with the people in charge here with their communication. Specifically, there was a time my bill, I pay my bill online automatically. I've just got it to automatic payments. And one day I came home with a notice on my door, an eviction notice. Overdue bill. Pay or you have to leave in like 3 days. And the notice was signed like 2 days before. And that was not on my door 2 days before. So the date on the notice was I'm getting evicted tomorrow. And I took that note and I walked to the property office and I exploded on the people in there. They didn't know what to do with me. There was someone that was in that office trying to was in the process of negotiating, getting a new apartment here. And I hope that person did not sign a lease. I went in there, I exploded. I was furious. It was a communication issue. It was a system issue. Oh, I was so mad. I think we have a new property manager now because they actually send like cards. I'm like, okay, because it's like I am not late on my bill just because your system effed up. And that was ridiculous because then they also like gave me a notice like insanely too late. Like what? Excuse me? Anyway. So that's where we're at right now. That was a while ago, but I am still salty about it. Is it constant or was today just a bad day on YouTube's part? Oh, it's all the time. It's all the time. Not literally every stream, but a lot of streams we have issues. It's always when I'm streaming. It's always when I'm streaming. So. I also live in a rundown place. I wouldn't even call the place I live in rundown. It's just older. It's an older building, but I wouldn't even call it. I mean, maybe somebody would call it rundown. It's not like it's not new. We have a lot of properties that are new, like brand spanking new. But like it's not falling apart. It's just old. Hey, just won a baseball game against the CPU. Are you talking about the gays? Yeah, of course, the gays. We're talking about. Will this get me in trouble on YouTube? We're talking about those homos. The homosexual. I don't. That's not. Is that bad to say? We're just goofing here. We're just joking. No, Gloria's writing a story about a gay prince and other person. You didn't say what they were. Just two gay people. In a homophobic kingdom. Xbox crashed. Very cool. Thanks, Xbox. Very cool. You don't know why you keep making your characters queer? I mean, with all respect, are you queer? Like, I mean, that would be why. Typically, you write what you know. So if you're straight, you usually make straight characters. If you're gay, you have insight on gay. If you're queer, you have insight on queer. If you're trans, you have insight on trans. Whatever you identify with is what you're going to usually have the most experience writing. So if you identify that way, then that's probably why you write gay characters. Closeted bisexuals. There you go. There you go. Do you identify as female? And you're writing about gay men and you're bi. This checks out to me. You're not writing about gay women. You're not talking about two lesbians because you're not lesbian, you're bi. So you're still talking about men, but they're gay. Welcome to intersectionality. Welcome to all of it. This doesn't surprise me. If that's how you identify, then it doesn't surprise me at all. You're surprised because you haven't maybe like thought about it or whatever. You're like, I don't know why I do this. I know why you do this. I get it. Sounds perfectly rational to me. The Homo sapiens. Yeah, if you think about it that way, we're all Homo. Because what is that? Species, genus, family, or whatever? There's Homo sapien. I think sapien is like the species, and Homo is like the genus or whatever. Maybe I have that back. I don't remember. It's been a while since my biology classes. And I never liked biology. I preferred like physics and chemistry. I wasn't a big biology guy. If you look at it that way, we're all Homo. You had Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Homo Neanderthal, or whatever they were. There was a few Homos. We're all Homos, Homo sapiens, Michael Scott. It's true though. I mean, yeah. If you look at it that way. Now that is not what that means. I don't know what the Latin root for homo comes from. Because homosexual and Homo sapien is they're named for different reasons, but I don't know what homo means in Latin. Is it Latin? I assume it's Latin. What does homo mean in? I don't know. Does it just mean human? Because homo in Latin just literally means person, human, being, that kind of thing. So if you think about it, so in Latin, science and biology, Homo sapien, we're just humans. That's all that means. If you think about it, in sexuality, homosexual just means you like humans. Which really should be all of us. I do not condone anybody screwing around with animals. Don't have relations with your cat. But anyway, if you think about it that way, from a Latin point of view, but I don't know where does the term homosexual come from? Do we have a solution? I don't want to say where do homos come from. That's could you imagine that? Apparently, it was a term coined by Carl Maria Kurtbenny in 1868. Huh. Oh, because hetero and homo. Yeah, homogeneous, heterogeneous. Homogeneous, heterogeneous? Heterogeneous? I don't know why I'm struggling with that word right now, but it doesn't feel right. Okay, Greek, Latin roots. Okay. I know, okay, I get it now. The Greek root for, like, you know, the same. Right. Anyway, that's a whole etymology lesson. That's a whole etymology deep dive that I'm not going to do right now, but it means same. Yeah, but like when we talk about Homo sapiens, homo doesn't mean same, it means human. So that's why I was like, why is it the same word but different? Same but different. Anyway. I mean, that just goes to show that, like, language, the words we use for, like, anything, like, we're all making up. We are all inventing what language means all the time. And that just goes to show how complex language learning is. Screw zoos, not the place, the weird people. They have made life as a furry impossible on the internet. I don't know what that means. Is there a type of people called a zoo? This is actually new information for you. Might have to explain what is a zoo. When I think zoo, I think of the place where the animals are. I have a zoo in town I can go to. So it's a pretty popular one. I haven't been in a while. I've been meaning to go. I wanted to go sometime this summer. I don't know if I will or not, because I'm a cave dweller and I don't go outside. Brother. Is this is this old man discovers new internet lingo that I didn't know about? What is a zoo? Is that people that like animals? We used to just call them bestiality or whatever. People who like animals in a bad way. I didn't know they were called zoo. I didn't know that's what they were called. Zoo as in zoophilics? I don't know if that's how that's spelled, but zoophilia? Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know. You're teaching me. You're teaching me something here. I didn't know that's what we call it. Back in my day, we just called you messed up. That person's messed up in the head. That boy ain't right. I'm saying that facetiously. I'm saying that as a joke a little bit, but yeah, people who want relations with real animals. We're not talking about like anthropomorphized animals. We're talking, yeah, real animal. I follow you. Disgusting. That is disgusting. Yeah. You should not want to get it on with a dog or something. If you find yourself, if you're listening to this stream in the future or right now, wherever you're at, go get help. Because that's not okay. There's a lot of things. I'm a little bit libertarian when it comes to a lot of personal liberties and philosophy and stuff like that. Like, you can kind of do and enjoy whatever you want so long as you don't hurt other people. But there's like an asterisk there. There are simply some things that are just not okay. And that is one of them. That is just, nope. No, sir. They're not invited to our pet parade. I should think not. I should absolutely think not. And then people like lump furries into that. I know that I'm not a member of the furry community, but I know enough from being on the internet and talking to people that like I know that's different groups, but from the outside I could see how you could get lumped in. People who don't really know. Furries are furries for attention. I don't believe that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't identify as such, so I can't really speak for people. But I think there's a myriad of reasons to identify as a furry on the, I kind of want to say on the internet. You could say in person. But I feel like when we talk about the communities and groups and spaces for them, the internet has really sort of exacerbated the misunderstanding between community members and those that aren't, because there are so many different people that can misrepresent a community. I think most people, I'm gonna say it this way. I have to think about this a little bit. I think most people that want to identify with a community, furry community, or any other community, think of a fandom. If you're a part of a game fandom or movie fandom, anybody who's a part of a community of some kind, it's typically not for attention. It's for a sense of belonging and a shared interest. And the shared interest is what's easy to identify. Oh, you like this thing, you belong to this community. Not necessarily. But it is the sense of belonging that people are looking for, typically. Finding a group that speaks your lingo, that you can identify with, that gets you at your core in a way that other communities simply do not. It's not for attention. It's not like, oh, look at me, I'm a special snowflake and I'm so weird and quirky, I want attention. No. Furries don't want attention from non-furry people for the sake of it. Sure, some content creators and YouTubers probably do, but they literally make money from attention. That's different. Most regular members of any community just want to feel like they belong in a space that doesn't ostracize them. And that's any community. That's literally any community. And I think that is a problem we have on the internet. We live so inundated and surrounded by by people who benefit from attention, that it's easy to lump in people that exist not trying to get attention, lumping them in with the attention seekers. Because if you go on to like Instagram, if you go on to TikTok, if you go on to YouTube, if you go into these spaces and you see members of certain communities in these spaces, you're gonna think, oh, the reason they're in this community is because they want attention, or they think they're special, or it's easy to think that, but what you might be missing is that the people you're seeing is a small subset of a group that, yeah, those specific people are doing it for, like me on YouTube, right? Like, the number of times people have told me, like, MagicManMo, you're just doing this for attention. Yes, I'm on YouTube. Name me someone who puts a video or stream it on YouTube that doesn't want you to see it. I make streams because I don't want you to see them. It makes no goddamn sense. So like, what ends up happening is someone will see like a furry on like Instagram or TikTok or something, and you'll get all mad. They're doing it for attention. That person probably is, because they're making content. But that's not the community. That's not the entire group. The rest of the group, you won't ever see the rest of the group in your entire life, unless you go to a furry convention. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's really easy. We are constantly surrounded by internet personalities and content creators. It creates a warped sense in all of our minds, even mine. I'm not immune to this. It affects me too. We have a warped sense of what like a normal person, just an average everyday not content creator, is doing with their lives on a day-to-day basis. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm does that make sense? I hope it does. In my brain it did. We are surrounded by content creators, and I think that affects the way we see other people that are not content creators. Good question. Wait, what was a good question? I don't remember. Did I ask a question? That's the way I see it. And that's any group. That's any group or any community. I often find, personally, that I struggle with identifying with any community. I've always been, I mentioned this earlier, I've always been like the hipster. I've always been the hipster character. I've always struggled with community. And so I think community has been something that I've thought about a lot from an outside perspective. Because I don't often feel like I belong to any community. Because you could say, well, Mo, you are a gamer. You belong to the gaming community. But I don't identify as such. Like most people, if you read books, you're not like, I'm in the book community. There are people that do that, by the way. There are people that do that. Don't get me wrong. But like, yeah, I play games. But what the hell is a gaming community? Like, literally hundreds of millions of people play games. Like that is too broad of a community. That's just a thing you do. I'm in the breathing air community. So I guess I'm kind of jealous. I'm kind of jealous a little bit of people that feel like they belong to a community, because I've never felt like I belong in a community. I literally never have. And I don't mean to say that to make it sound like some kind of sympathy way or whatever. I just don't ever feel like I've ever belonged anywhere. So, and again, I'm kind of hipster, so it doesn't bother me as much. It's not like it's a problem. It's more like a sense of like, I don't feel like I've ever fit neatly into someone else's, into another group's space and been like, those are my people. And it's a little bit weird because I started making videos and streaming and all that stuff, and I've kind of created a community. Like, you guys are in like sort of my community, kind of, but like I don't feel like I'm a part of another community. I've got my community that I, you know, from doing this, but I don't feel like I'm a part of anything else, which feels it feels weird. I hope that makes sense too. I'm in a really weird space when it comes to community, so I think about this a lot. And maybe I overthink this, but I overthink everything, so that wouldn't surprise me. Mo, have you watched Metal Family? I have not. Nope. You've mentioned them several times. I know what you're talking about. I've not. I think, right? Yeah, you've mentioned Metal Family. Hang on, let me Google it. Make sure I know what you're talking about. Metal Family. Yeah. You've posted about these people in the Discord before. I've not seen any episodes, though. I know nothing about them. Ashton, welcome to the stream. Calling me out. You can't call me out like that. No one was in the Archmage session except you and Music Man. You can't call me out like that. That's not fair. That's not fair. No, I can't do a just chatting stream tomorrow, Ashton. I have to play a game. Proceeds to do a just chatting stream. You're right. You're not wrong. The call out isn't wrong. But come on, man. You can't just call me out like that. No one else knows. Amazing day at work once more. We vibing. I'm happy to hear that. Are you at work right now? Are you on the stream at work? Am I talking to the rest of your coworkers? I would love to talk to your coworkers. What's up, fellas? How you doing? Hey, all my fellas. Just got off. Well done. I hope you actually had a good day. I mean, you're not just being sarcastic. I hope you had an amazing day. I hope it was a smooth Thursday. You recommend them? Good show. I know you recommend them, but no, I haven't seen them yet. It's about a family who likes metal. That Metal Family, that checks out. It's a little on the nose, but it checks. It's an old code, but it checks out. It was actually, this week has been good. Good. I'm happy. It's been a good week for you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy it's been a good week for you. It's been a busy week for me, so I'm happy you got any of you. Ooh, I've got my. You guys can't tell. I've got my legs kicked up right now. I'm actually slowly losing feeling in my left leg. I don't know what I want to do about that because I don't want to move. But it's my foot is going numb. I'm too comfy, but my foot is going numb. No! How do I fix this? How do I sit and make my foot not go numb? Oh God. Maybe I can twist around. I gotta get some blood flow. There we go. Maybe that'll help. I got the tingles. I got the pins. I got the pins and needles in my foot right now. But yeah, it's been a busy week for me. I think that's a large part of why I wanted to do just chatting today. Is I gotta be honest, I didn't even want to play a video game. I just wanted to hang out. I just wanted to hang out. Speaking of, it's actually funny, talking about community, talking about chatting or whatever. I just wanted to hang out with you guys today. I didn't know what we were going to talk about. I had a couple ideas of topics I could cover in an emergency, but mostly I just hoped I would show up, start yapping, and you guys would have topics, and we would yap about that. And I just wanted to hang out. I just wanted to hang out with you guys. I haven't streamed since Friday. It's been a busy week. I miss you. I just wanted to hang out. So I figured we would just do a hangout chatting stream. So that's what we're doing. We just want to chill, I get it. And I mean, if this kind of thing is, I'll probably have to do something to make it a little bit, like I can't just show up with zero plan every time. But if people like the chatting streams, we were actually, speaking of the Archmage hangout that Ashton was in yesterday night. If you guys don't know, if you're a member at the Archmage level or above, we have hangout sessions, and we often talk and hang out and play games and stuff. And in yesterday's Archmage hangout session, we were talking a little bit about things that I should, like games I could play, and we were talking about trends, and we were talking about just chatting, and we were talking about all that kind of themes or whatever. And And we were talking about how just chatting is like the most popular category on Twitch. We're on YouTube right now, not Twitch, but it's like the most popular category on Twitch. And I did initially, like, I put that down a little bit. I'm like, this channel isn't really about just chatting, and there's reasons that just chatting is popular. But in all honesty, if this is the kind of thing that you guys enjoy, I don't mind doing more of it. It's just a matter of, like, what I can do to make it special each time. Because, like I said, I can't just come into a stream with no plan every time, and that's just not going to last forever. But if I had topics, if I had things to cover, if I, you know, this is the type of thing that you guys are into as instead of a game, then I don't mind doing it. It just requires me to think about it differently. I have to, like, re-strategize my content on YouTube or whatever, which I'm down for doing. If people enjoy this type of relax, laid back, hang out, chat, highly interactive. You guys are chatting, I'm immediately responding to it. You know what I mean? Some people, that's why you go to stream. Some people go seek out streams because they want to chat with the streaming personality. If you want it, that's what I'm doing. So this is our opportunity. If this is the type of thing that you guys like to see more of, maybe I should do more of it. You know? There was this one YouTuber that played Fallout New Vegas who used to be in the military, and his most popular series was he yapping to his normie friends about the guns. Dude, people, like gaming people that just go hard on gun information randomly. There's a YouTuber I enjoy watching. He sort of reviews not the right word, but he reviews indie games. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Splattercat. Is he Splattercat Gaming? I think it's just Splattercat. He'll be playing a game and he'll just suddenly start just dropping gun knowledge, and I'm like, he doesn't always necessarily play games with guns in it, right? But if there's a game with like detailed gun mechanics, he has a bunch of gun knowledge. And so when he just starts dropping something he's deeply knowledgeable about, that's always just fun. And that anytime, it doesn't have to be guns. Anytime you're watching someone do a thing and they just start dropping something deep that they're actually passionate and very knowledgeable about, that's just fun. It's just fun to listen to people talk about what they actually know a lot about, especially if they can deliver in a way that is actually interesting. And I have an interest in games. He does games, knowledgeable about this topic. So I don't know if I can ever deliver that for you guys. I feel like I'm deeply knowledgeable about nothing. So I don't know if I can ever provide that for you, but here we are. Mo doesn't like to admit it, but I am secretly his stream idea man. I take ideas from everybody, even the ones that I turn down. This comes from the hipster in me again. I've mentioned that a few times. Sometimes people will come up with an idea that's probably a great idea, and I will shoot it down. Because anything that's popular, I hate, and anything that's not popular, for some reason, I love. And that it's a curse. It's an absolute curse. Because as someone who makes stuff online, it's hard to figure out what's popular because it's completely outside of, like, my brain, you know? So, like, you know, we were talking about, you know, joking about, like, oh, I can't just chat. Immediately proceeds to just chat. Like, even when people give me an idea and I shoot it down, it's still wormed its way into my brain. No matter what idea you've thrown at me, whether I've said yes, no, maybe, or anything else, if it's wormed in my brain, there's a chance. If you guys have suggested something to me recently or years ago, it doesn't matter. If you've suggested it and I've said no, there's a chance it might happen anyway. If you've suggested it and I have acknowledged seeing the suggestion, it lives somewhere in my brain. And even if I've said no, it might happen anyway. So, yeah, there's that. I mean, I said I would never play to Red Dead Redemption 2 on the channel, and I've played 4 streams of it now. I've put, like, what, 15, 16, 17 hours into the game. Here we are, you know? Bald Man Mo? What are you talking about? I got a hat on. Wait, Did I scratch my head and forget that I took my hat off? I literally don't remember. Did I do that? You guys want to see my bald head? You know what sucks is that because I wear the hat, and I already do not have a lush head of hair. You guys know this. I'm not exactly well endowed in the hair department on my head. I grow a beard just fine. But because I wear a hat, if I do take the hat off, I've got hat hair. You know what I mean? I've got hat hair. It sits weird. It doesn't do me any favors. You guys see it and it's all smooshed down and it looks weird. It's like, God, not only do I not have a lot of hair on my head, but because I got a hat on, I got hat hair. It's so not fair. It's so not fair. You guys are not prepared for hatless ManMo. You guys can't handle it. You guys can't handle the forehead. You guys can't handle the 5 head, dude. What's your thoughts on Roblox protecting child creepers? I've been following on that, Ashton. You probably were expecting me, well, unless I mentioned it in the Archmage yesterday, which I think I did actually. But it really makes me not want to play Roblox. I got to be honest with you. There's a lot of, for those of you that don't know, there's a bunch of shenanigans going down on Roblox right now with Roblox banning a guy called Schlep, who seeks out and tries to take down child predators on Roblox, which is great. But Roblox, for whatever reason, has decided to take up an anti-vigilanteism crusade, which I get it. There are issues with vigilantes. I get it. But when you have a well-respected, good actor, Schlep, who's doing things correctly and working with law enforcement, yes, he's technically a vigilante, but he's also doing really great work. And Roblox is going after him, banning him, and doubling down, and Roblox is just being a big bag of dicks right now. It makes me not want to play Roblox. I gotta be honest with you. It makes me worry that the Roblox executives are all child pedophiles, and I don't want to condone that. So, yeah, we're in a weird place. I kind of don't want to play Roblox on the channel while Roblox is protecting child predators. And it hits kind of home for me a little bit. I gotta be honest. This is a little bit vulnerable. Someone in the future, I promise you, someone in the future is going to use this soundbite to come after me somehow. I have been, because I'm older, I'm not a child. Roblox is known for having a lot of kids on the platform. Everyone knows this, it's no surprise. And I'm older. I've been accused of being malicious towards kids just because I make content on Roblox. I ban these people because they're not worth your time. But, I've been called things. I've been accused of things. I know I'm not a problem. But God, when we're in a situation now where the Roblox platform is defending predators, I can't condone that, man. You know, I can't be me and be, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. There's stuff there are games that I would like to play on Roblox. There's content I would love to show you guys. There's stuff I would love to do. But we're in a weird place right now where if Roblox is a haven for predators, I don't want to be a part of it. So I'm in a weird spot right now. Not the weirdest spot, because I'm not a Roblox YouTuber. I'm not a Roblox streamer. God help all the Roblox streamers. I saw Creekcraft put out a video, a big old video. He and others are backing out of their like star programs and stuff. I'm seeing all kinds of people talk about this, and I'm luckily I'm not a Roblox streamer. I can just not stream Roblox and it's fine. I didn't make a career off of it. But even I, just on the outside, as someone who's been a part of like making Roblox content, I'm like, yikes! I don't want to support that. So I hope whoever's in charge of Roblox turns this stuff around, or new people get into charge, or more regulation comes into. I don't know. Something needs to change, because right now Roblox is taking a weird stance to protect predators, and I don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't think Roblox knows that that's what they're doing, but that's what they're doing. And I mean, we played the worst games on Roblox when I streamed that the worst games, the worst rated games, and there were games that while I was unfamiliar with some of the controversy, there were some of the games like, well, why is this rated so badly? And then someone in chat would be like, oh, because it's made by so and so, who's a freaking predator. Those games are still on Roblox. Who the F is moderating Roblox? Why are these games that were made by predators still up? They're still up! So, anyway. You guys, for any of you that were there for that stream, we're in a weird place. We're in a weird place with Roblox. I right now don't want to make Roblox content because it's uncomfortable. So. Is the music too loud or is your attention? I can turn it down maybe a bit more. How's that? Is that too low? My audio settings are so goofy. I can't tell how loud stuff is on stream versus for me. I can turn it down. Yeah. Anytime you guys have audio issues, me being loud or quiet, the game being, if it's a game, but the stream being loud or quiet, if you guys ever have audio issues, please let me know. This is, as a streamer, I beg you, if there are audio issues, please be brave and just tell me. If you're worried, like, oh, maybe I think it's loud, but other people don't. I don't want to be. Please, I beg you. If there's audio issues, please tell me. Because when we're live, what I hear is not what you hear, which is probably the wrong way for me to do it as a streamer, but that's just the truth. And so I don't know. I don't know if it's too loud or quiet. And that's not just for this stream. That's for any stream ever. Yeah, I might be blissfully unaware. So yeah. Is that good though? Is that audio good? I don't want it to be too loud. And some songs just might be louder than others. What can you do? What can you do? But totally fair. Where were we? I think I gave my thoughts on the Roblox situation a little bit. There's a lot of stuff going on with that. And as far as making content, I don't think I'm going to be playing any Roblox on YouTube for a bit. Just as like a sort of protest. I was on the website a little bit earlier today. Actually, I think it might have been Gloria. I don't remember. I think it was Gloria. Someone caught me. They're like, oh, Mo's online on Roblox right now. I'm like, not really. I'm on the website, but I'm not really online. Yeah. So I don't really want to make, there's some stuff that I want to make there's some stuff I found on Roblox I think would be fun. I just can't right now. Roblox isn't looking too good right now. Yeah, which is a shame because in terms of numbers, Roblox is really popular. So as a content creator, Roblox is something that if I doubled down and started making a bunch of Roblox content and really shifted my focus, it would probably benefit me as a YouTuber to cover more Roblox stuff. But as a person, I can't bring myself to do it with the way things are going right now. I remember someone pulled up the other Weston Hasty in Discord a year ago to make you look bad. I banned that a-hole. If it was a year ago, I maybe just don't remember this. I don't know what other Weston Hasty means. Was it someone that did someone call themselves my name in Discord and pretend to be me? Did that happen? I honest to God don't remember that. Or maybe I missed it. Maybe you banned them before I got to notice. French the Fry. I'm a Roblox animator and I've been able to dev for some popular games. Currently, you've devved on Steal a Brain Rot? That game is blowing up. That game is hopping. And even I don't feel comfortable working under a platform that enables this behavior. Dude, that game has been popping. So congratulations for working on that. Because individual, independent developers for a bunch of games, obviously you guys are not the problem. It's the platform. So obviously, you know, you are not the problem. But yeah, that game has been popping off. Congrats, I didn't know you worked on that. That's super cool. There's another Weston Hasty in California who touched kids, and they try to say that it is you. Oh, yeah, no, actually, there is. Okay, is that what it is? Did someone try to say I'm that guy? We look nothing alike. There's, like, one other, for those of you that don't know. I usually don't talk about my real name on stream, just because, like, I don't know, we enter weird dox territory, or something. I don't know. I say that, but my real name is, if you really want to know my real name, it is not hard to find. But there's literally one other Weston Hasty in the entire country. And they're a fucking child predator. They went to court. They were like convicted. Freaking child molester. I'm not gonna get into it. There's one other Weston Hasty in the entire fucking country. And I don't mind being illicit here. I don't mind, like, I'm mad about it. There's one other guy with my name in the country, and it's a monster. Of course it would be. Of course it would be. I'm aware. I'm aware of this person. I wasn't aware. I was not aware of this person until I went into, I went to school for teaching. I have not pursued that course of action, but I went to school for a while because I had an interest in maybe teaching high school. A lot of people, I know I seem like an idiot on stream sometimes, guys, but I promise, I promise, I can be a good educator. And I've done stuff in the past where, you know, I've helped people, like I've tutored and stuff. So anyway, I had an interest in maybe teaching at the secondary level, teaching high school. And so when I went into education, in school, they tell you, hey, if you're going to be an educator, if you're going to be a teacher, here's what you need to like do a deep dive on your social media, on internet searches. You need to look yourself up and see what parents might find out about you, because a parent is going to look into their kids as teachers. And at the time, I knew what was on the internet that you could find out about me. Like, I had my streaming and I had my videos. I'm like, okay, I know what I'm about. There's some stuff here that people might think is kind of like strange, but I know I'm not doing anything bad. But we basically had an assignment. I had a class. It was a pedagogy class. Pedagogy just means the study of learning to like teach, basically. And in that class, it was an activity to do a deep dive on the internet for your name, not me, for my name. And this MFer shows up. I find this guy. There's one other guy in the freaking country with my name, and he's a monster. And I'm so, oh, why is that showing up? And I'm so mad about it because it's like, literally, it's like if I go into teaching and someone looks up this guy's name and finds that guy and thinks that's me. Oh, I was so mad. Also, I'm aware of this person. It makes me so mad too. It makes me mad as well. And it's unfortunate. I know that I'm not a problem, but like strangers don't know me. And that just makes me really sad. Anyone that knows me as a person, knows that I'm not like that. But just the idea that a stranger that doesn't know me might Google me and find that guy, it makes me so sad. Sad, mad, it really does. It really does. Thanks. Hopefully this nightmare ends at some point. I hope so. How much yapping have I missed out on? What do you mean? Like, 2 hours. 2 hours of yapping, Weez! Welcome to the stream. 2 hours! All of it. Like, literally all we've been yapping. But yeah. So, that's my stance on that. Especially as someone who, oh, you were at tennis. You don't have to apologize for being at tennis. There are worse things you could have been doing than tennis. Tennis sounds fun. I never got into tennis. I really enjoyed badminton. I don't know if you guys enjoy badminton, but I'm kind of a beast at badminton. But tennis, not so much. Let's yap more. That's kind of the plan. There's no game for anyone that possibly thinks there's a game involved. This is literally yapping. It's kind of the plan. I gotta get up and refill my drink soon, but we're just yapping. But yeah, no, I as someone who creates content on the internet, and often on the internet, since I'm doing video games, since often a large crowd of people that watch video game content on the internet is young people, is children, it just disgusts me. What other people do. I don't know. It just, I'm a little sensitive on that topic because it's a part of what I do here on YouTube. I do interact with young people, and I don't want to be associated with freaking monsters. I don't want to be, so yeah, there you go. It hurts all of us, so yeah. I hope that topic didn't bring the mood down too much, because it is a serious topic and whatever, but yeah, between Roblox and between my own personal history with Roblox and just what people have said about me in the past, because I'm aware I've been, so many people have said things about me or called me names or whatever. It's like, it's the internet, man. It's the internet. The internet, what can you do? I've always liked badminton over time. You've preferred badminton? I love badminton. Dude, we need it. Derek invited me to live in Mexico. We need to play badminton. Just in case, Derek, just in case you forgot about it, I'm holding you to it. My lease runs up. I'm fleeing to Mexico. I'm going to be an expat, an expatriate. I'm going to Mexico. We're going to play badminton. Oh, my goodness. Oh, wait, you're here. Join us. Join us. I need to get back into studying my Spanish. I was thinking about that. Which I was going to say the other day, but actually I think that was today. Today has felt like, I kid you not, today has felt like 2 days rolled into one. It blows my mind it's still Thursday. My schedule this week has been just so bonkers. It's also why I refrain from sharing about my work on Roblox, because people will just give me the stare and draw it back to the predator problem. And I hate, because I get it. Because if I kind of get it. Because if I tell people, oh, I stream Roblox, people are like, what, that platform for kids? Aren't you a bit old? And I'm like, it's not like that. And I get it. I totally get how awkward that can be, because I've been there. I get it. Yep. That's because the thing is, Roblox is a huge, like, from a business sense, Roblox is a huge platform. And yeah, kids play Roblox, but so do teenagers, so do young adults, you know, so do people like me that are making content. Like, I'm a full-grown adult, but I make content for it. That, like, yeah, I get that my target audience, when I make a Roblox video or a Roblox stream, I understand that, like, that's appealing to a younger audience. I try to be responsible with that knowledge. I prefer, my personal take, especially in recent years, pretty much recent months, here lately, like in the last year or whatever, I've tried to get a little bit more, like, trying to make sure I cater to a certain, I don't know what the exact age demographic is. Like, I don't want to appeal to, like, 10-year-olds. Like, I don't relate to that young of an audience. Teenagers, if I make content that teenagers can enjoy, I try to, like, be relatable. Like, I can kind of, this is where it sounds weird. This is the problem. If you make content on the internet and you know it's for young people, it sounds weird for me to say, yeah, when I'm streaming Roblox as a 30-plus-year-old man, I'm streaming to teenagers. That sounds really bad. But you have to remember, I'm not a pedophile. I wanted to teach teenagers. I went to school, right, to teach high school. I love that age of, like, the world is your oyster. everything's possible. You know, like I love when it comes to teaching. That's the age group that I love talking to. When I worked in fast food when I was a manager there. We hired teenagers. Dude, I love learning the lingo. Like, what's cool? What's the Zoomers up to or whatever? I love like it keeps me young. Just interacting with the young people, the future of the future generations, the future of people with more ideas about how the world should work than I can even possibly conceive. It breathes life into me to work with these young people, and to interact with these young. I give you guys a lot of crap on YouTube, and I'm gonna start getting emotional if I start getting into it. But I really truly think that you young folks, if you're out here listening and you're like a teenager or young adult or whatever, I really think you're gonna make a difference. And I really think you're gonna make a difference in the world. And it gets me I get all emotional. And there's a part of me that really wanted to teach. And I'm not a teacher, unless you count doing YouTube and yapping, if you count that as teaching. But there's a part of me that really cares about that. And so when I'm like, yeah, I stream Roblox, and people call me some fucking pedophile or something, I'm really sensitive about that. That really upsets me. that really upsets me, you know. I hate, and it's because I get it. I get there are bad people out there. There are terrible people out there. We need to take them down. We need to eradicate the bad people from the platform. I agree with that. And then when someone says, like, I'm a part of the problem, which I'm not saying, like, people don't normally do it, but I've streamed Roblox and I'm an old man. So, like, it happens. People say stuff. I actually get emotional about this. Outside of the stream, it really gets to me, man. And so, like, with the recent, I'm still stuck on this Roblox topic. It really gets to me with this recent conversation around Roblox and this recent freaking pedophile crap going on. I'm just really disappointed. I'm just really disappointed with the platform, you know, and I'm just really. Anyway, that's why I'm not doing Roblox for probably a while until they can get their crap together, because it really it really does upset me. It really does. Someone at the tennis class thought today was Wednesday. I feel that. Today has felt like 2 days in one. I feel that. I have to edit 50. My eyeballs aren't working. I have to edit 50 clips in order, and the clips aren't even named correct. You have to edit 50. That's a lot of clips. It sounds bad, but like you're chill. Well, thanks. Guitar banned Roblox, by the way. I think there's talks about a few countries wanting to ban Roblox, and even in the United States, there's like a senator or there's some congressman that's pushing an investigation into Roblox. Like it's serious. Like I'm sitting here feeling like I'm being silly. Actually, I just realized I'm in top chat. I need to make sure I'm in live chat so I don't miss any. If I've missed any comments, by the way, I apologize. I'm in the wrong chat. I'm in top chat. Usually I don't miss too much, but sometimes there's stuff I miss. Anyway, I get emotional because, like, this is serious, and I think that people at Roblox aren't taking it. They think they're taking it seriously, and they're not. And I don't know. It just this is very recent. Yeah, they've been banned in places, and it's just, as someone who has been a part of the Roblox community, I didn't grow up with Roblox, you know. I got into Roblox on this is the other thing too. God, I've been called names. I don't get into this because it's just a part of being on YouTube. You get called names. I've been called pedophile. I've been called nonce. I've been called all kinds of things just because I play Roblox on YouTube. I've been called these things. And I didn't grow up with Roblox. I had no interest in Roblox. I didn't understand Roblox. I started playing Roblox because my audience that was watching me on YouTube suggested it to me, and I gave it a try. And people seemed to really like it. It seemed to really resonate. I got to just kind of like I got to make content for people that seemed like people really cared. You know, I was an escape for people. And I don't know. I feel like I just keep I feel like I keep repeating the topic. I feel like I try my best to be an escape and a safe place for people, and then when it's like this crap happens, and then when this shit happens, it makes everybody. God, Creekcraft just put a video out like literally today. He explains himself. It makes all of us look bad. Anyone that's ever made content on we all look bad because Roblox is not doing their part. They don't seem to care as much as the creators do. Like I'm literally, I don't know if you can tell, I'm like literally getting emotional over this. I'm actually like getting emotional right now, and it's just like no Roblox executive cares as much as the creators do, and it's so frustrating. And I'm not even a Roblox streamer. God. Yeah, they banned. Yeah, we were talking about Schlep. Yeah, we were talking about Schlep earlier. OMG, you're talking about what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, Music Man, welcome to the stream. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and I'm getting a little bit more in detail about it on stream now. But yeah. It's just all this crap, just from Roblox this week has just been. It's just been supremely disappointing. Oh gosh. Nobody hates the Roblox community more than Roblox. That's what it feels like. Roblox, the higher ups, like some of the developers, the people that just the code monkeys, which is like a terrible term, but the people that do the actual like back-breaking labor, the code people, the developer, because I've seen that. I've seen some people, the developers of Roblox are all terrible. It's not the developers, it's the executives. The people that are doing the hard back-breaking labor of making the damn platform function, they're not the problem. It's the frickin' executives making the business decisions, putting their feet in their mouths, man. It's so, you know, if you're talking about Roblox, don't go after the developers, the poor jerks that are just desperately trying to, that are just the code people. Don't go after them. They're not the problem. It's these frickin' executives. They're so goddamn either stupid, ignorant, or they themselves are the problem, the pedophiles, which might be true. Because you have the CEO going, we want to make Roblox a dating platform. What the? No one wants that except pedophiles. We need to investigate the CEO. The entire executive branch. All of them. All of them need investigating. For legal reasons, I'm not accusing them of being a pedophile. But in light of the recent controversy and the executive's response to the controversy, I think it wouldn't hurt to investigate the hard drives of all the top executives at Roblox. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, we're gonna ban someone who's getting pedophiles arrested. Also, we want to make Roblox a dating platform. What? What? Actually, what? No one asked for that. So, yeah, it's very uncomfy. It's very uncomfortable. Anyway, this I think we've talked. I think that covers that topic. We can change topics if you guys are as comfortable as I am. If you guys are as uncomfortable as I am, we can change topics. But yeah. Why they ask for a dating platform if you can't even curse in the voice chat? Well, that's just it. You can now. Or I think you can. You have to get verified. You have to present your identification, and if you're like 13 and up or something, you can swear now. They lifted the swearing. They lifted the swearing rule. They're trying to be more adult. The problem is that their idea of adult is like freaking predatory is the problem. Yeah. So it's it has to be an adult game to unrestricted swears, I believe. Yeah, I don't know the back end of that. I don't know how much the individual game developers have a say in that, and maybe they have a say in that, which would be good. Which would be good if individual game developers have a say in that, so that they can opt out if they want to opt out, or be you know, they would have to opt in or whatever. But because Roblox isn't one game, it is a platform. Sometimes it gets a little muddy to figure out exactly what's allowed game to game. But as a platform, they're allowing swearing now, as long as you're a verified user above like 13 or something. I think that's all it is. I don't even know if I'm verified. I'll be honest with you. I don't even know if I'm verified. I made my account so long ago. And I was an adult when I made my account. So I've never had the weird, awkward transition of like making my account with a parent when I was young. Like, you know, I started, I don't even remember what I had to do for my account. So I don't know. Maybe I'm verified, maybe I'm not. I don't even know, but I don't use voice chat. God, I will never use Roblox voice chat. I'm never gonna do that. I'm not. I have no interest in popping into a Roblox voice chat and being yelled at by some 7-year-old and called some slur or something. I have no interest in doing that. Hey, Roblox community, you know that song we have seen you totally just like, well, we are allowing thong? Is that a typo, or is there's a thong involved? I'm sorry, what? Oh, you probably meant thing. You know that thing you have seen that you totally, okay, that's probably what you meant. Sorry. We're talking about like Predator stuff, so I'm like, thong? What? I'm like, what thong controversy is there? Okay. No, you meant thing. Okay, no, okay, I figured it out. Okay, got it. If I ever write that, I totally mean thing. It just took me a second. It took me a second, but I was like, what? I'm sorry. If you were verified, you would hear voices in game. But you still have to opt into that, don't you? Don't you have to like join a voice group to hear voices? I don't even know. I don't want to hear voices, so if I'm not verified, that's fine. That's fine to me. But that's so funny. Thong. Yeah, when I get on Roblox, I just want to goof around and just have a good time. I don't want to have to worry about freaking predators. And no one should have to worry about it. So many people, you know, trust that when their kids are playing Roblox that they're going to be safe. And Roblox has proven that they're not willing to do the hard work. And if I'm fair, I will admit, moderating a platform as big as Roblox is absolutely difficult. It's absolutely difficult to moderate a platform that big. But what is not difficult is your response. Your response, your PR. That's not difficult. Their decision to double down on a good actor tells you just how out of touch they are. Just how out of touch they're more out of touch than I am. I'm out of touch with so much stuff. You guys will mention something that I should totally know about, and I'll be like, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. You think I'm out of touch? Roblox is 10 times more out of touch with their own platform, and it's just disappointing. And I'm not even a Roblox YouTuber. Oh, God. Golly. Well, my cup is empty, so I'm gonna go refill my drink. Feel free to bring up some other topics while I'm gone, and I'll catch up. And we can move the conversation to something else, because I know it's an uncomfy topic. who's all still with me? I always worry. This is such a streamer worry. This is such a silly like streamer concern. But I always worry that when I get up to go like get a drink or go to the bathroom or whatever, I'm just terrified everyone will leave me and I'll just be alone. Which I say terrifies, like I can talk to myself. Like I did that for years before I had an audience. So like it's not that scary, but it's also like I'm always scared I'll come back and no one will be here. I'm like, all by myself. You know what I mean? Where are we? What have I missed? What are you guys talking about while I was gone? You see. Well, the subscribe to MagicManMo sign in W place was drawn over. Aw, man, that sucks. By some Luffy drawing. You know what? That's fair. Luffy obviously is more important than MagicManMo, clearly. Luffy from the hit anime TV show Naruto. God, I wish I had a bigger audience so I could troll people like that. I know it's One Piece, but I wish I could be like, oh yeah, Luffy from Naruto, and I just wish there would be like a chat going like, oh you freaking idiot. God, I wish. I wish there was more people I could rage bait. That would be so funny. Oh my god. Alcohol consumption has dropped 54%. Like in this stream? Like in this stream? I don't know what you guys are drinking. But if you're talking about, are you talking about dropped two? I think it was like 254%. Are you talking about like recent Gallup polls on alcohol consumption in the U.S.? I think I might know what statistic you're talking about. I don't remember the exact statistic, but I think I know what you're talking about actually. It's true. Young people that are of drinking age are drinking less than people of like my generation or older. That's true. If that's what you're talking about. Man, I wish I had a drink right now. Here, Erica, you want a drink? I mean, this is root beer. This is definitely just root beer. Premium root beer. We decided that at the beginning of the stream. I would say what's everyone's drink of preference, but I don't know that you're all drinking age. So some of you would be like orange juice. Actually, you know, that's fair. What's everyone's favorite juice? If you can't drink. I'm an apple juice guy. I will drink. If you don't stop me, I will drink apple juice until I'm sick. What's your guys' favorite juice? Like fruit juice or something? I guess if you've got a vegetable juice, whatever. What's your favorite juice? Mine's apple juice. I have an apple juice problem. I can't control myself.
Shut up!
Holy crap. I don't know what that sounded like on stream. That was so loud. I gotta just recover. That was so loud for some reason. Oh, why was that so loud? Was that loud to you guys? Holy Jesus in heaven. I'm obsessed with apple juice is what I was trying to say. But apparently that's taboo. Oh God, did you cast it? Oh, I'm scared.
Shut up!
Oh, why is it so loud? Oh my God. I was waiting for it. Jesus. Oh, what were we talking about? This song is peak. That's why I wanted to play these the songs. I thought these would be more fun while we're just chatting.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP!
He's the MVP.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Even that's not as bad. Candyland? Have you guys ever played the actual board game Candyland? I have. I don't know if they still make. I assume they still make it, but it's like a super retro board game. Have you guys ever played Candyland? Daddy Shark. Dude, I don't even fight the sharks half the time. Like at this point, At this point in my stream, it's just like, Danny, it's not even bad. Like, it's not even, it doesn't even annoy me, truthfully. You know what I mean? Like, it just happens now, you know? Jason's in Fortnite. FNAF is also coming, but not confirmed, really? Goku's your favorite villain from Pokemon. My favorite Digimon character is Brock. You want a big reaction, you just need to say Toriko is better than the big three. I actually don't know what any of that is. You've actually out-weebed me. I don't know what any of that is. You don't need context, anime fans will get it. You have out-weebed me. Yeah, I don't know what Toriko is. Is that like a okay. Grape juice? I used to love not grape juice so much as grape soda. I used to be obsessed with grape soda. Or it's not really grape juice, but like the carbonated bubbly grape juice. We used to inside every maniac is a Jolly Rancher. No, we used to drink every New Year's Eve growing up. My parents would drink champagne because it's New Year's Eve, but then us kids would have sparkling grape juice, which was like our version of having like grape champagne. So sparkling grape juice holds a special place in my heart as a really like celebratory, sober, because there's no alcohol in it, sober drink to have. That's what I think of. Your favorite drink is fruit punch soda. I get that. I don't think it counts as juice, but I get that. I totally get it. Capri Sun, that's a classic, a childhood classic for me. The little pouches. That made me jump. Also, I'm into apple juice too. I'm obsessed. Apple juice is a problem for me. I have actually drank enough apple juice in one sitting that it actually made me feel like I have actually overdosed on apple juice. like it's a problem. You have to cut me off. I can't stop. I don't know what it is. You dislike Candyland? I mean, it's a really basic board. It's not like special. It's like baby's first board game. It's what you teach like little kids so they learn how board games work. Mario Party, but without the mini games and just RNG. Well, that's just it. Back in the day when Candyland was invented, there wasn't a such thing as video games at all. So yeah, well before Mario Party. Well before. The doctor told me to stop drinking apple juice because it was a part of the reason why I was constipated. Constipated? Apple juice? Really? Because it's a liquid. You would think that it would actually, like, help. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but that seems strange to me. I mean, my solution to that is just eat a can of beans. Just eat as many beans as your body can hold, and then just let her rip like you're playing Beyblade. Is that too graphic? I just looked over at the music video. What in the AI heck is this? What in the AI heck is this? I just looked over at the music video? Okay. Every shot is just 2 seconds of some AI shot. What? No shade, because I'm literally listening to this, no copyright. Or at least that's what they say. But like, what the frick? I could never let go of apple juice. I never buy it because I know it's a problem. But apple juice is overrated. Get out. Exclamation shut up. You shut up. I cast a spell on you. Apple juice is the bomb. Apple juice is the best. You know what's overrated is orange juice. And
Shut up!
That is still so loud. Orange juice is overrated, and I like orange juice. I'm trying to think of any other juices that I'm like crazy about, but I think that's about it. I prefer flavored waters over juices. Like an agua fresca. Agua fresca. Flavored water. I can get down with a flavor. I can get down with a flavored water. I can get down with that. It doesn't beat apple juice, but I'm okay with an agua fresca. When I go, anytime I go out to like eat at someplace and they offer agua fresca, I feel like I'm having fancy water. The best one is Jamaica. I don't know which one Jamaica. We probably call our flavors different than you do, so I don't know what Jamaica flavor would be, but I do enjoy an agua fresca. I do enjoy trying whatever. Horchata. Am I insane? Isn't horchata coconut? Or am I thinking of something else? I might be crazy. Horchata. I'm sitting in such... Okay. Creamy texture, but what's in it? Mexican horchatas. Founded in Mexico. Rice, water, cinnamon, sugar, sometimes vanilla. No coconut. Why did I think there was coconut in horchata? Maybe I've had horchata with coconut in it. I don't know. I was trying to think. I think the only time I've had horchata, I didn't care for it, but I don't remember what was in it. I can't tell you. I can't remember. I feel like I've had it, and I feel like I didn't like it, but I also don't remember why. So maybe I just had bad horchata, which is possible. That's 100% possible. Horchata isn't something that you really run into in the wild in the United States. You have to kind of go out of your way. You kind of have to try to find horchata. At least where I live. At least where I live. I probably think of some... I could be thinking of something else. That is actually possible. Maybe I'm just thinking of something else. Which is fair. I'm not being racist against drinks. Just the drink that my brain is thinking of when I think of the word horchata is a drink I didn't like. But shoot, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong drink. That's possible. That is actually possible. So I can't say that if I'm thinking of the wrong drink, then I can't actually say that I know what horchata tastes like off the top of my head. There are some drinks that just aren't very common around where I live that I've had maybe once. So I don't have a very strong... Like, speaking of rice, like, I don't know what would make a good sake. You know, I've had sake, but I've had cheap, terrible sake. So I don't know what makes a good sake. I'm mentioning that because that's like a rice wine. That's like a rice drink. But like horchata, which is not alcoholic, I don't know. Maybe I gotta go look for horchata. Horchata stream when? Right? I just realized I just stretched my bare foot and then I'm like, wait a second, is that on screen? I'm like, oh, thank goodness. I've got my feet are right here, just barely off screen. My dogs are out, and you guys can just barely not see them. And you're not allowed to see them. YouTube will shut me down. They'll actually send, like, YouTube agents into my house, kick down the door, and, like and flamethrower me. Just put me to ash. It's good. I'll take your word for it for now. I'm kind of picky. I'm not picky. Like, I'll try anything. So I'm not picky in the way that, like, you know, I won't try things. But when I do try things, I'm kind of picky about what drinks I like. Kind of. But, like, not in the... It comes from a place where it's like, I know what I like. And I'm willing to try anything. But I'm also totally okay with being like, I don't like this because of XYZ reason. I really enjoy, which is probably problematic in some ways, but I really enjoy having a beverage. I've always enjoyed having a drink on hand. I'm kind of like a drink goblin. It doesn't have to be alcoholic. Don't get me wrong. Don't paint me as something I'm not. But I like having a water, a coffee, something. I always like having something around for me to drink. I really like consuming beverages. I love trying new beverages when I get the chance. I just don't get the chance very often. So I'm gonna put that on my list. I'm gonna put that on my list of things I need to try. I need to try horchata, since I don't seem to remember what it tastes like. That's gonna go on my list. I'll have to have some horchata. Cool. I think that's all I have to say on that. Sorry, that was like dead air is so the enemy of every like entertainer ever. I know that was like a solid like 5 seconds of pure silence of just letting thoughts process for a second there. I think that's all I have to say on that topic. You guys have any topics you want me to cover, or should I just start? I can make up my own. I can come up with my own topics. I can. I just didn't know. That's what it's called, dead air. Yeah. If you're ever listening to a podcast or on the radio or anything like that, and the personalities, you know, the hosts or whatever, stop talking, and you can like count the breaths, that's called dead air. You might have a different. You speak Spanish. You might have a different word for it, but we call it dead air. So that's what that was. That moment of like, yep, I have nothing else to say. And that moment of silence, besides the background music, obviously, that moment of silence, that's called dead air. And it's like the worst enemy of most entertainers. If you're in the entertainment space, whether you're doing podcasts, whether you're doing radio, if you're doing shows like streaming and stuff, that is your worst enemy, because that's when you lose engagement. If you stop talking and you have quiet, there's a couple of problems. From just a streaming point of view, I've told people this before so many times. If you're not talking basically all the time, what you're risking is if someone joins your stream and you're in a moment where you're not talking, you're boring. I mean, whatever's happening on screen, if you're playing a game or something, whatever's happening on screen is happening on screen. That's great. But if you're not engaging, you're losing people. People that are watching get bored and move on to something else. People who just join don't see anything happening and they leave. Dead air is the worst enemy of entertainers. There are ways to utilize dead air for comedic effect, but that's usually when you already have an enraptured audience. Like if you're a stand-up and people are like in a crowd and they can't leave anyway. There are ways to utilize silence for comedic effect, but when you're on the internet or if you're doing a talk show of some kind, that's not the case. So we call that dead air. That's when literally there's just nothing happening. It's just dead silence. Dead air. You don't have many topics. I've heard recently to some stand-up comedians, specifically one Mexican called Franco is there an R in there? Escamilla. I don't know why. I just could not read that. Like I said, I need like bifocal. I think I need to go in for another eye checkup. I think I need a new pair of glasses already. I'm having difficult. I've got the chat on my main monitor right now, which is a little bit further away, but it is a little bit bigger. So I was hoping it'd be fine. I'm so old now. I think I need to go in for another eye checkup. I'm having trouble here. God, I don't want to be the guy with the giant glasses, the giant bifocals, but I know I'm gonna be that guy. I have an astigmatism. Both eyes need different prescriptions. Getting old, man. Getting old, man, sucks. I'm gonna be the guy with the giant glasses, the bifocals, and oh my god. Anyway, sorry, I'm just trying to read chat. If you ever see me like doing this or squinting or whatever, it's because I can't read. And I can't put on reading glass. I need, God. Because some people have to be like, oh, I can't read, I'll put on my reading glasses. No, I'm so blind that if I take my glasses off at all, like, I can't see, like, this close to my freaking face. You know what I mean? I'm so blind. I'm literally Velma from Scooby-Doo. I can't see without my glasses. I don't think I've heard of him having a big pause. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with Franco Escamilla. Should I actually type that into Google so I like remember this name to like look up later. Does he? Well, if you're in Mexico, does he speak English? Because if it's all Spanish, I might not be able to keep up. Like obviously subtitles are a thing, but I might miss some of the. Excuse me. I'm all burpy. I'm yapping so much. Glass update, Pog. I know. I need to get a new. I really like these glasses. I really like. I'm gonna show you guys actually. Hang on, give me a sec. I'm gonna show you my glasses that I own. But I mean, don't get too crazy. Like, you guys have literally seen these glasses before. I just for a visual, I wanted to show you what I'm about to talk. I really, this pair that I have, the darker frames or whatever, the bigger, I really like this look these days. Maybe it's a phase, maybe it's a fad. My other pair of glasses that are the same prescription that sometimes I wear instead of this pair is this pair. This is my other pair of glasses that I wear. You've seen me wear these before. Like, that's not weird. But you'll see how the rims aren't as thick. This is closer to my old pair of glasses. I still have my... This is the wrong prescription. I can't see out of these anymore. But I keep these. I wear these when I, like... These are basically an emergency pair of glasses, or... if I'm like lying in bed and watching a video and I don't want to accidentally fall asleep in a good pair of glasses or what. Like, these are just my old pair of glasses. These are the pair that you used to watch me stream in all the time in like 2020, 2021 or what. This is just my old pair of glasses. I cannot see out of these. Like, it's so blurry. But this is my old pair of glasses. I keep these. But you'll see, like, you know, look at the frames on this. It's similar to the frames of these. Are my glasses that I wear when I'm like just doing work, if I'm just editing videos or whatever. But what I've really come to be a fan of, just personally, I don't know what you guys think, but personally, I've become a big fan of the more bold frame, which are these with a darker, bold frame. They're a little bit thicker. I've just decided, like, last time I got these glasses, because I got a discount on both of these, so I got two pairs of frames. I'll get a pair that's like my old ones that I know I like, but I'm gonna go a little extra. I'm gonna go a little extra on these frames. I really like these ones. These are the ones that I always wear on camera 99% of the time or whatever. I'm a big fan of those, so I like these glasses, honestly. And that's what I'm kind of going with. I don't know what you guys like. It's a big deal. Would you have to wear... Because I won't wear contacts. You'll never catch me dead wearing... You'll never catch me dead wearing... Look, imagine I don't wear glasses. Imagine I'm wearing contacts right now. You don't want to see... Look at this. Look at what a nightmare this looks like. What is this face? What is this right now? I'm everybody's sleep paralysis demon. Yeah, no, I don't want contacts. I'm very happy with glasses. I like the bolder frame. I've been a real fan of that these days. So that's what I really like doing. Gabriel Iglesias, I actually have a Fluffy. I got this shirt at the Gabriel Iglesias Presents Stand Up Revolution. This was a I saw Gabriel Iglesias live, and I got this shirt at his live event when he was in Central Illinois, when he was in Champaign-Urbana. I'm trying to find it on the back because he's got all of his tour places on the back of the shirt. I made it to a live. This was years ago. This was the Stand Up Revolution tour. I went to his show on tour, and I got a Fluffy shirt, and it was so fun because he did his normal show, and then the show's like over, and he does his like typical like, well, the show's over, but I don't want to leave, so we're just gonna have a Fluffy hangout, and I'm just gonna keep telling more jokes. And we had like a whole extra hour of content of him just hanging out. And so I've been to a live Fluffy event, and I have one of his shirts. Gabriel Iglesias, big fan there. I don't go to a lot of live events. I don't go to a lot of things. So when I do go to a thing, I try to have some kind of memento of some kind. A Fluffy hangout. Yeah. No, pretty much. It was super chill. I know that's his nickname, but saying out loud sounds hilarious. Yeah. It's pretty fun. I mean, that's why I think that's why it's such a popular nickname, because it is just a fun nickname, Fluffy. And yeah, he got to cut back a little bit because, you know, he's like, okay, this is the main show, especially at the time, because he was a lot more family friendly. He's loosened up a lot in more recent years, but at the time he was still really clean. His act was still really clean. So he was kind of like, well, this is the Fluffy hangout. This is the after hours. We're going to be a little less family friendly. If you want to leave because you got kids with you, you go do your... I don't remember how he worded this a better way. But he's like, we're gonna cut back. We're going to cut loose a little bit. And so we had our Fluffy hangout, and that was a lot of fun. God, I can't remember probably half of the jokes yet, because it was years ago now. I can't remember half the jokes, but it was a good time. I went with some friends, with a few buddies of mine, and it was a good time. And I still have the shirt. Like, I'll keep that. I'll keep that shirt for like ever. Because like I said, I honestly, I really am kind of a cave goblin. I don't go to a lot of things. So when I do, I kind of try to make it special. I don't know if any of you guys have been to a live, like a live comedian show, or it's like you can go to a comedy club and see like any old comedian any old time, but like I don't know, something about that one, because that was actually at the what do they call it now? I think they call it the State Farm Assembly Center or something. It used to just be called the Assembly Hall. This was in Champaign-Urbana, and it's like the whole stage. I say the whole thing. Actually, I think it was half, because I think they had the back half cut off for like performance stuff. Half of it for but like it was like all the available seats to be sold for the show were sold out. So it was like thousands of people here at this show. And it was kind of funny because we got there super early for parking or whatever. And it was kind of funny because we like couldn't get in. We were like parked, but we couldn't get in yet because they weren't like letting people in. That's how early we were. They weren't letting people in yet. So we just kind of had to like wander around until they would let us, like security would let us in. Like, we're here for the Fluffy show, and they're like, now? And it's like, yep. And they're like, okay, well, we're not letting people in. It's like, all right, we'll just F off, I guess, until we can go in. So that's what we did. Sounds like a furry thing. That's just because you're thinking of like fluff. You're thinking of pet fluff. You're thinking of when a dog rolls over and he's got the fluff on his chest. You're like, ah, Fluffy. No, we're talking about Gabriel Iglesias over here. I'm Fluffy. What? Like, so the Fluffy joke with Gabriel Iglesias came from a joke that was like different levels of, I forget how he used to word it back in the day. So I hope I'm not being offensive here, but there's like levels of fat, right? You know, there's like, you got You got big and you got fluffy and and he had like these different levels. And you know, he was describing himself on his like tier list. He's like, I'm fluffy. Like that's his like tier of size or whatever. I don't think I would count on any of his tiers. But God, that was an old route. That was such an old routine. He became known for that routine, but that is such an old routine. I don't even remember how that joke went. I don't remember how that went. But the fluffiest thing about me is my beard. That's what I've got going. It has nothing to do with size. It has entirely everything to do with beard. That's all I got going for me is beard action. I'm actually a pretty skinny guy. I got no fluff. I'm kind of I don't know what I look like on stream to you because I know what I am like in real. So when I see me like on stream or what I know what size. I don't know what you guys think, like how skinny or fat I am or how tall or short I am, or I don't know what you guys think when you look at a computer screen and you've never seen me in real life. I have no idea, but I'm kind of a skinny guy, so I got no fluff on me. Although I'm less skinny than I used to be. I need to get back to doing my regular jogging routine. God, back when I was I'm not out of shape in the sense that like I've not let my weight go, but I've let my like endurance go because I haven't been like jogging. I haven't been doing my walks or whatever. Especially now, I don't work on my feet all day, every day like I used to. I'm very sedentary. I'm on my butt all the time. I'm like, oh my God, I need to get back out. I gotta get to walking. I gotta get to jogging. I gotta get to running. But that's a whole other thing. I'm not out of shape. I'm just not like in the best shape I've ever been. Then again, the best shape I've ever been was like in high school when I was actually in actual sports. Once I left high school, even in college, it's like I wasn't in like college sports or whatever. So I wasn't doing routine condition. God. Me thinking back to being in high school on the basketball team, doing conditioning, running up and down freaking stairs in the entire school, or baseball condition. We literally would do for baseball conditioning. We would run from one end of town to the other because we were in a small town. But like, when I say small town, I don't mean like it was 2 blocks or whatever. I mean like literally say, okay, well, we're gonna go on like a 3-mile run from here to the end of town, down the sidewalks, down the streets, run back. You know what I mean? It's like we used to do so much running. Which was funny because I hated running when I was in school. I hated doing it. Then when I left school, and then eventually I got into this sort of like, I was in college a little bit. I've been a few years out of high school, and I was like, man, I need to get back into running. It's like, why do I want to run? It's like a weird like. It's like a Stockholm syndrome of running. When I was in sports, in school, I hated running. Then when I left school and wasn't in sports anymore, I'm like, I miss running. And I miss it now. And it's like, what the frick? I hated it back there. What do you mean I miss it? Oh my gosh. I could probably still do like a mile. But I probably wouldn't be able to do like what was the peak when I was doing my like jogging vlog. I think I was like running like 3 miles in like one go. That would be pretty tough right now. I'm a little endurance wise, I'm a little out of shape for like a 3-mile jog. I mean I could do like a mile and then walk and like rest for a second and then jog again or whatever. It would just be like a stop and start type situation. But like, man, I was like doing miles when I was doing my like vlog. I wouldn't mind bringing the vlog back, but like I've got so many things on my plate now. Like I could fit in the jogging part, but I don't know if I would do because that was the thing. Like I could do the jogging part, but I don't think I have the time to deal with doing a vlog. But part of the reason I was doing the vlog is because that was the motivation to do the jog. Like if you go back to the Weston Hasty YouTube channel where I was doing the jogging vlog, I literally explained that. I'm like, well, I started this vlog so that I have to hold myself accountable to doing this jog, doing the running every day, because if I don't run, then I won't have a vlog to do. So that's the problem where I'm at. I'm like, I don't have time to produce a vlog. I probably do have time to go do my running and exercising. But I'm not motivated to do it because I'm not gonna do the vlog because I don't have time for the vlog. I'm like, ah! Creative brain is such a broken brain. I'll tell you that. You like have to like when you focus your brain on having to create something all the time. Anytime you want to do something for yourself that doesn't involve creating a thing, you're not motivated to do it. And it's like, man, some things you should just do for yourself. Like, you don't have to record everything. You don't have to stream everything. Everything you do doesn't have to be for other people. But once you're in that mindset of always doing it anyway, it's hard to like convince yourself of that. It really is. You guys exercisers? You guys do any running? You guys do any of that? Chat is dead as... Chat is super... I'm not blaming any of you that are watching for just hanging out. I'm not blaming any of you. Chat has died compared to where we started. I'm gonna have to pull out the old topics list. I'm here. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here. LOL. I'll say this is a chatting stream and like chat is dead. I'm like, I will start just talking to myself. But I want to make sure if there's anyone out there that has a topic you want me to talk about, this is your chance. You know what I mean? Because I always tell people, especially when people start talking about like, how do I get into streaming? How do I get into doing videos or whatever? My advice is always to get very comfortable with learning how to talk to yourself. I can do that. But if you guys are still out there and are still listening, this is your chance to hit me with topics. Opinion on bisexuals. I don't have an opinion on, I mean, put my drink down. Thumbs up, any sexuality. I guess if the bigger topic is sexuality, then like who you want to like. I'm treating your stream like a podcast. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. But also, I keep looking over at chat like, is there any other topics that people want me to cover? Because otherwise, I will just do a hasty podcast and I'll pick my own topics, and then you guys will just have to suffer through whatever I decide to talk about. Which, if that's what you're into, fine. But if you have ideas, I am looking at chat. If you guys have ideas, sexuality though, like, I don't. Actually, well, speaking of podcasts, actually, I don't talk about sexuality too often. One, because I'm welcoming to all sexualities. So like, it's not really a topic for, like, I don't care if you like a certain type of person, like what you're gonna like, and that's not to be like woke. Or I don't even know if I know what that word means. Back in my day. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into that again. But back in my day, we used to. Anyway, speaking of podcasts, though, I promise these are related topics. I had a really popular podcast episode. I used to do a hasty podcast. Actually, I did do an episode of a hasty podcast last Friday. I've got another one coming out whenever the heck I decide to. I've got an episode literally done. I just didn't upload this stupid thing. I've got more episodes of a hasty podcast coming. But anyway, I used to do this thing called a hasty podcast. I started it during COVID. And I would talk about whatever random topics I would have for that day. And one of my most popular episodes was, in fact, the episode I talked about at length my sexuality. I got into my discovery process of being gray sexual. Now, I don't know, unless you guys want me to get into it. I don't want to get like I don't want to get into the weeds if you guys don't care. But like, that was a really popular episode for me. And I don't know what you know about gray sexuality or whatever, but it's on the asexual spectrum. And I'm not going to say I'm asexual, but it's on that like spectrum. It's like in that direction. But what I discovered is that being a part of that explained a lot of my opinion. Like, I've never cared if you're gay, straight, bi, poly. Well, poly's actually pan is the word I was looking for. Poly romantic relationships are another topic that I have opinions on, but that's a whole, like, I can get into that if you want. But whatever you like, whoever you're into, I've always been very accepting of. Like, literally always been. I've never had an issue with other people's sexualities. And I never really knew why until I discovered my own sexuality. I'm like, oh, that's why I didn't care, because I don't get it. It's all the same thing to me. Growing up, all my life, the majority of my life, until years ago when I started learning more about my own sexuality, because I never really, you never really think to like look inward on your own sexuality. Like, you grow up being yourself, and you're just like, oh, I'm whatever. Growing up, I don't know. I don't know how to explain this. I think a lot of normal people don't do that. And then unless you're some other kind of strange thing like I am. Growing up, I just always assumed I was straight as an arrow. Just a guy. Guy likes girls. That's the natural order of things. You know, guys are supposed to like girls. That's just the way it is. And I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I really don't. There was an idea of what men, women, relationship. There was an idea in my head of what that's supposed to look like. And at one point in my life, a few years back, I really came to terms with that. I've known what that image in my brain is, but it's never fit. It's never fit me. I've always tried to fit myself into that image. And so I've always been welcoming of every sexuality there is, but I've never really known why, right? One of the things that comes to my mind, amongst my friend group, we went on a group trip. We went on a trip. Actually, it was, I think it was like to Disney World. We went to Disney World, me and a bunch of friends. And in my friend group, we had one gay guy, who I haven't talked to in years. Unfortunately, he went off the deep end for a little bit. I want to reconnect with him. Kind of a point of shame. God, a member of our friend group that we used to be really close with, but then it's not my fault. It's also his fault. But I need to reconnect. Anyway, one member of our friend group was gay, openly gay, very gay, flamboyantly gay. And we were all trying to figure out, you know, we were trying to stay in this hotel, and we were trying to like keep prices cheap. And the thing came down to, it's like, well, the cheapest thing to do is if we get 2 rooms, both of them with like queen beds or whatever, so that 2 people per bed, but someone needs to sleep with the gay guy. And everyone was being freaky about it. Like, no one wants to sleep with the gay guy. And I'm like, I don't care. He's my friend. We're not doing anything. Like, I'll sleep with the gay man. We're just going to sleep. And I think that was part of my... It's such a dumb thing, but that was a part of my brain saying, why does it bother everyone else but doesn't bother me? Nothing happened, by the way. Don't you start writing fanfics about me sleeping with men. Don't you start nothing. Don't you... that was one of the things where it's like, it really seems to bother everybody, but it doesn't bother me. Why? And then over the course of years, I've realized, like, oh, because I'm not... I'm not as straight as all my friends are. Like, my idea of sexuality didn't actually fit myself. So anyway, years later, I discovered through a bunch of research and a bunch of watching videos and reading forums, and unfortunately not enough talking to real people in real life because I didn't know anyone in real life to connect to. But like going through all this stuff, I'm like, well, shit. It's because I'm not as straight as some people are. I'm not gay. I'm not bi. I'm gray, as it turns out. So I've had my own sexuality journey. in discovering. Nothing changed about me. I've always felt the way I've felt, but there's always been things that never seem to match, like expectations of me and expectations I had for relationships never seemed to meet the expectations of people I knew or the expectations of my partners that I've had in my past, and I've never understood why they didn't mesh. I've never understood why I didn't mesh with people that I was trying to be with. And it's because of that. Because I thought I was a certain way, and I simply wasn't. Because my image in my mind of what a relationship was supposed to be was not actually how I, as an individual, experience relationships. And that's not me trying to be, like, special. That was literally a series. Me as a full-grown adult, how many years ago was that I did that podcast episode? That was a huge podcast episode for me. It took me like 25 plus years of my life to learn my own sexuality. And I think that's okay. I think that's okay for people to take that long to figure it out. But things started falling together and making more sense. So, you know, the whole reason we brought this up is like, what's your opinion on bisexuality? I'm like, I don't care. I've never cared. Good on you. That gives you twice as many options as far as I'm concerned. Congratulations, men, women. Okay. Good on you. Yeah, no, I've had a... Hang on, I need to look at the chat and see if you guys have said... I've been just yapping. WManMo. I also thought I was straight until I got a crush on a girl. I've never had a crush... Well, okay, I don't think I've ever had a crush on a boy. I maybe did, and I didn't know. Because if I did, it was probably when I was younger, and I didn't understand those feelings, but... Magic X Tragic is gonna be scrapped. Wasn't even doing... there is no... I don't know what a tragic is. I don't know what that even is, so... You just don't have a fragile masculinity, and that's why it didn't... That's true. That's true, too. My masculinity... That's the thing. My sense of masculinity has never been in question for me. I've always identified as a man. In terms of... Gender politics didn't exist back in the day for me growing up, so that was never a question anyway. Like, the whole... I grew up in a time... Just to give you some context into me... I grew up in a time where trans people didn't really exist to me. I'm not saying they didn't exist at all. They did. Trans people have existed forever. But where I grew up in small town America, trans people weren't even a topic. But I did grow up with... There was a movement where... whatever you were into was okay. If you were a boy and liked pink, great. If you were a girl and liked blue, great. If you were a guy and liked dolls, great. If you were a girl and liked trucks, great. I grew up in a time where the things that you liked and the things that you preferred did not affect your gender. And so growing up as a man who liked red and pink, I love pink. Okay, as a man who grew up loving red and pink, that didn't affect my masculinity. As a man who grew up hanging out with my mom a lot and wore pantyhose and makeup as a child, I didn't think I was a girl. I didn't think I was a woman. That didn't affect my masculinity. I identify as a man. I'm a man who's worn makeup. I'm a man who's worn pantyhose. I'm a man who likes pink. We had a whole movement, true men wear pink. I have been a part of so many traditionally effeminate things, but that has never shaken my perception of my own manliness. And that, I'm not saying that to attack anyone that identifies as trans. I'm just saying that growing up, gender was never a concern for me. So when it came to sexuality, what I identified as, which was a man, and my idea of relationships were that men like women, I always just identified as a straight man. I never knew that there were other options available. And now as an adult, I don't identify as trans. by any stretch of the imagination. But what I do think growing up the way I did was that strengthened my idea of what masculinity could be. I can be a man and still enjoy the things that I enjoy. I can still love pink. Pink is a great color. I love pink. Pink's a great color. I can be a man and enjoy pink, and that doesn't attack my masculine. Where's my bag? I can be a man. There's nothing. It's a frumpy bag. I can be a man and wear my bag to school. I can be a man and wear my man bag to school. You know what I mean? Like we used to call it my man purse. I used to be. I can carry my bag. It's a satchel. I can be a man and enjoy a bag. I can be a man and enjoy these things. So my idea of masculinity. And when we talk about like toxic masculinity, fragile masculinity, my masculinity, because of the way I grew up, has never been in doubt, has never been a question. I identify as he, him, but I also don't give a crap what you call me. Call me he, they, she, it. I don't give a crap what you call me because I know what I am. And that's such a weird, that's a topic that I wish there's a lot of people today that I think are identifying as all kinds of things when they're young, when you shouldn't be identifying as anything yet until you have learned yourself better. Because I think my concern with a lot of young people now is because of social media and videos and content creators are trying to tell you how you should think instead of you just growing up and deciding for yourself. Don't let the internet, don't let content creators tell you who you are. Take your time. It's you. When we talk about, like, I'm fully comfortable in my manliness. Whether or not I have it or lack it, I don't give a crap what people think. That's my take on gender. Is just be yourself, and then when you've had a chance to live as yourself, identify as whatever you want. If I decided that I'm a woman, I do MagicManMo. I don't care. If I feel like being a pretty princess today, then I do. Be yourself is what's important. Be yourself is what's actually important. I don't care. I've never cared. I've never questioned that. My sexuality was a much more important journey and answered so many questions that I had growing up. I forced myself into so many situations that I wasn't comfortable with growing up because I thought I was comfortable, but I wasn't comfortable and I didn't understand. That's a whole nother bag of tricks. But gender identity, I think too many people focus too hard on, am I a man? Am I a woman? Just be you, and then whatever feels comfy, that's it. You don't have to pick right now. Just be yourself, and whatever feels right, go with that. Just go with that. If that feels comfy right now, do that. If it changes in the future, if I decide to be MagicManMo, then I'm a mama for a stream. Who cares? Who cares? What you identify yourself with is about your own comfort level. What you identify as sexuality-wise is what you're comfortable. These are all things that you're comfortable with. You don't have to pick a thing and then box yourself into it and say, oh, this is what I am. That's what I have to do. This is how I have to behave. Be yourself first, and then utilize all of this information, knowledge, and all of these things that we have available to us now that I didn't have access to when I was younger. I didn't have access to all these forums and communities and all these things that you guys have access to now. I didn't have access to that growing up. I didn't know about all this. You utilize that information once you know who you are, so that you can figure out where you fit and where you belong in the world and find your community and find your people or whatever. But the important thing isn't to find people and then fit their mold. The important thing is to find yourself and then find your people. That's what's important. I feel like I went on a tirade there. I don't even remember where I was going with all this, but I just asked. It was just random. We're in a just chatting stream. I will take anything you give me and just go. And then go into a tirade. I will absolutely go for it. No, I have no fragile masculinity here. I will talk any topic. I got more options, but still single. You've got time. You've got time. Don't worry. You're still young. You're not me. I'm old. My options are... Dude. My options are so limited now. It's so sad. Yeah. My dating life at my age is so sad. That's actually another... I talked about needing to leave this town. I need to leave this. There is nothing for me here. There is nothing left for me here. If I have... I'm actually not... dating's a whole other topic. I'm gonna finish reading comments here. Dating's a whole other thing. It's like I am never finding a true love where I live right now. It's not happening. It doesn't exist here. I know that for a fact. I'm not entirely against being single the rest of my life. I really enjoy being single. So I'm not horribly depressed by it, but I am a person who in the past has sought out romantic relationships. And I'll tell you what, the older you get, this is more, to me, this is more funny than depressing. So don't take this the wrong way. Don't take this as, woe is me. But the older you get, oh my God, the options that are left, because people that are a little bit more normal are taken. They've all found pair. When you get, the older you get, the people that are left get crazier and crazier. It's like, okay, all right. Because I get that about myself too. The older you get, right, the people that are left are insane. But then you have to realize, but you're also left. So I'm also insane. Oh, it's so good. It's funny. It's funny. Oh my gosh. I can only imagine. I have no idea what it's like to be the person dating me. I would love to understand the thought process of someone who gave me a chance. It didn't. I'm still single, so obviously nothing's worked out so far. But I can only imagine the thought process of anyone that's tried to date me, what that looks like from their point of view. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can only imagine. Where were we on the chat? I went to go eat dinner and my phone died while eating. What are we talking about now? Dude, I don't even know. I don't like being bisexual because I don't want to like men, LOL. Men aren't all that bad, but some of them really are. But then again, as a gray sexual, I feel like I have a unique perspective on this. Because 99% of the time I'm interested in nobody. It took me a long time to understand that. It took me, oh God, gray sexual. That's currently, if I understand sexuality correctly and the terms for it, that's what I currently identify as. But my experience is that 99% of the time I'm interested in nobody. And so it's been so funny. The people that are like watching the type of people that people are into. I'm like, well, this is like a dozen reasons why you shouldn't go out with this person. Yeah, but they're so hot, or they're so funny, or whatever. It's like, yeah, but they're terrible. And then, you know, the relationship falls apart or whatever. It's like, yeah, I told you. It's so anyway, it's not just men though, is where I was gonna go with this, is that there are so many women that are like, well, yeah, you're single because, like, girl, like do I need to explain to you all these things you're doing? Like, okay, girl, here are the things that are wrong with you. All right, do you realize this? And they'd be like, oh my God, because I have guy friends, I have gal friends, I have both. Or the guys, it's like, oh, these women or whatever. It's like, dude, here's a list of things. I don't know. It's being uninterested in 99% of people I've ever. The number of times I've discovered people were hitting on me and I had no idea, dude. And I'm like, I wasn't interested. I had no idea. You have to admit, Bro. Anyway, men, women, the point that I'm trying to make, and I'm making it very poorly, is that men and women all suck. We all suck. Everybody sucks. But all in our own unique, special ways. And the important thing is finding someone who sucks not so bad, and that you kind of like them for it. Guys, girls, or otherwise. Man purse, yeah. It's not gay, it's European. I'm not European, though. I know exactly what you're referencing, though. Is he gay or European? Dude, that's from forever ago. I can tell you don't have a fragile masculinity, and that's why I enjoy your stream so much. I won't elaborate more on that. You don't have to elaborate. You can if you want. Because I am egotistical and love hearing about myself. Anyone who does YouTube for content is a little bit egotistical. Everybody. The most humble YouTuber you can think of, a little egotistical. Because they do YouTube. Everybody. It doesn't matter who. The most humble person on YouTube, a little egotistical. There's always a nugget. There's always a nugget. Anyway. Yeah, I don't have a fragile mat. I don't know. I don't know. I like Mo, cool, thank you. W Strem so far, thank you. Do you like any other queer media? I don't think so, but that's because I don't really seek it out. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that I don't seek it out. So I watch what I watch and I see what I see. Yeah, I part of the gray sexual thing is that that's on the asexual spectrum, which means 99% of the time we're not really looking for sexual stuff. So like with queer media, it's like, well, yeah, you're looking for gay media, and it's like I want to see boys with boys or girls with girls or whatever. When you're in the asexual spectrum, you're not, like, the thought doesn't even cross your mind. Like, I don't think about that. I will watch a thing when it happens to wander my way, and I will decide if I enjoy it or not. And that's that. So, you know, queer media, I'm sure there's been plenty of queer media that I've enjoyed, but I haven't thought about it in that way because that's just not how my brain operates. Like with Has Been Hotel, I was a huge supporter of it when they did their pilot episode. Because I'm also probably some kind of ADD or something, I don't know what. When they finally made their show and went to Amazon and had a fully fleshed show, even though I have Amazon Prime, my dumb, stupid brain that loved the pilot forgot to ever look it up on Amazon. I've just literally never watched the actual full show. And I would say, and same thing with Hell of a Boss. They did their pilot episode. I watched it, loved it, never watched the rest of the show because my ADD brain just forget it exists. But what I'm trying to say is that would probably be considered queer media, maybe. And I loved what I saw, but I'm so broken in the brain that I don't really follow up. I just watch whatever comes my way, and I either like it or I don't. So that's just how my brain works. Tinderstrem went with Mo. I actually thought about that. I don't think I'm ever gonna do this. I had the thought. I'm like, what if? I think this would be a fun stream idea. I just don't know about the ethics. Hear me out. Hear me out on this idea. Is this a good idea for a stream, or is it kind of uncomfortable? Would it be a funny idea if I streamed myself and I have you guys make my profile on whatever dating profile you can think of? Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, Boo, God help us, Grinder. I'm not homo-romantic, unfortunately, so, like, I'm never gonna be with a guy. I'm not homo-romantic. I'm gray sexual, but I'm not homo-romantic. I can't... Oh, God. We're gonna get into me a little bit here, but, like, I'm 100% comfortable flirting with men, but I will never be with a man. Oh, I will flirt with a man. Oh, I will. I think men have tried to pick me up before at the bars. I think 100% I have been, like, people have tried to get me to go home with them. but I'm so broken in the brain, I didn't even know it. Oh, because I am a heartbreaker, but I'm not like, I'm never gonna be with a man. I don't want to be with a man, but because I'm gray sexual, like, I will say anything to anyone. I will flirt with anyone. It just doesn't mean it'll go anywhere. Oh gosh. Oh god. Like, oh my goodness. You know, looking back on my life and looking back on the things that I've said and how I've behaved, I'm like, dude, I think I was like accidentally flirting with this guy, and this poor bastard, this poor man, this poor probably gay man. I remember there was I thought about this. I didn't think about it at the time. I was at a bar, and the bar had an outside patio. You could take your drink, you can hang out outside. And I was outside having a drink with a couple of people outside, a couple of guys and a couple of girls out there or whatever. And I'm having my drink, and a couple of them are smoking, or I'm hanging out with these people. I'm talking with this one guy, and we got really into it. We were talking about all kinds of topics, and at some point in time, kind of like snuck in, like, hey, you know, I just, you know, we've been talking a while. And I didn't get it at the time. He turned it into like, oh, I couldn't help but notice, you know, with your glasses and the way you talk or whatever. I just wanted to know if you're gay. I don't remember how he worded it. I was like half drunk. And I'm like, no, I'm not gay. I was talking to this guy. And I'm like, I think this mother effer was trying to take me home, but I'm so broken, I had no idea. So this poor guy that I'd probably been leading on for God knows how long outside on this patio drinking with this guy. And I'm like, I'm never gonna take this. I'm not homo-romantic. It's never gonna happen. And I'm like, I think I led this guy on for Lord knows how long. And I'm like, and I had no idea. I had no idea. Oh, goodness. Because my brain doesn't work that way. But anyway, I went off topic. I think it would be funny. The reason I went off topic is because I mentioned Grindr. I think it would be a funny stream idea to have chat make my dating profiles. Because it's not going to work. I'm not going to meet anyone through these dating profiles. Just trust me on that. You might be thinking, oh, that's not true. Girls. I think it would be a funny idea, but my problem I have with that is that in theory, from a content point of view, if you make the profiles live on stream, the next logical step is to like swipe through people and try to get matches. And I don't know if showing people's you know, other people, like my own profile, if I consent to that, that's fine. But if I go on like Tinder or something and show you guys a bunch of other people's profiles, it feels kind of privacy invading. They're public profiles. They're public, but it feels weird, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. You guys tell me. I think it would be a funny stream idea. I don't know if that's like invasive. I can't decide. I think it feels invasive, so I've never pulled the trigger on that idea. Because I know you guys would be more interested in me, because you know me. But I worry about the other people. Also, like, nothing would come of it, so you guys would end up just being disappointed. But... Remember that first Sona I made of you? What if I were to draw it? Go for it, Derica. I would love that. I would love... This is my totally not... Wait, how do you word that? This is my totally not fragile masculinity, or my totally not fragile identity, I guess is more important. I would love to have a fursona. I would love to have a gender-bent femme-mo. I would love to... Just any of the things. I would love to have any of the things... This version of MagicManMo, which probably just speaks to my weird, like, multi-personality nonsense, where... my multi-personality nonsense, where it's like there's so many versions of me in my brain at any given time. Oh, I would love it. I would love it. Go for it. Make a fursona. Make a fursona OC of me. I would eat it up. I would love it. I would not be offended. I don't identify as a furry, but I would love to know. I would love to know what furry Mo would look like, and how, like, I would... That would be fascinating. I would be fascinated. So go for it. Tinder stream and we help Mo make a Tinder account that will get him so many dates he won't have time to stream. Can you imagine? Imagine I start streaming the dates. How to speedrun ruining a date. Show up with a live stream. Hey friends, it's me and my date, Mary. We're out at Outback. God, can you imagine? Speedrun ruining a date, dude. We all suck. Weston 2025. We do, though. We all do suck. Oh, exactly what I said. Yes, please. That would be funny. I think Jax Films made a YAYA. A. What the hell did I just say? YIAY. Okay. the dyslexia kicked in. Episode of that once. What was that? I used to remember what that stood for. I don't watch Jack's films, but he was big on the algorithm in my sphere for a while. I never really watched his stuff. No shade towards Jack's films. I just never really watched his stuff. What did that used to stand for? What did that used to stand for? I used to know. Flirting with men, yay! I definitely never meant to. Dating, flirting with men, yay! Dating them, You haven't met the right guy. I'll tell you what every... You know exactly where this is going. If you're a bisexual woman, you know where this is going. You just haven't met the right man. You like men, I promise. You just haven't met the right one. This women liking thing is a phase. Every bi woman has been told that by somebody, probably a family member. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me that I'm wrong. Oh, shut up. Did you like my Labubu? Unless you've posted a new one. The one that I saw, I think I gave it a gold fedora in the Discord. I think I did.
Shut up!
Oh god, I forgot how loud that was. Ouch. Why is that so loud? You just haven't met the right man. You clearly like men. You just like effeminate man. That's why you think you're bi. You just need to find... Anyway, that's what everyone says. If you identify as bi, is that like, oh, you just are confused. And I'm not bi. I'm aware because of my position and because I'm not hyper straight, because of who I am, I just happen to be aware of these communities, which I think gives me a really interesting perspective. I think it's an interesting... I should say it's an interesting perspective reflexively. I don't know if other people are interested. I find it interesting now that I'm aware of my situation, because for years I wasn't aware of my own situation. Now that I am, it kind of gives me a little bit of an insight on why I do things so differently in relationships and why I see relationships so differently. So I feel like in the like LGBT space, because I never identified, you know, for the longest time. I still kind of don't identify with LGBT. That's mostly because for like the majority of my life I didn't, so I feel like an outsider. So maybe I do belong, but I feel like an outsider. But like, I think that's why I've always sympathized? I know that feels wrong, but I think that's what it was. I think I always sympathized with the LGBT community a little bit. I just didn't know why for the longest time in my life. And even so, the LGBT community, some folks in there can be very anti the ace spectrum or the gray spectrum. Some folks are very unwelcoming, but some are just fine. But you know, I think because of my perspective and because of the things that I'm interested in and because of the questions I've had growing up, I think that has opened me up to looking into these communities more so than my peers did. I'm not trying to pretend like I'm some kind of expert. I'm just trying to say that I had more of an interest or curiosity or understanding of it than some of my peers that were just normies, right? Like just straight as an arrow normies or whatever. And I think that's what helped develop me into the person you know today. Where I never made a conscious decision. I've never been like, I'm going to choose to be welcoming towards gay people or bisexual people or furry people or whatever the case, whatever community is. I never made the conscious choice to be welcoming to these people. I just am because it's always been a position of interest to me to learn as much as I can about all of these communities, because I didn't know where I belong. I still kind of don't know where I belong in some respects. I talked about that with community earlier, where it's like it's hard for me in my space as a person who creates content to figure out what community I belong to, as opposed to creating a community for myself. I'm in a unique space in that sense. Not unique. Other creators might be in that space too, but it's a unique space from like regular folks, I feel like. But yeah, sexuality, romance, identity. I think it's all very important. I think the important thing at the end of the day is who are you? Figure out who you are. Don't try to fit yourself to a bubble. Figure out who you are, and then find your bubble later. And maybe you have to create a unique bubble. Maybe your unique bubble is like weird shaped. Maybe it's this, you know, and maybe you have to kind of like carve your own space somewhere, and that's fine. Figure out who you are first. I don't know. I ain't tell my family. You know what's but I might just to see their reaction. You know what's kind of I've never told my family about my sexuality, but that's not out of fear. I don't think, this is my opinion, you can tell me I'm wrong. My family, my folks, my parents, my brother, my family, they know who I am as a person. And I'm very fortunate and blessed. They know who I am. They may or may not know my sexuality. They just know who I am. Whoever I decide to be with, they're going to accept. And I'm in a very blessed position. I don't know if my family thinks I'm straight. I don't know if my family thinks I'm gay. I've been single for I have had relationships, but I've had so many long spurts of being single, and you know, I'm single right now. I'm getting older. I don't have a family yet. I'm sure there are members of my family that are like, is he like gay or something? I'm sure some of my family probably has thoughts, and that's fine. I have not told my family about my opinion on my own sexuality because I don't think it matters. I don't think it affects them. So as far as you not telling you can if you want. You don't have to if you don't want. I don't hide my sexuality from my family, but I also just don't talk about it because I don't think it, you know, I don't think it includes them. If I'm with someone, if I'm dating someone, then, you know, my family's very nosy. I come from a very nosy family. If I'm dating someone, I'll clue them in. Oh, I'm seeing someone. And they'll be like, who are you seeing? I'll be like, you know when you know. It'll be a whole thing. If I'm seeing someone, that's one thing. But I don't sit around the dinner table with my family and be like, this is what I think about my sexuality. Because to me, it's a very personal journey, and I don't need their input. If I ever wanted it, I could ask for it. I could get it from them. But for me, and this is different for everybody. I'm just talking about my experience. If this doesn't fit you, ignore me. But from my experience, I really needed to not look at my like my parents. I love my parents. My mom, my dad, they are happily straight, been married for years. I have a very well put together, you know, not a broken family, very loving I am blessed. I'm very happy. I'm very fortunate. The thing is, my experience, I don't need their opinion on it. They're not going to have any information that I can use because I grew up with it. I know exactly what a happy straight marriage looks like. I know exactly what it looks like. They've lived it all my life, and I'm very blessed and very fortunate to have that. So I don't think a long conversation about my sexuality with them would help me. What the frick do they know about my sexuality? They don't have it. It wouldn't be helpful. So I don't talk about it with my family either, but like that's not because I'm hiding it. It's because I choose to make my personality more about like my interests. And if they can't figure out what I am based on what I do talk about, then it's not that important. It's not that big a deal. If I was gay, right? Imagine if, and I'm not, but if I was gay and I'm always talking to my family about like, oh, these boys are so cute or whatever. If I was doing that, they would already know I'm gay. And my mom and dad wouldn't be able to help me with it. They're not gay. What can they do to help me with that? I'm not gay. But again, in my position, it's like there's like they would love to help me if they could. They just can't help me with it. Like this is just not a thing that they can help me with. So this is like in my opinion, and I could be wrong. In my opinion, this is a very personal journey. And it's not about trying to do it alone. It's about I need to do this alone because growing up, I always had my family to look to. I always had my friends to look to. I always had people that I could try to like copy what a relationship should look like. But what I learned when I got older is that copying other people didn't make me happy because it wasn't me. I need to be alone for that. I needed to separate myself. I needed to step back and say, what makes me happy? What do I want? Not what am I supposed to have? Not what is a relationship supposed to look like? What works for me? And so for me, my experience was I need to step away and actually give myself the space to explore myself and my thoughts and my feelings. So I have not come out to my parents and been like, oh, I'm this or I'm that, because it, to me, isn't as important as they just need to know who I am as a person, not who I am as a sexual beast. You know what I mean? And they already know. They already know what I'm into. They know I like video games and podcasting, and they already know that like I've dated women. I've never dated a guy. I've already told you I'm not homo or romantic. They already know that I date girls. Like they already know. They already know what they need to know. I don't need to make it more complicated than that. My journey is my journey. You know? And I take ownership of that. And some people might be struggling. Some people might need advice. Some people might want to talk to their family. By all means, do it. I'm just saying, for me, even I didn't come out or anything like that because that felt like too much. I don't need a coming out. I didn't change. Who I am didn't change. I'm still the same guy as I've always been. I just understand myself better. Cool. So yeah, I think some people who have been hiding who they are, if you're the type of person who if you feel like you've been hiding yourself from your family and you've been lying to your family, the coming out, one, would be incredibly scary, but it suddenly makes a lot more sense. If you feel like you've been hiding yourself, coming out is a lot more powerful because then you're trying to actually like, okay, well, you don't know who I am. I need to tell you who I am. That's different. I feel like I've never hid myself. I've not been hiding myself. I just didn't understand myself yet. And I understand myself better, but like I wasn't hiding anything. I think that's very different. I think if you feel like you're the type of person that's been lying and hiding yourself from the people that you love, that might be a different conversation. You have a different story than mine. I didn't do that, but if that's how you feel, then maybe that's a bigger deal to you. In my case, I don't think it's necessary. Also, they might already know. And there's definitely a possibility they already know or suspect. Or they just... Or, best case scenario, your family just trusts you to do what will be best for you. That's... Because it's not about, like, not caring. Because I almost said, maybe they don't care. But what I mean is, like, whatever you decide, maybe they trust you to make the right decision for yourself. And that's That's the best feeling. If your family and your friends can just trust you to just do what you believe will be right for yourself, that's great. That's an amazing feeling. Like, I try. I don't feel very slay a lot of the time, but well, we've had this discussion vaguely in the past, but it's like, I'm just doing me, man. I'm not trying to slay. I'm just doing me, man. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. I'm gonna go take a quick nap. It's like midnight my time. It's almost midnight my... Guys. Did I wrap up the stream soon, or do we keep going? I can keep going. I don't need to be up tomorrow morning, thankfully. I hope not. Wait, do I have a meeting? Wait, I better check my calendar. I had so much stuff. I had so much going on this week. I think my tomorrow is free. Calendar, that's the weather. Calendar. Please tell me I have nothing going on tomorrow morning. I will be so... Okay, thank goodness. It's so much stuff going on today. It's so much stuff going on today. On the stream, I'm not sleepy yet. I can keep going. I'm out of drink, so I have to go get another drink. I hope I can wake up back before the stream ends. In any case, good night. We'll see you soon, Derek, if you're still here. A nap? I don't know if it's midnight where you're at. I don't remember your exact time zone, but a nap? This late? If I took a nap this late, you better believe I'm just asleep. I'm dead. I'm comatose. All right, if we're still streaming, I'll go fill my drink up again, and I'll be right back.
It's okay to hurt your voice screaming in my face. I know you gotta bark when you don't got bite. Tell me, what's that like? What's that like? Being that insecure, acting up, immature. Had enough, I'm so bored. I'm so bored. You know what you are, you're a baby.
walked by my laundry room. I just remembered I've got clothes in the washer that I need to wash because I spilled coffee all over them this morning. I'm like, it's midnight and I need to I need to do laundry, and I meant to do it hours ago, and I forgot. I walked by my washer, I'm like, oh, there's clothes in there that I need to wash because it's literally drenched with coffee. I have to have some kind of ADD or something. I don't know, some kind of attention deficit something. I forget crap so easy. I've gotta have some. I just don't know what it is. I don't know what I've got. I've gotta have something. There's gotta be something wrong with me. Anyway, so I thought about that on my way back. I'm like, oh my gosh. I have thought about starting this laundry like 6 times today, and I still haven't done it, brother. Dang it, 1 a.m. Is it 1 a.m. where you're at? Are you an hour ahead of me? Bro. Bruh. Now that I'm back from my break, should we... Is there a new topic we should broach, or do we just keep talking relationships? I can talk relationships so much. I feel like relationships are a fun topic to talk about because it's been we were talking about my journey. It's been such a journey for me to discover my own situation that I feel like it's been a point of interest for me for a long time. But I'm good with anything. Keep talking then, ma'am. God, ma'am. Getting called ma'am. I do not know what I sound like. Oh, I know I've complained about this before. I do not know what I sound like over the phone. But back when I worked food service, the number of times I'd be on the phone and people would call me ma'am. And I'd be like the manager, right, at this food place. And like someone would call on the phone and make some complaint and or whatever. And I don't correct people. If someone calls me ma'am, I don't correct people. You're my favorite yapper, thank you. I do a lot of yapping. I don't correct. If people call me whatever, I do not correct people. I don't care. I've confused people with that before. It's like, what are your pronouns? I'm like, I literally don't. I call myself he and him. I literally don't care what you call me. If you call me she, I literally don't care. But like, so on the phone, when I worked management in fast food, someone would call up and have some complaint or something like that. They need to set something up, and they're going to be in the store later. Maybe they got to pick up some new food. Maybe there's an order that was wrong, whatever. But I'd be on the phone, and they would be like, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, ma'am. So they're on the phone. They think I'm a woman. I don't know what I sound like on the phone to sound like I know I don't have the deepest voice. I know I don't have a deep and sexy, manly, masculine voice. I know I don't. I've got a higher pitch voice. I get that. I know. I do not know what I sound like on the phone, though. Because I'll get called ma'am on the phone back when I worked fast food. I don't anymore. And then they would show up to the restaurant. Like, oh yeah, I talked to your boss. There was a lady I was on the phone with. And I'd be like, nope, that was me. And just the look of confusion when they come into the restaurant expecting to talk to the woman manager that is the man me. And they'd be like, what? It's like, well, you didn't correct me. It's like, I know I didn't. Anyway, let's sort out this like the level of confusion when I just wouldn't correct. I don't identify as a woman, but I don't give a crap if you call me she or man. I just don't. I remember I've had so many conversations at I love yapping to old people at bar because I like going to small town bars where it's not like a scene bar. It's not like a college town bar because I actually live in a college town. I avoid downtown bars because that's all a bunch of like college people. And I just don't relate to young people like I do old people. So I'll go to like the fringe bars, the dive bars, where it's like 50 and 60-year-old dudes and their wives or whatever. And I love talking to the old folks or whatever. And I remember getting this conversation about pronouns. You can imagine it's a small town bar, Central Illinois. It's conservative USA, right? And I remember getting this conversation with this guy about like, I don't care what pronoun you call me or whatever. And this guy was so confused. He's like, well, it's like offensive. Like, you're a man, you know, you should identify as a man. If someone's not calling a man, you know, kind of like imagine like attacking manhood, attacking masculinity. I'm like, man, I don't care what other people think of me. Isn't that more manly? Isn't it more manly to not give an F what someone thinks of you? Like, to not care that someone else is wrong. And I remember getting this conversation with this guy where we were going back and forth in a friendly way. We were chilling. This was not like a violent argument. This is the thing. A lot of people get into an argument on the internet and they immediately think it's like an attack. Sometimes it's just a difference of opinion and you just need to talk. And you don't need to convince, like, I didn't convince this guy that I was right, and he didn't convince me he was right. We were just talking. We were just talking like men do. Men do that. There's a thing men do. I don't know if women understand this or they do understand this. Maybe this is a universal human thing, but from my point of view as a guy, this is a thing that men do. We will get into a vehement argument where we are doubling down and we look like we're mad, but we're just talking. We're just talking. I remember getting this conversation with this guy where we were going back and forth about pronouns or whatever. And he was a little old. He was older. He was old school or whatever. And I'm like, I totally get it. You do not want to be called she. I just don't care. And that was something he just couldn't understand. He's like, that's crazy to me. And I'm like, I think it's crazy to me to like have to like defend myself. If I identify as a man and someone else is like, ma'am, I don't want to get into a tizzy. You know, I don't want to get into it. I'm like, I can't imagine getting, you know, freaked out. And that was just a point where we didn't really agree. But I remember getting into this conversation and it was just one of those things that, as far as I go, as far as my journey and understanding myself, I realized that I just don't care about so many things that other people deeply care about. And I'm not trying to diss anyone who does deeply care. Like, if like, it's easy to say like, oh, this man, if you call him a she, he gets mad and he feels like his masculinity is under attack. What a weak man. Well, that's not fair. That's not fair, because if imagine he was a woman that transitioned into a man and was fighting for his pronouns. Because we see that a lot where like transitioning people will fight for their pronouns so that, you know, they can be accepted as the identity they want to be accepted. We usually applaud and defend transitioning people, and we defend their transitioning pronouns. But for some reason, when someone who's natural born as whatever gender wants to identify that way, suddenly when they get upset, that's like a weak mentality. Me, I don't care. Like, I don't care what you call me. But other people, like, whether you're natural born, if you're transitioning, if you're anything in between, if you're, you know, if you're non-binary, no matter what you are, it's like, if you vehemently want to defend your pronouns, by all means, you can do that if it matters that much to you. I just know it has never mattered that much to me. And sometimes I really wonder what it would feel like to actually care that much. Like, man, I wish I knew what it was like to care that much, just to know what it was like to actually be that emotionally attached. Because I'm not, but some people are, and that's not wrong. It's not wrong to be emotionally attached. Like, if you want to be called a certain thing and you get mad if someone calls you something else, and I think that's fair. I just don't get it, you know. The manager. I mean, before I was the manager at the fast food restaurant, my boss was a woman, identified as such. So my boss was a woman for a long time. So obviously the manager was a woman. There's absolutely nothing wrong with women being the boss, women being the manager, women being in charge. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. I know you're just making a joke about manager and, you know, identity politics or whatever, but for a long time, my boss was a woman. And I'm sure that came with all kinds of challenges that I wasn't aware of at the time, where maybe certain customers or certain people wouldn't want to take orders from or take lip from like a woman or what. I'm sure that was its own set of troubles, because I do know as a guy, even before I was a manager, just with before I was a manager, I was just a coworker. I was just a guy. Sometimes girls like you would get into an argument's not the right word, but a customer will have a dispute with one of my female coworkers about like something being wrong on their order or whatever. We'll get into a dispute. And then I would walk around the corner and I would show up, and as a guy, you know, defending my coworker, I would walk around the corner and all of a sudden they don't want to argue with me. They want to bully the woman. They want to, which usually nine times out of 10, it wasn't a woman, it was a girl, because, you know, I worked in fast food. So 9 times out of 10, it was some high school girl or some high school boy. But boys always were taken more seriously than girls. So like if there was a dispute with some girl, I would come around the corner. There'd be some dispute. I'd walk up, hey, what's going on? What seems to be the problem here? And all of a sudden, the customer doesn't want to argue with me. The customer doesn't want to argue with a guy. They just thought they could bully the girl, and that was always unfair. That was always just messed up. That was always just wrong. So I can only imagine being a woman and being a manager, being a boss, being in charge, and people want to fight you because you're a girl. And it's like, that is one point of view, that is one position I'm never going to be able to understand, because as a guy, you know, people treat me differently than they treat women. I show up and all of a sudden no one wants to argue. It helps that I also don't back down. Like, you cannot I have had people try to bully me. But if you guys know me from the street, you know how stubborn I am. You know how obstinate I am. People have tried to bully me in fast food, and you know that I'm not having any of it. I'm like, I don't care, dude. Like, you're not getting your way. Because I've never subscribed to the customer is always right. I'm like, the customer is literally always wrong. Like, literally, you're always wrong. Yeah, you read the coupon wrong. You read the menu wrong. You placed your order. Like, you're literally always wrong. So it's like, I would come around the corner and it's like, what's going on? And people would get, and I loved taking the heat for my coworkers. If my coworkers were getting into it, you know, we're being hassled by an employee, it's like, I don't mind coming around and making enemies. I'll go make a customer mad at me because my boss at the time, once I was a manager, it didn't matter because I was my own boss. But even before I was a manager, it's like, I know my boss. My boss is the owner of the restaurant. I remember getting into a fight with a customer, and they started throwing around I know the owners and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I also know the owners, blah, 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 blah. And they're like, I'm going to get you into trouble. And I'm like, I'll call my boss right now. My boss is Benita. She works every morning. I'm going to call her right now. And they'd be like, wow. You know, it's like, dude, like, you're not getting me in trouble. My boss trusts me. Like, you can't bully me. Oh, I loved my my bosses, my owners. They were older before I was manager. My bosses, the owners of the restaurant I worked at, they were older, and they were very stern, and they were very strict, and they were very particular. But I respected that, and they terrified other people. They terrified other people. But I knew that they were the owners and that they wanted things done a particular way. I always did it the way they wanted to. And I always respected them. They always respected me. And what ended up happening is that they knew I was a very capable worker, and they knew they could depend on me and trust me. That anytime someone did complain about me, which was not often, mind you, it's not like I was a trouble employee, but it would happen. You know, people would try to bully me, not get their way, and then they'd complain about me the next day. If anyone ever complained about me, my bosses knew. If they had a complaint about me, it wasn't me that was the problem. It was the customer. They always had my back. Always had my back. The customer is always wrong. Put that on. They literally always are, dude. Like, if you haven't worked fast food, you do not understand. Like, if you've never worked fast food, you might be hearing. If you've never worked fast food, you might be hearing me talking like, oh yeah, the customer's probably wrong a lot of time. I could see dumb customers. No. You don't understand. If you've never worked fast food, if you've never worked customer service, the customer is literally wrong 99.9% of the time. Literally always. They are always wrong. It is so rare. It is so rare that the customer is actually right. It is so rare. It's insane. It's crazy. But, you know, there are certain things where even when the customer is wrong, you kind of have to put up with it a little bit because they're the paying customer and you want their money as a business. There's certain things that you let slide. There's certain things you let slide, even when the customer's wrong. But there's certain things you can't let slide. Bullying, I will never let slide. Fixing someone's order, even though they placed their order wrong, it's okay. The cost of goods is not that high. Just fix the order and get the customer on their way. Make the customer happy. They'll come back. They'll love you for it. But if the customer's trying to bully you, no. It ain't going to go down like that. That's different. If the customer makes a mistake, that's just human. Customer's trying to fight you, you're losing that fight. What is it like having you as a manager? I will say, me as a manager, what I discovered is that, because when I was working fast food, the restaurant got bought out at one point in time, and the owners that I worked for, my bosses, they sold the restaurant to a different group of people. And so very suddenly, I was working with a mom and pop restaurant. It was fast food. It was a chain restaurant. But it was just a mom and pop. It was the only restaurant that they owned, and they sold it to an owner that owned many restaurants. And when that change happened, the family left the restaurant, basically. And I wasn't a part of the family, so I was still at the restaurant, but the family left. So suddenly I went from working with this family that I had gotten to know very well to working with these corporate strangers. And I went from being a coworker that was basically family to everyone in the restaurant to suddenly being the guy in charge, taking orders from a corporate entity. And I immediately became everyone's enemy. Becoming manager was kind of a bummer in a lot of ways because no one saw me the same, even though I didn't change how I was doing anything. The difference was that anytime the new owners wanted to change the way we did things, because I was the manager, they gave me the order, and then I'm the one that had to deliver that order. So what happened was that I very quickly became one of the family with all of the coworkers to being one of the enemies, one of the management, one of the higher ups. So me going to manager, it was rough. There were people that liked me as a person, but there's plenty of people that didn't like me as a manager because unfortunately I had to lay down the law sometimes. I couldn't be as chill as I was when I was just an employee because I had orders. You know, I had things that I had to enforce because that's what the owners wanted done. And to be fair, just so you guys know, I was not like a lapdog either, though. There were a lot of things when in my instance where the owners would say, we want things done this way. And I'd just be like, no. And they'd be like, what? And I'd be like, we don't do that here. And they'd be like, well, we want it done this way. And I would be like, well, I'm not going to do that. So I guess you'll have to fire me. And they didn't want to fire me because I was good at my job. I was really, really good at my job. So I was a really interesting, God, they must be so happy I'm gone because they didn't want to fire me. but I think they wanted someone in charge that they could control a little bit more because I was so stubborn. My first supervisor. So the new owners, when they took over, which is when I took over as manager of my restaurant. I was the manager of the restaurant, but my owners owned so many restaurants, they had supervisors that would oversee multiple restaurants. So I had a supervisor ahead of me. I would talk to my supervisor would talk to my bosses, and then my bosses are the owners, right? So I remember my first supervisor was terrified of me. She was so scared of me because she actually had like anxiety or something. I don't know what her situation was, but she was so scared of me because she would tell me things and I would just tell her what I thought. Like I wasn't scared. I wouldn't just do what I was I would shoot back because I worked with the owners of the restaurant before I worked with a supervisor. Like I was not afraid of talking to owners. So when a supervisor tries to tell me what I need to do and I disagreed, I wasn't scared. And so eventually when I got a new supervisor, because there was a supervisor like change up at one point in time, I got a new supervisor. My first supervisor warned my new supervisor, like, watch out, he's gonna fight you on everything. He's not gonna let you do anything. Weston's so mean and he's so scary. And I found out that I had this reputation. I had this reputation of being not like a particular team player with upper management. And I'm like, man, like, I'm not scary. I'm just not afraid to tell you what I think. I'm not afraid to tell you what I think. And so what kind of sucked is that upper management thought I wasn't a team player. So I think I ruffled a lot of feathers. And then my employees that worked under me now, all of a sudden, I ruffled a lot of feathers with them because there were things that I did have to enforce, obviously. Like, you know, it wasn't lawless. There are rules. There are things I had to enforce. I did have to write. I went so long without having to write people up and get people. I went so long with I'll just talk to people, get us on the same page, move on. But then at some point in time, I started to I had to make formal write-ups. I had to formally warn, like, you know, I had to do the actual manager thing. That sucks so bad. Like, I don't want to do this. Just, come on, man. Like, we're all... like, I wanted to be on my employees' team, but they didn't see me that way. So they didn't always respect what I had to say, because they didn't, like, some of my employees, the newer ones especially, didn't think that I knew what they knew. And it's like, I do, you know. It sucked. I was in a weird middle place a lot of the time. I think I was a decent manager. I was not the best. I tried my best. I think I was a decent manager. I think I made sure every one of my employees was treated fairly. I think I defended my store from a lot of poor decisions from upper management. I think I did my absolute best. I was not the best, because I wasn't really cut out for management material. I just kind of like landed into that. But I tried my best. I always gave people a fair shot. I hired people I shouldn't have hired. I got into so much trouble for hiring people I shouldn't hire, because I would always give people a chance. My upper management was so mad at. I got a part of a program with the school. I was hiring. I don't know how I want to word this without sounding weird, but like, I would hire disabled people that my higher management did not want me hiring, and I became a part of a school program, and it opened up so many bags of worms. I opened up so many bags of worms. I tried so hard to create a welcome, friendly environment for anybody to find their place at my store. It was my store, man. It was my store. Oh, and I ruffled so many feathers. To be fair, there were people I hired that turned out to be terrible. That they tried to take advantage of my good nature. There are some people that I did hire that we worked very hard to fire as quick as we could, because they were taking advantage of me. I made some mistakes, but then there are other people I gave so many chances to. Anyway, there's just so much stuff I did. Me being your manager, love me or hate me, I was always fighting for you. There's some people that hated me. I'll be honest. There were people that hated me as a manager. And I fought tooth and nail for them. I fought for them so hard, and they had no idea how hard I fought for them. I fought so hard. I fought so hard for people that hated me as a manager. It's like, I get it. I get it. You don't like me as a manager, but I will. If you do your job, you do what I ask you, I will fight so hard for you. That's an interesting perspective, considering I don't have that experience. LOL. Weston is a Giga Chad when it comes to being the boss. I'm not a very strict boss. I really like being able to have a conversation with people. I really like being able to give people space to do things their way. Unfortunately, some people suck. Some people will take advantage of you for that, and I've been taken advantage of for that. But other people, you know, I gave so many chances to, and they're better for it. You know, they wouldn't have been given a chance by other people, and I gave them a chance, and they found a place. So that's my management style. I'm very laissez-faire. I love giving people a chance to do things their way and see if they'll shine. And sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. And then I just have to deal with the consequences. The number of times I would be on the phone. I'd be on the phone. Like, dude, I would get cussed out on the phone. I would get cussed out. You're fucking employees, these pieces of I would get cussed out on the phone. The number of phone calls I would take defending employees that just made a mistake. I tried. I tried really hard. As a manager. Was I always appreciated for it? No, but I always tried. And I don't know. Some of my employees understood that I was trying hard. Some of my employees got it. Some of my employees didn't. It is what it is. It is what it is, you know? There were sometimes my job involved being on the computer for an hour looking at forms, and people resented me for it. It's like, why isn't he doing XYZ work? He's just slacking. He's just on social media screwing around. Some people didn't understand what I was doing. Some people did. Being a manager is hard because you will immediately make enemies with your employees because they've never been a manager before. They don't know. And some managers suck. I get it. If you've ever worked in a different job with a terrible manager, I get it. Some managers suck. And like I said, I wasn't a perfect manager. I had weaknesses. There were definitely things that I was not good at. I was very bad about being timely. God, you've been watching me stream forever. I'm very bad at deadlines. I'm very bad about time. I'm very bad about keeping track. Like, if you want me to do something like right now, I'll get to it in 4 days. Like, you know what I mean? There are some things that I was bad at. Absolutely. But, I tried. I tried. And I'm not a manager anymore, but I would like to be an owner. There are things that I hated about working fast food, but if I could own my own, like, sub shop. If I could own one in the future, if I ever had just an obscene amount of money all of a sudden, I kind of want to open a sub shop. I have a name. I have some sandwiches in mind. I could see it. I could see being a small business owner of a sub shop. It's weird. There's so much about working the industry that I hated in the quick service restaurant industry, the QSR. If you want to seem like you're really on the inside, if you want to seem like you really know what you're talking about with other fast food like higher ups, don't call it fast food. Call it QSR, the quick service restaurant industry. Anyway, there's things that I would do different, and I'm like, if I owned the business, there are things that I would do differently that I think would be pretty cool. I think I would do things differently, but that I didn't have that kind of freedom when I was a manager. Yeah. Did that answer your question about what it was like to be under me as a manager? Did that answer your question? I feel like me as a manager was just kind of chill. For the most part, I was kind of chill. I wanted to be chill. What's the jutsu you do for Karens? LOL. Dude, go for it. We'll be your employees. I'll hire you all. It'll be great. Karens, I was pretty good at Karen. Dude, I had a Karen apologize to me before. 9 times out of 10, it was always over the phone. My most Karen, because in person, I don't know if I'm intimidating when I'm in an actual polo with like shoulders and a button up, and I actually look professional. I don't know if I just look scary. I didn't have a lot of people argue with me in person. It would happen sometimes, but not a lot. Usually, the biggest Karens I had was over the phone. I have gotten Karens to apologize to me over the phone. I have a way of talking to people. I remember someone called me cussing me out, cussing out my employees, getting all mad, and I just gave it back. Like, listen, if you're gonna come at me with this language and you're saying this and that, I'm not gonna help you. And I would tell it how it is. I'm like, you're coming at me with, I would repeat it. You're coming at me with this. Here's what I want to do. How am I supposed to do this if you're coming at me with that? I've had Karens apologize to me for being too Karen. I don't know. I just have a way. I have a way with people. I have a way with older women that are Karens. I have a way with, dude. Older women love me. I don't know what to tell you. That's just a fact. Older women love me. So if it's a Karen that's an older woman, they love me. I will bring them around. Somehow I speak their language. If it's an older man, if it's a Karen man, they don't love me, but they don't know how to win. I remember there was a guy, he was super Karening me, and he was throwing around all of his weight. I'm a retired ex-U.S. Marshal and blah, blah. He was throwing all this stuff around. He's throwing around his credentials. He's throwing what he can do to me. I didn't care because I just don't. I've never cared about anything ever. And I would just stand there. I'm like, well, okay, cool flex. But what's standing between you and what you want is me, and you're not convincing me to give me what you want. Like, you can't. My biggest flex towards dudes is you can't bully me. My biggest flex towards women, I speak your language. Apparently, the older Karen women. If you're my age or younger, no one ever Karened me. Like, dude or woman, either way. If you're my age or younger, you never Karened me. It was always the older folks trying to Karen me. If you're my age, I just talk to you like a peer, and we'd get to the same page. We would work something. If you're my age, we just work something out. It was never a Karen. Like, if I had someone come in and complain, and someone might have been, like, called a Karen or something, if you're, like, my age-ish, give or take a few years or whatever, we just work something out. Like, oh, what happened? Oh, blah, 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 this happened. Oh, here's what I can do. We just work it out. We just work it out. If you're older, I would just have to fight you. And if you were younger, no one ever approached me if you were younger than me. Which usually the young people were polite. If young people came in, like if I'm like, you know, a 30-year-old man and like some 24-year-old Karen came in, usually they were actually weirdly polite. The younger Karens, I'm going to put in quotes, they were never Karen. Usually the younger folks were kind of actually polite. So it was pretty easy to work with and come to an agreement with. It was always the older folks that tried to fight you, and they were always just flabbergasted when they when they couldn't fight me. It's like, dude, I talk to old people all the time. You don't scare me. You don't scare me. I probably know your best friends because I probably drink with them at the bar. Because I worked in a small town, so I like knew all the old folks. So if an old folk came into my restaurant to complain, it's like, dude, I know who you are. I know who your friends are. You don't scare me. Do the higher ups ever care about the Karens? No, as long as I took care of it. If people ever try to go above me, go around me, and complain to a supervisor or an owner, I'd be notified. They would just tell me what was going on. And then they, like, oh, we got this email, or we got this review, or we got whatever. They would ask me, hey, what happened here? And I'd just tell them, and they would trust. They hired me as a manager for a reason. I was not. There were things they didn't like about me. The higher ups, there were things they didn't like about how I would ignore their orders. But they did trust me. They did trust me. So if there was a complaint where someone tried to go over me, they just tell me, and I would tell them what happened, and they'd be like, "Okay, take care of it." And I would just take care of it. To be trusted, to be trusted is so powerful. Derpy, welcome to the stream. Oh man, you still post. I just recently found your channel through reminiscing on the Inca Games Vortex Point and all the point and click games. Man, keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Derpy. I not only do I still post, I'm actually pretty regular on streaming. I usually stream most days of the week. This week has been really busy for me. I haven't been streaming a lot this week. But yeah, no, I'm still here. I'm still alive, and I'm still posting. I'm happy to have you swing by. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, my higher ups, because I would just tell them, what, like, even when we butted heads, I would tell them why. I would always tell them my thought process and what my thoughts were, and they usually couldn't argue. Because the thing is, what you have to understand is that I was working. It started out as part-time and then it went to full-time. I started working for the family that ran the business in 2013. The new owners that took over and made me manager didn't take over until 2022, I think. 2021, 2022. I had been working with that family for 7 or 8 years. I knew how the business worked. The only reason I wasn't a manager, in quotes, is because the manager was their daughter. Like, the family that owned it, their daughter was the manager. But, like, I was the next guy in charge. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't a manager, but, like, that's because it was a family business. But, like, I knew how it all worked. So then when the family left, because they sold, when the family left, I was the next guy in charge. So it's like, I had like 8 years of experience. So when the owners would say something to me, I'd be like, well, that's not going to work because of XYZ. I wasn't wrong. So you know what I mean? Like, they trusted me. Like, they had to. You know what I mean? Yeah. Also, you just can't bully me. I also just wasn't... Dude, the previous owner that I worked with every single day, I'm telling you, her name was Benita. Spanish for beauty. Her name was Benita. She was this short girl, literally like this tall from the ground. She's like 4.5 feet tall or what? This itty bitty girl. Fiery, dude. Just terrified people. Scary woman. Itty bitty tiny scary. Which is funny. Her husband is like 6'7". This huge freaking guy, but she was like 4.5 feet tall. Anyway, people, they were scared of her. I worked with her when I was working night shifts. When I first started working, I didn't work with her all the time, but by the time I became manager, I was working with her during the day every single I worked with the scariest person in the restaurant every day, and we were besties. So when the new owners took over, you can't bully me, you can't scare me. I was working with Benita. She was the scariest woman anyone's ever seen. You don't scare me. What are you gonna do? Fire me? I dare you. And I did that. I've thrown that around. Like, oh, Weston, you gotta do this. I won't. No, you have to. I'm not gonna. You'll have to fire me. Dead silence. Dead silence. They were not gonna do that. They were not gonna fire me. I'm like, because I'm right. I'm like, you'll have to fire me. I'm like, I'm gonna do it this way. And if you don't like it, fire me. They were not gonna do that. So that's what it's like to work for me. That's what it's like to work to work with me, not for me. That's just what it's like to work with me. I'm gonna do it this way. We don't want you to do it this way. Too effing bad. Oh my goodness. Unless you're right. To be fair, there are things my bosses would tell me, we need to do things this way. And I would be like, that's reasonable. And I would do it. If it was reasonable, if it made sense, if you like, we need to do things this way because XYZ, and it was reasonable, that's the way it needs to be done. If you told me we need to do this, and it didn't make any sense, I'd be like, that doesn't make sense. And if they couldn't convince me, I'd be like, I'm not doing that. To be fair, I'm making it sound like I was a stick in the mud. I'm making it sound like I was smarter than my bosses. My bosses give me an order and it makes sense, I'll do it. If it doesn't make sense, I'll tell them it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, I just won't do it. That's the way I worked. That's the way it was. Would you recommend working at Subway? I think that's where you work. No. Asterisk. Most Subways I don't recommend working for because most Subways are owned by people that don't care about the restaurant, and it's going to be a miserable experience. That being said, there are exceptions. Subway I worked at for years under my first set of owners it was a family business. They literally only owned one Subway, and it was a family business, and the owners were in there every single day. They cared a lot about the restaurant, and it showed, and it was a great experience. I'd recommend working for them. There's a lot of people that didn't like them, and they wouldn't recommend. I recommend it. It depends on the owners, and that's any business. Especially in the quick service restaurant industry, where a lot of investors buy businesses, a lot of them don't actually care about the business so long as it makes money. If it doesn't make money, they'll just close the shop, and they don't care what happens to the employees. It just depends on the restaurant, and it depends on the owners. So, yeah. Would you mind clarifying something? Do you speak Spanish? Because I always thought of you as a Spanish speaker. Don't know why. With English as a second language. No, I live in the United States. I'm a native English speaker. I've tried to learn some Spanish. Yo sé un poquito de español. But it's at a very low level. I know English first and foremost. I know I don't speak Spanish well. I can read Spanish a little bit better than I speak it. So I know some Spanish, but I'm a native English speaker. Don't hate me. Yeah, the reason you probably thought I was a native Spanish speaker is because most Inca games people are Spanish speakers. I'm like the one English speaking Inca gamer. I'm like the only one. But yeah, I know some Spanish. But I'm not very fluent, unfortunately. I should be more fluent than I am, but where I live and what I do for a living, I just don't get to practice Spanish very much. So I don't know Spanish very well, but I read it okay. That's not a low level, bro. For as much Spanish as I have taken, as much formal Spanish education as I've taken, it's kind of embarrassing. Yeah, I'll put it that way. What is that parade thing? The pet parade? I'm gonna do a stream where people can post pictures of their pets, and we're gonna have a pet themed stream. I haven't posted more information about that yet, but that's the pet parade. So if you have pets, if you have animals that you love, I'll take posts from the Discord and from the community tab, and we're gonna like look at people's animals and talk about animals, and it'll be a pet themed stream. I haven't posted more info about that yet, but that's what that is. Besides the obvious, your own, what was your favorite Inca game? I'll go first. The town game. Obviously, I would say my own, but you said I can't say my own. If I can't pick MagicManMo Saw Game, or YouTuber Saw Game 3, or YouTuber Saw Game 4, those are the 3 games that I'm in. If I can't pick those 3, I have a special place in my heart. I've said this so many times, and people probably think I'm crazy, but Lady Gaga Saw Game is the game that got me into Inca games to begin with. It was the first Inca game I'd ever played. Some crazy commenter that's lost to time now once suggested I look up Inca games, and that was the game I found. Lady Gaga Saw Game, where I fought the penguin, and I had to blow up a man with cigars, and I had to make a pizza, and I had to like float down with an umbrella. The game was crazy. Lady Gaga Saw Game is the first one that introduced me to Inca games, and it holds a special place in my heart. And if I can't pick any of my own Inca games, that's the one I always pick. Lady Gaga Saw Game. That's an oldie. That is so old now. That is so old. And it was really popular for a long time. I do have a special place in my heart for the Justin Bieber Saw Game too, just because for the longest time, it's kind of a side thing, For the longest time, that was my most popular YouTube video of all time. For a long time was the Justin Bieber Saw game. So that one has a little bit of a secondary place in my heart for that reason. But Lady Gaga is the one that I actually remember the best. For sure. What are your top 3 favorite Roblox games? Oh boy. Bee Swarm Simulator, Restaurant Tycoon, because they hold special places in my heart. I'm trying to decide what the third should be. Oh, what should third be? This is gonna be so dumb. Arsenal. I'm gonna pick Arsenal. I'm gonna say, yeah, Bee Swarm Simulator, Restaurant Tycoon, and Arsenal. Those were early in my Roblox career. Bee Swarm Simulator was the first... No, Restaurant Tycoon was the first Roblox game that I played. Restaurant Tycoon 1 was the first Roblox game I played, period. And I love Tycoon games. Bee Swarm Simulator was the first Roblox game I streamed. And Arsenal was probably the... At least at one point in time, I don't know if it's still true, but was the Roblox game that I played the most of. It's based on like Call of Duty gun game, and back when I played a lot of Call of Duty, not on the channel. I didn't really play. I've never played Call of Duty on the channel, but back when I used to play a lot of Call of Duty as a person, I loved gun game, and Arsenal was just gun game. I loved playing that game. Those would be my top 3. There you go. I don't know if any of them are still good anymore, but that would be my top 3. Did you have one that you forced yourself to complete, aka least favorite? Are you still talking about Inca games? Least favorite Inca games. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that's hard. Honestly, I feel so bad about this. Honestly, it would be... Honestly, I think it's Geraldine 2, The Return of the Witch. It's so mean. I just really don't like that one. I think that might be my least favorite. I don't know. There might be one that I'm forgetting. But that... I really don't care for the sequel that they made. I really... That would be my least favorite, I think. I might change my mind on that. Obviously, the first one was so much better, but... Solid top 3, thank you. I love Inca games, so most of my questions would probably be Inca. That's fair. No, a lot of people that know me through Inca games, so I mean that's kind of fair. What's your top 3 least favorite Roblox games? Better discoveries, worst games don't count. Honestly, I wouldn't even consider those probably because like most of those games from the worst games that we played were just simply unfinished or something. We're unfinished or something. Like no hate on what was that religious Roblox game that we played where that was like the stories, like the Jesus stories with the cryptids, like Slender Man finding Jesus. God, that was so like bad but good. Like you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't call that my least favorite. That was so special. I think my least favorite for sure would be that's such a gem. That was something else. But then some games that we play, I don't even remember what they were called. Some games we played were not finished, or they were just giant empty roleplay rooms, basically. I don't count those. As far as games that were my least favorite, wow. God, I don't remember my least favorite. I probably don't remember the names of because they were just that bad. I just didn't care. Pretty much most games that have tycoon in the title these days that are just like the stand on this square, you unlock a conveyor belt. Wait until you've got $200. Stand on this square. You've got a new. Most Roblox tycoon games suck actual butthole. They're not tycoon games. They're idle games, but they call themselves tycoon. That would probably be most of it. Probably what was it called? Pet Simulator? Pet Collection Simulator? Pet whatever. That's probably one of the technically worst games because there's like no mechanics, but it was popular. But there's like no mechanics really. It's just a gacha game. But honestly, the ones that I think disappoint me the most wasn't even Pet Simulator. It was like the frickin' just the tycoon games. I've played a few of them and I don't even remember what they're called. Where it's like, you build this business and you've got this workshop. And it's just like, it's just stand on a square, wait until you have enough money to stand on the next square. I think those are the big, I love real tycoon game, Roller Coaster Tycoon, Zoo Tycoon, Mall Tycoon. I'm talking about games that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. School Tycoon. Like, dude, there were so many tycoon games I grew up with in the 90s and early 2000s. And then playing a Roblox tycoon game is so frustratingly disappointing. That young people think that's what a tycoon game is makes me so mad. Restaurant Tycoon was not like that. So I don't know. I can't even name them because I don't even remember the names of them. There's so many of those tycoon games I've played where they suck. They just suck. So, do with that information what you will. I'm a big tycoon fan, and those are not tycoon games. I'll whip out Roller Coaster Tycoon right now. I've always got it installed on my computer. No one wants to see me play it, but I whip it out right. Oh god, I want to play Zoo Tycoon again. I don't have it. There's got to be a way I can get it, dude. Zoo Tycoon. Oh. Racing fan, hey, welcome to the stream. I feel like it's late for you. It's almost 1 in the morning. What's up? If you had to choose Undertale or Deltarune, I don't think it's fair. Deltarune's not finished yet, so I don't want to say Deltarune until it's done. But also, it is more recent. It has a lot more mechanics, so it is like technically, like in terms of mechanics level, more advanced than Undertale. But Deltarune's not done yet. So I would pick Undertale over Deltarune, but it's not a fair answer from me. I'll have a better opinion of Deltarune when it's done. That's my opinion. I feel like Deltarune is not done yet, and I do have issues with Deltarune. Actually, I talked to you about this a little bit last night, when we were talking about chapter-based games. I do have issues with Deltarune, but it's also not done yet. So I feel like it's not a fair assessment yet. I would say Undertale over Deltarune right now, but there are things that I like about Deltarune. So long as they can continue, and when I say they, whoever's working at Toby Fox, the rest of them, so long as they can continue to do good work and improve, it might be. Deltarune's got a lot going for it that I do like, so we'll see. Now it's almost 12. Oh, are you an hour behind from me? I still feel like it's late for you compared to when I normally see you. Either way, I'm not shaming you. Obviously, I'm still live. I'm here for it. Welcome. We're just hanging out and chatting. So, oh, it is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sometimes I'm out of touch. Sometimes I don't know when people like I forget people's time zones and stuff like that. But sometimes I get a good idea of when I can expect to see people on stream, or when people like normally dip out. Sometimes I got a good sense of that. Sometimes I don't. We're just hanging out. It's one of the. I was gonna end this stream. I was gonna end it at 10, so I guess 3 hours ago. I was like, I'll end at 10, maybe 11. So we're running really late. We're running really late tonight, so we're just chatting right now. Right now I'm just answering questions, it looks like. We covered so much. We covered so much on this stream about so many topics. What was your thoughts on the Sans fight now that it's been a while? Like, I don't know what you want me to say about it. It's a difficult fight. I don't know what answer you're looking for. It's a difficult fight. Obviously, I was losing my mind over that fight, for sure. But, like... And I feel bad about this sometimes. Like, I was definitely getting mad, and I was definitely getting frustrated. But if you watched me do it, I never gave up. Like, I never gave up doing it. That's just the way I play. Like, at some point in time, when it gets really difficult, I kind of have to step away from the YouTuber side of it. Like, I kind of stop being a streamer, and I just kind of start being myself a little bit. And it's like, I'm mad, but I am not letting this game beat me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm mad, but I'm not giving up. But I still have to keep talking because I'm live. So you get this sort of like frustration that I'm scared isn't fun to watch, but unfortunately is kind of authentically me, where it's like I am miserable, but god damn it, I am not letting Sans beat me. You know what I mean? So as far as the Sans fight goes, like, it was hard, but I did eventually do it. It's kind of it's kind of the opinion of Cuphead. I played Cuphead. Cuphead actually, I broke a lamp playing Cuphead. Do I recommend Cuphead, and did I enjoy Cuphead? Yes and yes. I respect Cuphead. Did it make me so mad that I literally choked out and broke a lamp? Yes. So it's the Sans fight. Was I mad? Yes. Was I miserable? Yes. Did I enjoy myself? Eventually. Once it was done, once I beat it, that's just the way I am. I am not afraid of I'm not afraid of a difficult game. I'm not afraid of a challenging game. But you will see, the harder it gets, the more tries it takes, the more of the like the true toxic Mo will come out, where it's like, I ain't gonna let this game effing beat me. You will get angry me. You will get frustrated me. You will get a less fun version of me, which is unfortunate because I'm streaming. But if it's fair, if the game is the Sans fight was fair, it didn't cheat me. It was always a pattern. It was a fair fight. By God, I will not let a fair fight beat me. So, like, yeah, I'll get mad, I'll get frustrated, and I'll feel bad about being frustrated on stream. But the Sans fight, in hindsight, great. Loved it. So, do with that what you will. I feel bad because I feel like it makes a less fun stream when I'm mad. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys love that. But I feel bad because I feel like it's not the version of me I want to show you guys. I prefer showing you guys a more fun, lighthearted version of me. But I was not going to let the game beat me. I was not going to let it beat me. Anyways, it's been a while. How are you? It has been a while, Racing Fan. I'm doing okay. No one has asked me all stream how I am. No one has asked me. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I had to do the math. No one has asked me how I... That might not even be true. I'm just being silly. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I've been better, I've been worse. I've been busy is what I've been this week. I've been busy. Playing play Cuphead again. They do have the DLC that I've never played, so... You broke a lamp from Sans? No, I broke a lamp from Cuphead. I'm sorry if I misspoke earlier. I broke a lamp from Cuphead. I did not break a lamp from Sans. I did swear a bit, and I did rage a bit. But I broke a lamp from Cuphead. Can we... So I've got burps, and I can't get them out. To be completely honest, and now that it's been a while, watching you play Cuphead was kind of scary, LOL. That's fair. Well, like I said, that's a version of me I don't like to show off, because I probably was kind of scary and was kind of mad or whatever. This is something that, when we were talking about me being a manager, how, like, as a guy in the fast food industry, like, people were more scared of me than, like, other people. I think I have the capability of being very scary. I'm not, like, I'm not harmful to people. Like, I'm not an abusive person or whatever, but I have the capability of being a very scary individual if I want to be. And I hate that sometimes very difficult games bring that out in me. But when I'm playing a game by myself, in a room by myself, like, no one gets to see it. Like, I get to be as scary as I want to be. And I hate that that comes out on stream when I'm having a tough time and I'm getting really frustrated. Because at my heart, like, you know, in my core, I am a really lighthearted, easygoing guy. But when it's time to, like, lock down, I lock down. And when I'm frustrated, I'm for real frustrated. So I totally get it. Like, I can become a really scary person. But it's always been towards... I actually had... there was a point in time, going back to when I was talking about being a manager, there's a time as a manager, I got really frustrated with a situation that I won't go into detail about, but I got really upset and I got really mad as a manager. And this is one of my lower points as a manager. I actually scared, one of my employees did not feel comfortable working under me because she was scared that I would become, like, abusive or something. And I don't know her story. It sounds like she suffered, unfortunately, some sort of personal trauma in the past or whatever. And I won't go... I'm not going to go into it because it was not a fun time for me. It clearly wasn't a fun time for her. But there was a point in time where there was stuff going on at the restaurant that got me into a very scary place. I never meant her ill will. She just happened to be around to see me at a low point, at a mad point, and she didn't feel comfortable working with me. She was never the target of that. I want you guys to know that. And that's the kind of thing that I know I'm capable of being. I'm capable of being scary. I'm capable of it. I don't like being that scary. So when parts of that show up in a stream, I'm not proud of that. I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with what the Sans fight did to me. I'm not happy with what the Cuphead fights did to me when I was at my lowest points, but that was not the game's fault. Either one of them. That is a me thing. I am very capable of being very scary. I'm aware of that, and I'm not proud of it. It's just a fact. I'm capable of being a very scary... It feels silly for me to say it out loud. As a goofy, silly guy, I'm capable of being very... very scary. And that's just something I have to live with and I have to be aware of. And I've lost a good employee over it before in the past when I was working as a manager because a piece of that showed. So it's yeah, no, I get it. So if I don't like to show that off when I'm streaming. I don't like to show that off. I don't want to scare you guys. I don't want to put you off. I don't want you to think I'm some sort of freak, like I'm some kind of monster. Just, I get mad sometimes. Everybody gets mad sometimes. Just sometimes mad can look scary. You know, I don't mean anyone any harm. I wouldn't hurt anybody. I would never hurt anybody. Maybe a lamp. I've broken a lamp. I'll break a lamp. I would never hurt a person. And there are people out there though that don't trust that. If you'll break a lamp, maybe you'll hurt somebody. Breaking a lamp is not professional. You know, this kind of thing. I get it. I completely get it. I completely get where that would be scary. I completely get it. I do. And it's not a part of me that I'm proud of. But I would never hurt somebody. Gotta love the 8 a.m. stream. Timeaholic, welcome to the stream. It's not 8 a.m. You are just in the wrong time zone, my friend. But welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Glad to see you. Semigod, welcome to the stream as well. Which unfinished game do you plan to not finish? Bro, there's a lot of games I don't plan to finish. In fact, on Discord, there's a channel that you guys probably think I've forgotten about, but there's a channel on my Discord server called Unfinished Requests or Unfinished Games, Unfinished something. I don't remember what it's called now off the top of my head. I can open it. There's a bunch of stuff I haven't finished for a myriad of reasons. Either because my own ADD, my own interests, or viewership or whatever. There's a bunch of games. So I actually have a spot on my Discord where you guys can remind me like, hey, we want to see you finish this if you have the time. And you can actually go request something in that channel and maybe I'll play it if it's in that channel. Yeah, I felt that. The anger, for sure. The lamp was probably from Dr. Call Robot Element. I don't remember which You know what's funny, though? all of my lamps. These two are both broken. I forget. I think it's that one. My headlight, that's my head-on light. I think that's the one I broke, because that's the one I literally don't even have a cover for anymore. I still use them. Like, I screw a bulb into them, I make them work. But that one I think is the one I'm pointing at. That's the one I think like if you go back to the footage, it's like I choke it out. It's like I get angry. Like I think it's that one right. I still have it. I still make it work. Believe it or not. Yeah, no, that's not a proud moment for me, but and it looks really bad, but it's not like I would ever hurt a person. I feel like it makes semi-good content to see someone just lose their mind and explode. I feel like that makes like a good clip or something, but I think for the stream, I think that was a really cringe moment, honestly. As for me, I've been busy, went on vacation, then found myself in the midst of a rift. Getting ready to move to the city for college. That's exciting! Moving for college? Let's go. I don't know what the rift is. I hope all the best for you and best of luck with college. If you haven't already started school, I'm sure it's starting soon. It's, you know, midway through August now. Changes in life, man. College was a turning point for me in learning a lot about myself, a lot about people, a lot about life. College is crazy, man. And if you're moving and if you're gonna be like kind of like on your own a little bit for the first time, that's even more crazy. I'm here for it. Zol, welcome to the stream. Hello. I only have one question for you. When's the next Supermarket Sim stream? I kind of want to do another one of those since they've had their official release now. But I can't answer your question. I don't know when I'm going to do. I don't know. I kind of want to do one, but I don't know. It could be tomorrow. It could be 10 years from now. Let's be honest, MagicManMo content, it could be tomorrow. It could be years from now. We don't know. That's another thing I kind of hate about myself, but I try to be honest about that when people ask me about when something might happen. Because I'll say, I want to do this thing. When are you going to do it? I don't know. That's the honest answer. Yeah. Be honest with me. Do you plan on finishing Ace Attorney someday, or should I just drop it? Honest to God. If you don't believe me, I'm opening Steam right now. This is my Steam page. It's right. It is still installed. Right there. It's still installed on my computer. I never uninstalled it. It's right there. When will I play it again? I don't know, because I'm a piece of crap. I don't know when I'll play it. I did not uninstall it. It's right there. It's still on my hard drive. That doesn't mean anything. You would be surprised. It means more than some games. Let's put it that way. It means more than some games. There are some games I have deleted because I'm not going back. That is still there. I do want to play more of it. I'm gonna be honest. I do want to play more of it. I just don't know when. Maybe sooner than you think. It could be tomorrow. I hate me. I hate me for this. It could be tomorrow. It could be years from... Why am I like this? Why am I like this? This is a failing of me as a person. I said, I am being honest. I'm being honest. It's still on my computer. I want to play it. I don't know when I will. Those are 3 factual, honest statements. You asked me, do I plan on finishing it? I don't have a plan. At all. For any game. There's no plan. You asked me to be honest. I'm being honest. Do I want to play it? Yes. Is it still on my computer? Yes. Do I have a plan? I have no plan. I've never had a plan. Oh my God. My whole life has been planless. Oh my God, I've been riding by the seat of my pants this entire time. There's never been a 10-year plan. There's never been a 1-year plan. No. Oh God. No. No. I'm actually stuck. I actually started sliding. I can't get back up. Oh. Okay, that was tricky. I started sliding and I literally couldn't get back up. So there you go. Where were we? I have a game I want to watch you play. It's called Desiree. The point and click. Did you actually, that sounds familiar. Did you comment on a video recently? I think I've seen this. I think I've seen your comment. The point and click game similar to those. Yeah. Excuse me, I had a burp. You've commented this on a video somewhere. I forget which video. You commented. I saw it. Would you play that sometime? I would love to play more. I'm about to do this. I would love to play more point and click games. I would love to play Desiree. When will I do it? I don't know. I'm so terrible. I think I put it on my wish list. Let me check, actually. I don't own it. Did I put it on my wish list? Oh, I didn't put it on my wish list. Sucks. Well, now it's on my wish list. So, will I play it? I don't know. When will I play it? I don't know. But it's on my wish list. So, maybe. I would like to play more point and click games, honestly. I've not been doing a lot of point and click games lately. I kind of want to go back to my roots and do more point and click. That's just a difficult decision I haven't made yet for a myriad of behind the scenes reasons, but I mean, people find madness as funny online usually, like even if it's real or an act. Madness when it's like kooky and zany, I agree with you. Sometimes when it gets real though, I think people get a little off-put when it gets a little bit too real. I'm afraid sometimes I get too real in me being mad, like in me being angry. Are you heading off? Good night. If you're still here, racing fan, I'm just now reading your comment. If you're still here, good night. That was like six minutes. There's no way I've been yapping. There's no way I'm 6 minutes behind. Really? Good night. If you're still here. If I finish my RPG, will you play it one day? I would love to play your RPG. As a member of the community, if any of my community members, anyone who's hanging out in my chat and stuff, if you've made a game, I would love to play your game. Can I guarantee when? No, because I'm terrible. But I would love to. If any of my members, if any of you fellas make a game or are a part of a game, I would love to play it. I just can't guarantee when because I am terrible, but I would love to. Yes. Can we get that it could be tomorrow or years from now as a meme? If you make the meme, yes. I would love to review your meme on the meme suggestions page sometime. Can you bring the lamp into view or too much it is some trouble. I don't know how long the cord is. It's some trouble. It's my head-on lamp, and it's on the other side of my desk. This lamp. It's the one that... Alright, it's just... You can... Lamp right here. I beat the crap out of this. In fact, when I shook it, I think it sparked. I think it... Did you guys see that? Did it spark when I shook it? Or did I just make that up? What is the most expensive game you have bought and was it worth the price? No. That would have been... This was not for YouTube. This was for personal reasons. That would have been the premium... I don't remember what the heck the package was called. That would have been the premium remake of Battlefront 2. Pre-order. Thank you for the 5! What on earth is the TTS gonna say here?
MagicManMo high concern. I repeat, there is a high concern MagicManMo for sure concern skibbity riz.
There it is. I think the TTS did pretty good just then. Oh, I just realized that my... You can see part way behind it. Yeah, the most expensive... I don't remember. It was like $80 or something. I was a huge fan of the original Battlefront 1 and 2, Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2 on the PlayStation 2 back in the day. And when the remakes came out, the Battlefront remake and the Battlefront 2 remake came out, I was a big optimist. When the original Battlefront came out, it had its issues, but it was kind of a remake, kind of a reboot, and I was really optimistic for Battlefront 2. And paid a pretty penny for the early access, early premium gold, whatever the hell they call it, with all the bells and whistles. I had all the extra weapons and stuff. That was not worth it. That was not worth it. That's the most expensive game I think I've paid for. Most games I try to get on sale or something like that, but I was really into the originals. I was not really into the remakes, fortunately. I know you can buy Darth Vader in one of the Star Wars games. I don't remember which one. Yeah, the Battlefront 2, you can buy him or buy a costume for him or whatever. I don't remember the full details of what you buy, loot crates or whatever, but then that was such a controversy. They walked it back, and then the whole thing was watered down, and it was a disaster. It was an absolute disaster. You fully buy Vader. This was during launch. He was behind a paywall. He might have been, yeah, he might have been behind a full paywall unlock. I can't remember now. And like I said, I had bought the platinum edition or whatever the hell it was. So yeah, I can't remember the details, but like, yeah, I felt burned on that. The chat was lagging. You might need to refresh your page in case my internet might have goofed up and lagged you behind. You might need to do a refresh, but I see your comment now. The chat was lagged for me. I couldn't respond, but thanks for adding that game to the wish list. Totally get it if you're not into those kinds of games anymore, though. No, I want to play more point-and-click games. Honestly, honestly, I feel like they would fit the channel a lot more with a lot of the people that are the Inca Games fans or Caramel Games fans. I feel like a lot of the point and click stuff would fit the channel more, but I just haven't doubled down on that as a whole. So yeah, adding it to a wish list, I would love to play that game if I can get it on sale or something. Because there's actually some point and click games I already own that I would like to play for the channel. I need to do that, and then I'll keep an eye out and see if I get some sales. I always look for sale. I'm always budget minded. I don't do this for a living. YouTube does not make me the billions of dollars. I'm always keeping an eye out on sales and that kind of thing. So that's why I'd like to add things to wish when I can. You did comment on the video. Believe it or not, every single comment, I don't respond to every comment. There are reasons for that, but well, okay, the biggest reason is because I'm lazy. I see every single comment on every single video. Every single comment on every single video, I see it. I might not respond, but I see it. It's Freaky Friday for you? It's almost 1:30 in the morning on a Friday for me. Let's go. Did you have any teachers you disliked in school? Not really. There were teachers I argued with, but that's because I was a very argumentative kid. If I disagreed with something or I didn't understand something, I was not afraid to argue. And I would get into arguments with my teachers if I did not agree, and that probably drove them insane. But it wasn't personal. It wasn't like I didn't like anybody. I actually... Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm like, no, there's no one I didn't like. There were just some teachers I argued with more. That's all. Especially English teachers. Or English teachers. I would argue with them about stuff all the time, like themes and things. I would argue all the time about stuff. I was always trying to challenge, like whatever the heck they were trying to teach us, I was always trying to challenge it based on evidence. I was always picking apart, like, well, according to this, and this thing that I read, you know, blah, 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 blah. I was always bringing stuff, and honestly, I actually broke some teachers. Some of them, like, they did not have a counter argument against me because they were not prepared, and it's not their fault. They were not prepared for what I was bringing to the table. Because, like, what the frick? So there are some teachers that I argued with that I got kind of famous for, where it's like, you really showed that teacher, Weston. Yeah, wow, that was crazy. And I'm like, I wasn't trying to own anybody. I just disagreed. And I was just never afraid to say so. Whenever I just disagreed with something. There was a teacher, again, I did not dislike this teacher. There was a teacher, this was a Current World Affairs was the class. It was kind of like a social studies, but for like modern, like current things happening. And there was a topic, I'm not gonna get into it. There's a topic that we were covering like every freaking day for like 3 weeks straight, where I just refused to do homework for it anymore. I just stopped. I'm not doing. I actually just protest. I actually led a protest. I'm like, I'm not covering this anymore. This is not relevant. This is not important to me. We are overkill. I'm done with this. I am not engaging in this topic any longer. I'm done. And I won. I did not fail any of those homework assignments. That is how persuasive. Because I was actually a really good student. And I was just really good at arguing. and again, I did not dislike this teacher, but we got onto this topic, and this topic just kept going on forever. And I'm like, I'm just effing done. If this topic comes up, I'm done. I'm gonna get on my Kindle, because I had a Kindle. I'm gonna get on my Kindle. I'm gonna ignore you, and I'm not doing the homework. And this is a straight A student. I'm like, I'm done. I'm just effing done. And the teacher's like, we gotta do your homework. I'm like, no, I don't. And we had this back and forth, and we had this discussion. I'm like, because I knew I was a straight A student. I'm like, you can't fail me. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna ace every other homework assignment. I'm gonna ace every single test, and I'm gonna ace the final. But I refuse to do this homework. I refuse to engage in these discussions. I just refuse. And it was a whole thing. And so like there was that class. There was a couple of English classes I'd get into arguments with. Teachers must have hated me. Teachers must have hated me, because if I disagreed, I was coming full freaking force, and you were not prepared for my insanity. Teachers were not prepared for my level of debate. Whenever like other students would try to argue, you know, they would come in with a half-cocked like idea, you got a half-planned idea. I would come in with receipts, dude. Like, like you were not prepared for my argument. If I disagreed, it was gonna be the rest of the. I once canceled a pop quiz because I got in an this was an English teacher. I got into an argument with a teacher that turned into a whole lesson for like 20 minutes. Dude, teachers probably hated me, but they couldn't, because I came with receipts, right? If I disagreed, it was for a reason, and I would back it up with evidence and science. People probably hate my classmates probably loved it, because they could just check out for the next 20 minutes while I just like actually went toe to toe with a teacher. Let's go, you wanna talk? Let's go. Oh my gosh. No, but I actually respected all of my teachers. I wasn't afraid to talk if I disagreed. So I respected all my teachers. I liked all my teachers. I didn't dislike any of my teachers were there to, from my point of view, growing up, I knew my teachers were there to do a job. You know, they were to educate me. They were to like expand my thinking. They were there to present me with new information. I'm just so stubborn that if they gave me something I didn't understand, I just wouldn't let it go. You know, like, you know, if they said something that did not make sense to me, I was going to fight tooth and nail until it made sense to me. I was that kid, and in school, I sat in the front. I sat in the front row. I listened. I never studied. I aced my tests. I was that kid. You know what I mean? People probably math was the easiest, because there was never anything to disagree with. I never got into a fight with a math teacher, because the rules are just the rules. You know what I mean? So math was always the chillest. They would give me a lesson, I'd instantly understand it, and then I'd just start reading my book. Actually, I got my math teachers in trouble, because if my principal would come in, I got my calculus teacher in trouble, because my principal came in, sat in to just watch the class, and I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention. I was literally not paying attention to the class. I came in, class started, I'm reading a book. I was reading like the freaking the Black Magician trilogy or something, if you know what that is. If you don't, it's about a girl who's like a wizard, and she's like a wild wizard or whatever, and everyone's scared of her because she might explode. Anyway, I'd be reading some fantasy book, and I remember at the parent-teacher conference, my calculus teacher got in trouble. My principal's like, there was a student in your classroom not paying attention the whole time. You did nothing about it. What the heck's going on? And my calculus teacher's like, well yeah, I knew they weren't paying attention. That's Weston. He can teach the class. I wasn't worried about him. That was the parent-teacher conference. It's like, well, yeah, he was reading because he knew the lesson. He didn't need me. That was the student I was. If you guys think I'm a freaking
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal.
Good night, Gloria. If you guys think I'm a moron on stream, you keep in mind that when I want to be, I'm a freak. When I want to be, I can actually be smart. Yeah. That was where I was at. No, I always liked all my teachers. I got along with all my teachers when I wasn't arguing with them. I got along with them. Where was I? Oh, here we are. Ever played the Monkey Island series? Shockingly, no. And I want to for the channel. Famous series, popular series, groundbreaking series. Never played it. I actually have Monkey Island wishlisted. I haven't pulled the trigger on it. I want to play that for this channel. Never have. I saw the new Moist Critical video about the disgusting doctor. Craziest real life situation. I haven't seen that, so I can't comment on that. I don't know what that is. If you play it someday, I'd definitely be excited for. This was about Desiree. Your point and click games are absolute favorite. Thank you, thank you. I should play more of those. Mo is the type of person to correct stuff. Absolutely, absolutely. I would fight for it. Narflow, welcome to the stream. Did I say that? I read your name correctly. Semi-God, welcome to the stream. Or maybe I already did. Oh yeah. Oh no, I already welcomed you. I've been drinking. I'm sorry. Damn, Mo, are you in Mensa? What's a Mensa? Hang on, this is gonna be me being incredibly. What's a Mensa? Hang on. What? What's a Mensa? What's Mensa? Welcome to Mensa, the high IQ society. No, I'm clearly not. Mensa has around 150,000 members of all ages. And I did get okay, so here's the other thing about that you should know about me in school. I also didn't care about anything ever. I was so emo, dude. I was a hipster and I was an emo. I was invited to so many leadership things, but if they costed money, I didn't do them. Because my family's not rich. We're not broke, but we're not rich. So it's like, we're not gonna, like... I was invited to things and I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I don't know. I don't know what Mensa, maybe. I might have been invited to, I don't know. I was really smart. Dude, people were so mad at me when I took my SATs. If you're not familiar with the United States standardized testing situation, when I took my SATs, I think it's SAT or ACT. There's two tests. One of them is like on a 36 scale and one's on a freaking whatever the hell scale. But when I took my SATs, I think the maximum score is like 36, and everyone's like, dude, Weston, my name by the way, if you don't know, you're gonna get like a 34, 5, 6, whatever. Like 36 is like Einstein. So you're gonna get like a 34. I'm like, no, I'm not. They're like, yeah, you're so smart. You're going to score so well in this test. I'm like, okay. I had already been accepted into the college program I wanted to as a junior. Like I was already guaranteed to get it. I sound like I'm bragging, and I am kind of, but this is why you would not be friends with me in high school, because I was a freak. I was a freak in high school. I knew all I needed was a 30 to get into the college program I needed, because I was doing a pathways program type situation. It was like start in a community college, go to a university, save a bunch of money, blah, blah, blah. I knew exactly what I was doing. I only needed a 30. So I just took my time. I did not finish my SAT. I didn't finish the test. I took my time. I answered the questions correctly I needed to answer, did not finish the test. I got exactly a 30, got into the college program I wanted to, didn't pay a dime. I was done. People were like, what the frick? You only got a 30? So-and-so got a 31. So-and-so got a 32. So-and-so got a 33. I'm like, I didn't need a 33. I didn't need a 30. I got my 30 and I quit. Like, I got exactly what I needed. And then I'm done. I'm like, why would I take more tests than I need to? I'm not going to frickin' Yale. I know where I'm going. People, you're so smart. Cool. And so I got my 30. I got into my college program. People were like, you can retake it and get a higher score. I'm like, what do I need a higher score for? I got into exactly what I wanted. And I didn't finish the test. I was like, all right, and I'm done. Turn it in. I'm done. I'm done. I've taken all the tests that I want to take. Got my 30, got into my college, and I'm done. Dude. That was the kid I was in high school. You would not have been friends with me. I was a freak. Dude, I was a freak in high school, dude. Dude, I was actually so popular and I had no idea because I was a freak. Like, I was like this weird legend. I was like a cryptid. I was like a cryptid in high school where people were like, what the frick is wrong with this kid? Like what? Like, what is going on? And I had no idea. I was actually I was insanely popular in high school. I just didn't know it. I wasn't very social. I was kind of like a quiet kid or whatever, but I would just say things or do things that were just like weirdly legendary, and people were like, what the frick is going on with this kid? Anyway, yeah, no, we wouldn't have been friends, but you would have known about me. The entire school knew about me, dude. It was insane. And I'm bragging a little bit because as an adult, I've gone back and talked to people and I've learned this about. I need you to know. I need you to understand that when I was in high school, I did not know this about me. I did not know I was popular. I did not know I was a freak. I did not know the teachers were talking about me. I was just living my life. I was just doing what I wanted to do. And then it's as an adult talking to people in the future, I'm like, oh, what the frick? I was a freak, dude. What the heck? Oh, it's so funny. It's so fun. I could have been anything. I could have been a doctor. I could have been an engineer. I could have been anything. But instead, my brain is broken, and I stream YouTube instead. My brain is so broken. Where did I leave off? Oh yeah, we're talking about Mensa. Not this kid again. So funny. Oh, Darflo, if you're still here, goodbye. I just saw your bye message. That was forever ago. If you're still here, good night. Does a woodchuck chuck leaves? No, it does not. Why did Barry say that? Oh, you were doing, what the frick? Barry? What was the job you wanted to do when you were young? Depends on when. One of the first jobs I wanted to do was be an astronaut. I wanted to be a baseball player. I was really into baseball when I was a kid. I wanted to be an architect. I was like studying like plans. I was drawing like schematics and documents and stuff. There was a few things I wanted to do. But they were all like kid things. By the time I was getting older in high school, when I was getting closer to actually being in college, the closer I got to college, the less sure I was of what I wanted to go into. When I was really young, when I was like a kid, like, oh, I want to be this, I want to be that, I want to be this, I want to be that. Then as I got closer and closer to college, I was like, I have no idea. And I changed my major in college a lot of times. I went into engineering to start with. I went into nuclear engineering. I got accepted into a nuclear engineering program and decided I didn't like it. I was in so many engineering programs. I changed my major a lot of times. And I'm smart enough to do any of the things that I went into. I just wasn't interested in them. I just could not bring myself to care. And you'll see that's actually a reoccurring thing you'll actually find out about me. There's a lot of things that I've discovered about people where it's like, I wish I cared about XYZ as much as other people do. Like, I wish I cared about nuclear engineering as much as some of the people I went to school with. The people that I was in the same program with. There's freaking geniuses. I went to school with some freaking genius. I was friends with some crazy genius. I'm friends with a guy who works in like crypto security something FBI. Like, he actually cracks international codes for a living. You know what I mean? Like, that's a Facebook friend of mine. Is a guy who breaks international spy codes for a living. I'm not gonna tell you who. Because I don't know if that's a privacy issue. Dude drives Lamborghinis for a living. Brother, dude, I'm friends with some freaks. I'm friends with a guy who's into politics right now, doing very well. He's a congressman. I'm friends, like, I've met so many freaks that are so smart. And I say freaks in the nicest way. But then there's me. And then there's me. I'm like, oh, this doesn't interest me, though. Oh, this is boring. Oh, I'd rather play video games. I'd rather play Lady Gaga Saw game at home for YouTube to an audience of 2 people at the time. I had like no subscribers when I started doing that. My brain is so broken, dude. The people that I know doing so many so cool things, and then there's me. And then there's me. Sorry, but I love to ask older people this. Where were you on 9/11 and what do you remember? I was in school. It affected me deep. I didn't understand at school. Where my memory really kicks in is when I was actually at home watching the reruns of the news with my family on the TV. My younger brother, who was too young to understand what was going on at the time, thought it was like a movie or a video game or whatever, so he thought it was cool. My dad had to take him to the other room and like talk to him. I don't even know what they talked about. 'Cause I was in the living room looking at TV like, what is going on? 9/11 will always be a really, 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 really serious moment in my brain, and I don't understand how people can joke about 9/11. If you ever joke about 9/11 in my chat, you will be banned. I just want you to know that up front. 9/11 was a very important moment for me. I have family in New York. I do not joke with 9/11. If you joke about 9/11, we are not friends. There's no recourse. If you joke about 9/11, if you're a comedian or something, if you joke about 9/11, I don't like you. End of story. I was old enough to remember 9/11 happening. I remember how scared that made my family. I remember what that did to the nation at the time. I don't joke with 9/11. So yeah, no, I was in school when it happened. I was at home when I understood what happened, and I remember that. I was old enough to remember that, and that was a core and canon memory for me. And it really there's nothing that makes me more like unquestionably angry when some fucking 20-year-old decides to make that a part of their stand-up comedy act. I'm like, you're not old enough. You weren't around for this. Shut up. Not to get super serious, but I take it very serious. When some freaking moron young person who wasn't around for it starts joking about it, we are not friends. And when some older fogey starts talking about it, Bush this and Bush that and 9/11, and they start, we're not friends. We are. If you don't give it the respect and the seriousness that deserves, the thousands of lives that were lost, we are not friends. Yeah. So that's where I stand on that. Flat out. There is no, you can't apologize. If you joke about it and I block you, you can't apologize. It's over. So just know that. Do not joke about 9/11 in my chat, ever. You will be banned. There will never be any repentance. Now you know. Mo is a doctor. I could never be in the medical field. I could never do the medical field. I was smart, but I never had an interest in the medical field. I was never strong at biology or people things. That was never my strong. That was actually my weakest science, was people stuff. I was very bad at that. Pharmacist? Maybe. That's more in chemistry. Maybe. But I doctor? No. I could never do doctor. I was saying bye to the other person. Oh, no, that's fair. So I was just catching up. If you were my doctor, you would be the top one. If I was your doctor, you'd probably be dying. Like, no, I should not be your doctor. My idea, dude, I don't take care of myself. I don't like taking medication. It's not like I don't believe in medication. I'm just weird. I'm just a freak. Yeah, no, my idea of medication is like, well, get lots of rest, drink a lot of water, and walk it off. Rub some dirt in it. Rub some dirt in it, Sonny. What the frick is your problem? Come on, get back in the game. Yeah, you don't want me as your doctor. I am a terrible choice for doctor. I was smart in a lot of things. That is not one of them. Medical stuff, not my field. Not my field at all. Mo, were you in any sports in school? I was. Pretty sure you were in American football. I was not. But it just might be me going crazy. I was never in American football. I was in soccer. I was in everybody else's football for a couple of years, 2 years, when I was really young. I did not enjoy soccer very much because I didn't like running, and they always put me in like midfield where you have to like run all the goddamn time. I wasn't a big fan of soccer. I didn't fully understand soccer. Soccer was my weakest one. I was really into baseball. I really, when I was a kid, wanted to be like a baseball star. I did not have the skills for that. That was never going to happen. But I was really into baseball. I played basketball. I wasn't great at basketball. I was really good at being a defender. If you wanted someone to like stand and block somebody, I was not going to budge, dude. I might I talk about being a skinny guy and a lanky guy. You could not knock me down. If you wanted me to, so many fouls got called on me by referees because I would just like go to set a pick, and like some freaking guard or something would run into me and just flat out just die on the court. I'm like, I didn't move. I didn't move, dude. That's on him. And then they call a defensive foul on me, and it's like, BS, referee. BS. That guy ran into me, and he was too freaking weak to take me on. Anyway, I was a great defender, but that's about it. I wasn't very coordinated. I wasn't a good shot. But I played basketball. I played in baseball. I could play any field, in the outfield. I could play any outfield, and I was a good third baseman. Third base was where I was at until I took an injury in my hand. I cut my hand open in the weight room really bad, and it took me out of the season for a long time, and then I stopped playing baseball because my position got filled, and I just basically never recovered. But I was a good third baseman and outfielder, and basketball, I was a really good defender. I played soccer as midfield for a bit. I took up golf for a while. I was never good at golf, but I played golf for a while. There you go. That's my sports. I did play sports. I did actually play sports. I'm like a lanky nerd, but I did play sports. I'm not like one of those nerds that's like sports ball and doesn't know any. Not only did I play sports, I'm a freak. I cannot stress to you enough how much of a freak I was. Not only did I play sports, I was also in the band. I played in the band for some of the same sports that I was in. I was in band, I was in marching band, I was in the jazz band, I was in the orchestra band. I was a freak, dude. I was a nerd and an athlete, dude. I was the full... You missed out. If you were not... I was a full package in high school, dude. I was a catch. I was a catch in high school, dude. I was the full... I was smart, I was athletic, I was the whole gamut, dude. Dude, high school, I peaked. It's all been downhill. It's all been downhill from there, baby. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, by the way. But it's all been downhill from there. Dude, I didn't know what a freak I was in high school at the time. Now I look back on it, I'm like, dude, I was in so many things. I was in so many things in school. And I just thought that was normal. I just thought that was normal at the time. I was a freak. Where did I leave off? YouTube is cool. YouTube is cool. Wow, I've never heard you curse before. Sorry, it affects you. It affected me deeply, and I take it very seriously. And to be fair, I've been swearing more often here in the last like year. I've gotten a little bit more loose. I don't watch my language quite as much as I used to. To be fair. But yeah, no, that it affected me deeply, and I take it very seriously. So even if you don't take it seriously, just take it seriously when you're in my chat, because I'm very serious about it. It affected me. It affected me deeply, and still does to this day. Mo, will you do a face reveal at 10k subs? We already did a face reveal at like, what was it, like 5k or something? We did I've been showing my face for like ever, by the way. We did a joke face reveal a couple thousand subscribers ago, actually. I don't remember which one it was. I think 10k was, yeah, 10k was when I was gonna actually, yeah, 10,000 subs is when I was gonna actually do a for real magic show. Excuse me. I got the burps because I've been talking and drinking, so I've been gulping air. 10k subs is when I said I would do a magic show for you guys and show you, because I'm MagicManMo. And for those of you guys that don't know, the magic part of MagicManMo is because I used to do magic shows. Again, I was a freak, dude. I was a freak. I was nerdy. I was athletic. I was the kid that was doing card tricks in the hallway. So I was going to show you guys some of my magic tricks, like that I used to do in school for my classmates and stuff. I was going to do a magic show at 10k, but we're still not there. I said that years ago, and we're still not there. So no face reveal we actually did a while ago. But the 10k was going to be the magic tricks. So if you want to see the actual magic part of MagicManMo. MagicManMo, I didn't just make up MagicManMo for no reason. They all, like that comes from somewhere. When I used to play baseball when I was 7, I didn't know the rules, so I always tried to run a full circle on the bases. You would not have survived my family. Dude, we were all about baseball. We were a big baseball family growing up. We were a big baseball family. I definitely knew the rules up and down as a kid. I was a really serious player back in the day. I was actually a really serious player, and I think I was really decent. I was not a good batter. My hand-eye coordination with batting wasn't. My batting average was never very good, unfortunately. But I could field. I could field a ball. I was a really good defensive player, which is kind of my life in any sport. I'm good at defense. Like even soccer, they put me in midfield, but I was never really good offensively, like scoring goals or anything. I was a much better defensive player. The few times I would play like safety, like guarding the goalie, that's where it was at. Dude, nothing was getting by me. The goalie didn't need to defend nothing. I was in the way. So like everyone always tried to put me in running positions to play offensively, but I was always better at defense. I was more of a support player, more of a defense player. I accidentally kicked a kid right straight in the gut once because I tried to block a ball so hard that I accidentally just yeeted my entire foot straight to his gut, and I took a kid out. And it was a kid that was on my baseball team later on in like a different practice that same season. I just straight up kicked him straight to the gut. Oh my god, that was awful. Have I ever suffered a serious injury before? Injury-wise, yeah, the most serious injury sports-wise would have been my hand. In a squats accident. Yeah, that's right, in a squats. With the bar on my shoulders and doing squats, I ripped my hand open in a way that no science will ever be able to figure out how I did this. But basically the weight was too much. I like a knee buckled or whatever. I was trying to do too much weight. I was trying to like max, right? I was doing too much. And I did everything right. I buckled, and I'm like, okay, crap. I'm not going to be able to get back up. So I did the right thing. I rolled the weight back onto the safety bar behind me. There was a catch where you could let the weight fall. And I stepped forward. I did everything right. And I'm like, all right, that's too much weight. I start taking weight off the bar or whatever. I'm like taking things off. And a spotter comes by like, bro, there's blood on the bar. And my hand was ripped open to like the bone. I didn't know it at the time. My hand was ripped open. I'm like bleeding out my hand. I'm like, what the heck? By the way, old bar. The bar I was using, old bar. Smooth as a baby's butt, dude. I do not know how I ripped my hand open. But regardless, there was blood. My hand's cut. I'm like, what the frick? What the heck? I go to the bathroom to go clean up my hand. I start to go cleaning up my hand. I'm like, oh shit! I can see inside my hand. I don't know if you guys can see it on stream. The scar healed really well. There's a scar right here. You can just see the line of scar there. It healed really well, but there is a scar. And I ripped my hand open to the bone, and that took me out for a few weeks while that got stitched up and cleaned. I had to go to the hospital for it or whatever. And like literally, it was like there's blood on the bar. What's going on? I'm like, oh, that's weird. I've got like a cut on my hand. I go to the bathroom. I'm washing my hands. I'm like, oh, I can see inside my hand. I go to my coach, like, coach, I gotta call my parents. And so we went to the hospital, took care of that. It took me out of baseball, though, unfortunately, because I was the third baseman for baseball at that time. And they had to replace me because I was going to be out for a while. And they replaced me. And by the time my hand was finally healed, like, my position had been taken or whatever. And basically, I just ended up slowly quitting baseball, unfortunately. I played baseball for... That happened my freshman year in high school. That happened my freshman year. I played through sophomore year, but then I ended up dropping out sophomore year and taking up golf my junior and senior year. So that's when I took up golf instead to do something that wasn't a team sport, something I could just kind of do on my own. And I'm not mad about. I actually kind of wish I quit my freshman year and sophomore through senior either took up golf or the thing that I never did but I would have been good at. I wish I took up track. I actually would have been good at running track. I just didn't like running, but I actually would have been good at it. And now as an adult, I kind of wish I did it. I wish someone told me to do track. I would have been good at it. I was really fast. I just hated it. I just didn't like it, but I would have been good. But I took up golf instead. But that's the biggest injury from sports. The other injury would have been I cracked my head open once when I was a kid. In an accident, I bashed my head into it. My dad bashed my head into a cabinet on accident. Obviously, he was trying to sit me up on a counter so he could take my boots off because I was really young. And when he lifted me up, there was a counter there was like a cabinet that was open, the door was open or whatever. And I accidentally lifted me up into the cabinet and it bashed my head open. And I'm like 6 or whatever, and it actually cracked my head. And he had to take me to the hospital and they had to stitch up my head. And I had to wear a hat for a long time. I've still got the scar on the top of my head, but I'm not going to try to show you that because it's hard to find in the hair or what. I'm not going to try to show. I've got a scar on the top of my head from when I cracked my head open when I was 6. That one's less. That one's less of a story. Just my dad bashed my head open on accident. My dad jokes about it because at the time as a kid, you know, he rushes me to the hospital. And all the nursing staff or whatever. Oh, what happened? And here I am at 6 years old. My dad did it. My dad cracked my head open. I'm telling them my dad bust my head open. And my dad, the way my dad tells the story, he's like, they're going to call the police. They're going to take my child away from me because my child telling them that that their dad busted their head open. He's like, I'm going to jail. He didn't. But it's funny to hear him to tell the story from his point of view. He's like, I'm going to jail. I rushed my kid off to the hospital, and now my kid's gonna get me put in jail. But anyway, so that my head's been busted open, and I've gotten stitches. I've busted my hand open in the weight room, and that's been stitched up, and that's the worst. I've never broken a bone. I've just cut myself real bad, basically. So there you go. those are my injuries. I've had minor injuries, you know, you sprain this or bruise that or whatever, but like, you know, you recover. When you're in sports, you get hit, you get beat around, especially dude, the absolute beating I would take in basketball, because I was a lanky kid. I was telling you, I'm kind of skinny, I'm kind of lanky, but I told you I would not go down. I would practice. There's a couple of guys on my basketball team that outweighed me by like 100 pounds, but I was really tall. So I was always matching up against them in practices and stuff. So I was always, and my brother too, when I would practice at home, my brother always outweighed me. He's my younger brother, but he's taller than me. He's heavier than me. He's just a bigger guy. I was just always outweighed. Everyone I always practiced with in basketball always outweighed me, and they were always beating me around. So I was always taking hits and bruises and stuff. So I was always getting beat up, but like that just made me stronger. That just made me tougher. So that's why I don't go down. I tell people I'm sturdier than I look. I look like a lanky nerd, but if you want to square up, I ain't going down easy, dude. I'm scrappy. I'm scrappy like you wouldn't believe. From just experience. From just pure spite and experience, dude. But yeah, those are my injuries. I don't know how serious you'd consider that. I'll define myself to my future kids. Do you want your trumpet? I didn't play trumpet. I played trombone. I played trombone in band. I was a trombone. I would love to play trombone for you guys sometime on stream. I don't have it here. I can't play it for you guys. It's actually in storage at my parents' house. But I played trombone in band. I was a tromboner. That's what we call. That's what we call it. We're the tromboners. I'm so envious of my glorious king, MagicManMo. Thank you. This will end up as a compilation of you saying that you're a freak, just so you know. I hope so. I hope someone compiles that. I was a freak. I didn't know I was a freak, but I was a freak. What was the worst thing you did at school? I don't know. I did a lot of things. I don't know. Dude. You cracked your head on a corner too. Twinsies. Let's go. Weird flags. Fellow tromboner. Let's go. Tromboners. Let's go. Yeah. No, trombone was sick. I remember when I was trying out for band, trying out different instruments, because that's what we did. When you got into 5th grade, in my school, when you got into 5th grade, if you wanted to do band, you could try out for band, and they had a bunch of like rental instruments you could try out, and you could play a bunch of stuff and see what you like, to see if you're interested in doing band, going into 5th grade and going to middle school and stuff like that. It's a really cool program. It was a really cool program we had. And I tried saxophone. I couldn't do it. The reed made my nose tickle too much. It was too crazy. I tried trumpet. The mouthpiece was too small. Like, I just couldn't blow into the thing or whatever. I was trying these instruments. Got into trombone, and it was just like a hand fitting a glove, man. I would love to play some trombone for you guys sometime. I like I said, I was big into band. I played in the school band. I played in the jazz band. I played in the marching band. I played in the orchestral band. I went to competitions. I scored well in competitions. I played in the state band for the Illinois Boys State group that's run by like the VFW. So I played in a state band for a while. I played. I marched down Disney's Main Street, USA. I marched down Disney playing the trombone. I used to play in a community band where I would play for just people raising money for like charity and stuff like that. I was big into band. I played a lot of trombone. I don't really get to do that anymore. But yeah, no, I was really big into trombone. I played a lot of trombone, yeah, for sure. I was always a lower chair. I didn't try to play the higher stuff. I would play the lower. I liked playing the lower stuff, like basically baritone music. I would play almost tuba on my trombone, but I would play like baritone or trombone stuff. I like to play the low stuff instead of trying to hit the higher chair, like if you know trombone, you like first chair trombone, you're like, what the hell? You're trying to be like a trumpet or something. They get really high or whatever. I liked the low stuff. So that's where I specialized for trombone. I could really do that really well. Yeah, no, I enjoyed trombone. I loved band. Band was great. I was a band nerd. I was in sports. I was in theater. I was in 2 musicals. I was in a talent show. I was a freak, dude. I was a freak. This is the great thing about small town USA. If you're in just the right market, if there's just enough funding at your school to have all these programs, but it's a small enough community where you can do everything, bro. I was in everything. I was everywhere. I was everywhere, dude. So you can toot your own horn. Absolutely. Do you worry about AI? I feel like in a few years it's going to be a big problem. AI is a big problem now. We don't have to wait a few years for it to be a big. It's a big problem now. AI, there is a place for AI. There is a place as a tool, as a productivity tool. AI is very helpful and very useful, even in things that I do in my day job. As a replacement for entertainment, we are already at a problem. When I scroll through like YouTube Shorts, there's so much AI brain rot. And we don't need AI to replace entertainment for humans. We don't need that. We need AI to help remove the tedious tasks that no one wants to do because they're soul-sucking. We need AI to help us do those. We do not need AI to be telling us jokes. We don't need to be scrolling through YouTube Shorts. There's an AI voice reading an AI script. The boy saw the girl and wanted to. You know exactly like the freaking movie synopses. AI. We don't need that. We do not need that. We do not need the AI videos of some fake freaking baby smiling or some cat or something. We don't need the fake AI videos of some fake person or fake animal being cuter than possible or what. We don't need that. We don't need AI to replace human beings in videos. AI is already a problem. AI is already a problem in the entertainment space. In other spaces, in business productivity, when we're talking about in doing some there is a problem in coding. Doing some coding for some tasks. Doing some data analysis for spreadsheets. For some business things, AI is amazing and is only going to help us and is like a great tool. Even in what I do, in my day job, I do social media marketing stuff or I do podcast stuff. I do things for people. It's great for inspiration, for helping check over gaps in what you maybe might have missed. But when we're talking about complete entertainment replacement, we're talking about like full generative AI making full videos, full scripts, full AI voices. We don't need that, and it needs to stop. One, it's stealing content from other people that didn't consent to it, and two, it's not entertaining. It's brain rot, and it's actually hurting a generation of new young people that are watching that, and that's what they think is real, and it's not. It's fake. So AI is already a problem. It's great in some industries as a tool, but it's already a massive problem in entertainment where people are using it wildly irresponsibly because it's too accessible. You ever feel annoyed doing those college essays back then, knowing that AI could have helped you? LOL. No. But you might not know this about me. I did finally finish my degree in English. Writing is what I did. I did not have a problem writing essays. Essay writing was not a problem for me. So, no, that doesn't annoy me. In fact, I don't think an AI could have written a better essay than I could have. I've already explained to you what kind of a freak I was in school. I challenge an AI to write a better essay about anything than I can. An AI could probably do it faster. All right, because it does it like 12 seconds. I say probably. An AI can definitely do it faster. It cannot do it better. I refuse. I have the experience. I have the knowledge. I know how to do research. I will do it better than an AI ever will. Oh, AI is the worst it will ever be. Shut up. I will always be able to write an essay about any research topic, period. Better than an AI ever will. Period. Because I know what the reader wants. An AI doesn't know what the reader wants. An AI just regurgitates what it finds on the internet. I synthesize what I find on the internet. Period. Period. An AI will do it faster. Can it fact check? No. It just regurgitates information. Does it know what its audience is? No. Because it's a robot. It doesn't know anything. It's a large language. An LLM is a large language model. It just takes crap it finds on the internet and goes, bleh! Here it is. Bro, I can do that. Anyone can do that with half a brain. The difference is that AI just does it so goddamn fast that it's really tempting. It's really tempting because you don't have to think. You don't have to use your brain. I'm not afraid to use my brain. If there's anything this conversation has discussed, I am not afraid of using my brain. Use your brains, people. If you're in school and you're listening to this stream right now, stop using AI as a crutch. Use it as a tool. I'm not saying don't use AI. I'm saying use your goddamn brain. It's in there for a reason. You can think better than it ever will. Use it. Learn how to use it. The unfeeling, unthinking machine will never be capable of doing what you can do if you give yourself the chance. But if you don't give yourself the chance, the machines will rule everything. And I refuse to live that way. I use AI for tools that I use in my day job, but not to replace the work I do. It's a tool. I know how to use that tool. It's an unthinking, unfeeling, dumb machine. It is not intelligent. It is not artificial intelligence. It's virtual intelligence, and all it does is go bleh! It regurgitates crap it can find on the internet. I can do that. But it just does it fast, and I can use that information quickly, and then I make my own crap. Anyway, that's my take on AI. That's my take. Use it as a tool, not as a replacement for thinking. Too many young people are like, I don't know anything. I'll just have ChatGPT do everything for me. Don't do that. Don't be the dumbest person in the room. Be the smartest. It's not hard to be the smartest person in the room, and I hate to say that, but it's true. I don't care how dumb you think you are. If you think you're dumb, you can be the smartest person in the room. Use that noggin. You have a very special perspective on the universe that AI will never be able to replicate. I don't care. I don't care how good you say AI will. It will never understand perspective. It won't. Period. The AI overlords could come and get me in 50 years. I don't give an F. I will stand by that. Part of this is also because I went into engineering. One of the majors I changed that I went into computer engineering and computer science, and I kind of know a thing or two about AI, and I kind of know what I'm talking about. So if you think I'm just a big dumb idiot, just trust me on this. Humans are worth it. Humans are worth investing into. Big dumb business leaders that are investing trillions into freaking AI don't think that way. As a guy who's been there, I think that way. I think humans are worth investing into. Use your brain. Anyway. So no, I'm not worried. I'm not annoyed about AI doing my essays. I am not annoyed by that at all. I never would have done it. I'm gonna live in America this year in LA. What are things I should know or watch out for? I live in Illinois. I can't tell you jack diddly squat about LA, dude. I live in Illinois and I don't even live in Chicago. I can tell you about small town USA. I love small town USA. I mean, there's things I hate about. I mean, there's things I love and hate about everything. But LA, Inca Game. I don't know why Aldo thought I lived in California when he made MagicManMo Saw Game and put me wherever the hell in California. I don't know why he did that. I don't know who he got me confused for. I don't know anything about California. I live in Illinois. You're talking about West Coast. Good luck. It's a different world out there. That is a crazy LA is a crazy place. Good luck. I've been to Disneyland in California. That's it. I've been to Disneyland. That's it. I don't. So good luck. Hey, since you're a smart guy, can you answer this question? Maybe. If you have a ship and you travel around the world with the ship, but over time you have to change some parts of this ship. Come on, man. And eventually all the parts of the ship are changed. Is it the same ship? Are you perhaps speaking of the ship of Theseus? Do you think I'm not aware of the ship of Theseus? Do you think I don't know about the ship of Theseus? Do you think I don't know about this philosophical argument? It is a question of philosophy a little bit, whether or not replacing all the parts of the same ship means it's the same ship or not. Do you want the like technical like engineering answer, or do you want the like holistic human answer? I would say it's the same ship because it's the same entity and it goes by the same name and fits the same design document. In much the same way that you as a human being will replace over your life all of your cells a few times, but you are still you. You change over time, but you're still you and no one else is you. No other ship is the ship of Theseus. No matter how much you replace the ship of Theseus, no other ship is the ship of Theseus. That's my holistic human answer. From an engineering point of view, you've completely replaced every single element. Like it is technically, like we're talking about a technical, like it's technically a new ship with just the same name. Every element of it is replaced. It's a new ship with the same name. But like that's from like a technical materialistic point of view. But from a functional humanistic holistic point of view, that's what it is. It's the ship of the every part's been replaced. Yeah, great, but no other ship is this ship, and this ship is the ship of Theseus. That's why it's a philosophical argument. You can make an argument either way. I choose to believe it's the same ship because I like I just personally have a preference towards the holistic human point of view. That's a personal preference, not like a logical point of view or whatever. You can do with that whatever you want, but that's my take. I choose to believe it's the same ship replaced over time because I think if I'm a human being and I'm replaced slowly over time, I like to think I'm still me. So that's what I go with. That's my choice. You build a new ship with the old parts, but is it a new ship or an old ship? If you change the design document and you make something new out of old stuff, I think that becomes a different argument a little bit. But if, as long as you're replacing parts on the same ship and it's the same design doc, it's the same ship. From the approach that I gave it, if you took the parts of the ship of Theseus and made just like, I don't know, the tank of Theseus, then well, it's not the ship of Theseus anymore. It's the tank. You know what I'm saying? So if you made a different kind of ship, yeah, it's a ship, but it's a different kind of ship. So if you make something new out of the old, it's the new thing. But if you keep replacing the parts, making the old thing just over and over again, then it's the same ship. But that's a choice like if you take like my organ, say I pass away, I'm dead and I'm an organ donor. If you take my organs and give that to people and I save a bunch of lives that way, they're not me. A person with my kidney in them is not me and will never be me. But that's because that's not me. That's a different person. You didn't rebuild me. You just took a piece of me and gave it to someone else. That's different. When you start looking at it from a people point of view, instead of a ship point of view, suddenly it gets a little bit more personal and you have a little bit of a clearer view on how you want to view it, in my opinion. Unless you really truly do see people as just meat sacks. In which case, more power to you, I guess. What did you have for breakfast today? I don't eat breakfast. I have coffee. I don't eat in the mornings. Unless I'm on vacation. And then I eat as much as I can, as often as I can. That's a different story. But day to day in my normal, average, regular life, eating breakfast usually doesn't make me feel well. So I don't eat. I just have coffee until lunch. I do like coffee. I've got a coffee problem. But if I'm on vacation, I eat as much as I can, as often as I can. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, meals in between, as much as dude, I eat like I'll never eat again when I'm on vacation. So that's a different story. The ship of Theseus got everything replaced except one singular nail. Is it the same ship? Let me ask you this, Rain. If I remove your, I don't know, big toenail, if I removed it and threw it away and you never got to have another toenail again, are you still you? Checkmate. Yes, of course you are. Now, you might, I get where the logistical arguments could be. Well, okay, well, what if I remove a second nail? What if I remove another board? At what point does it stop being it? I think it's arbitrary. At what point does the ship stop functioning as a ship? That's when it stops functioning being the ship. The same thing as a human. How many parts of you can you take away before you stop being capable of being a person? And for a person, that's different from a ship. A ship needs to be able to float. A person, if you start getting into like a soul, like imagine if you can just like completely destroy the body, take the soul and stick it in a metal box or something, a metal thinking box. If that's possible, that might be enough. Ships and people are not the same. I just think it makes a really good metaphor though. If you take a nail out of a ship, it's still a ship. If you take a plank out of a ship, it's still a ship. If you take 73% of the ship away, is the thing still a ship? No? Then no, it's not a ship. You know what I mean? At some point, you will decide this no longer functions as a ship. I'm Rain with a big toenail, not Rain without a big toenail. I mean, well, I know you're being facetious, but imagine you suffer an accident, you know? Imagine a truck runs over your toe or whatever, and you amputate your toe because it's like actually just dead. Are you really going to fundamentally say you are no longer the same person? You wouldn't say that. I get that you're just being facetious, but like, it's the same thing with a ship. If like a piece, like an inconsequential piece of a ship is missing, it's still the same ship. Where the weird philosophy stuff comes in, it's like, well, how much can you take away from the ship before it stops being a ship? It's like, well, you're thinking too hard. You want an exact number. At some point, the majority of people will say, yes, this ship is no longer seaworthy. It's no longer a ship. At some point, I'm gonna get morbid. At some point, as a person, enough of you can be taken away and you're no longer that person. You're just like corpse, you're ashes, you're a body part. At some point, you can take something away enough that you're a thing instead of a person. Same thing with a ship. You can take enough of a ship away and then it stops functioning as a ship. So to me, the ship of Theseus philosophy comes down to what's the function of a ship? And does it still serve that function under that same design of being Theseus? Is it still ship of Theseus? If it still fits those parameters, it is in fact the ship of Theseus. That's the way I take. You can disagree. I'm explaining my point of view since you kind of like want to needle in on this. My point of view, the ship of Theseus. What is that? Ship. Is it a ship? Yes or no? Theseus. That's a specific kind of ship. Does it still fit the design doc of ship of Theseus? Me, MagicManMo. How much of me can you take away before I stop being MagicManMo? Do I still fit the function of being a person? Do I still fit the function of being specifically the MagicManMo kind of person? How much of me can you take away? If you lobotomize me, if you like drill a hole in my brain, and I'm just like a vegetable, I'm like, and I have no thinking process anymore, I'm the function of a person with no MagicManMo left. Right? I'm not MagicManMo anymore. If you take my brain and stick it in a jar, you destroy the body, is that still MagicManMo? I think there's a harder argument for that because we start getting down into personalities and souls and stuff like that. It gets a little bit trickier because you don't have to make that argument with a ship. But I would argue that I'm no longer the function of MagicManMo like I used to be. So you would argue that I'm no longer the like same MagicManMo if you could do that. And I think that's a fair assessment. Same thing with Ship of Theseus. If you take 20% of a ship and make it into a tiny boat, well, that's the boat of Theseus. Same thing with a MagicManMo. If you take my brain and put me in a jar, I'm not the streamer MagicManMo, as you know. I am now JarManMo. You know what I'm saying? A part of me still exists, but it's only a part. So that's my opinion. What did I have for lunch? I had Huel. I had the chicken and what's it called? The chicken and mushroom hot and savory Huel mix that you can order for yourself using my Huel affiliate link in the description down below. On an order of like I don't remember what the deal is. On like $50, you get like $15 off or something. I don't remember. If you use my affiliate link down below and order some Huel, you and I both get a discount. That's my lunch a lot of the times. This became an ad. You asked what I had for lunch, and I'm just telling you. And it's absolutely true. Should I go get the packets? I can go get the packets and show you what I eat. But yeah, I have an affiliate link down below. I eat Huel for quick meals. And I have an affiliate link. Feel free to utilize that if you would like. You think the multiverse is infinite? If the multiverse exists, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Do you ever worry that if you get super famous, the fame will go to your head? Bro, dude, yes. But, like, not in a bad way. I guess, like, let me take that back. I do not worry that the fame will go to my head. I guarantee the fame will go to my head, and it will be glorious. Dude, you think me talking about the stuff I used to do in high school, I'm like, I'm a freak, I used to do... It'll be glorious. If I get famous, do you guys have any idea what smack talk I'm going to be throwing down? I'm not worried about the fame changing who I am on a fundamental level if I were to ever become famous. I'm a self-reflective enough individual that I will be able to recognize the fame, and it will just be like a topic of conversation. You have to understand, there's something you do have to understand. And I don't mean to sound special or immune from things. Like, I'm a human being. I'm not immune from emotions, thoughts, feelings, blah, blah, blah. However, I'm old. There's a lot of young people that get fame very quickly, and suddenly, and they don't know what to do with that fame, and they become different people very quickly because they haven't created a firm grasp of who they are as a person before discovering fame. I am old. I know who I am. If you give me $1 billion and 10 billion fans, I will be living exactly the same way as I do now, but with, to be honest, a better internet and a better apartment. I'll upgrade my computer. And I'll be sitting here. If I'm famous, this is what it'll look like. If I'm famous, if there's 2 of you people watching right now, or if there's 2 billion of you watching right now, it'll be the exact same freaking show. And I'll be like, God. So I have dementia. It'll be the exact same show. It'll be the exact. I'll just be like, man, I lost track of time today. I'll be famous. There'll just be more people watching me say the exact same stupid things. Maybe I'll get invited to more things. Maybe I would go to more conventions and I'd have more stories for you guys. But, like, I'm old. My personality is my personality, man. Like, it's too late. You can't change me. I'm too stubborn. All I want is a better place to live. A better computer set. I don't want much. I don't need a different car. You know what I mean? I don't need much. I just want to be able to do this a little bit better. I want to be able to do this a little bit better, and I'll be good. Maybe I'll eat better. I don't know. I eat kind of like a weirdo, but I don't even know if that's a money or fame thing. Because if you get famous, I kind of assume it goes like fame, money. I don't think the fame will go to my head. I don't think fame will do anything to me. I don't think fame will do anything to me, other than there'll just be more people. You know what? Actually, I'll take this back. If there's anything that fame will do to me, is that if I get more famous, I'll probably have more people complaining about how weird I am, and I'll probably just get more defensive. Like, people will say negative things, and I'll be like, you know what I think about you? You piece of crap, and you... I think I'll only get more defensive about the haters. That's like it, dude. Dude. I'm too old to change, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what? Guys, prove me... You guys can prove me wrong. You guys can like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Make me more famous. Let's see what will happen. Will MagicManMo change? Will he become a piece of crap? Only time will tell. There's only one way to know. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Let's make me more famous, and let's see what happens. Yeah. I feel like a boomer when I complain about digital menus. LOL. Dude, I feel so old all the time. Like, for any time, period. Any conversation ever, I feel old. Multiverse can be many, but not infinite. Yeah, I'm reading your multiverse. Since it is infinite, anything... You're saying the multiverse isn't infinite, but one universe is? Then inherently the multiverse would have to be infinite, would it not? I'm gonna counter you with this. Are you talking about multiverse, or are you talking about multi-worlds? Which is different. I would counter you with this. If you don't know the difference, I would say look up multiverse and look up multi-worlds and look up the two different ideas behind the two, and see if one resonates with you more. I believe that in an infinite universe, all things exist because it's an infinite universe. And therefore, if any multiverse exists in an infinite universe, a multiverse inherently has to also be infinite to contain an infinite universe. But that's if your idea of what a multiverse is the same thing as actually what most people get confused with multi-worlds. The multi-worlds theory, where every single thing that can be decided upon, every possible change that can exist does exist within the same universe, that doesn't require multiverses to exist at all, because it's a multi-worlds, which is different in the way that the structure of the theory exists. I shouldn't even say theory because it's not proven. The hypothesis, the idea, the way the idea exists. So if you're actually thinking of multi-worlds theory, then yes, I believe that there's an infinite number of worlds and an infinite number of universes. If that's what you're talking about when you say multiverse. The only reason I bring that up is because I do know people do confuse the two. Same thing, same way some people confuse multi-dimensional with multi-universal. Some people say, oh, in infinite multiple dimensions or whatever. It's like, no, a dimension doesn't mean universes, and a dimension does not mean world. That's assuming that you're not getting confused about the actual scientific ideas. If you're not getting confused, assuming that you know what you're talking about, I stand by, if you believe that the universe itself is infinite, anything outside the universe has to inherently be infinite to encompass it. That's my take on it. If you don't believe the universe is infinite, then that falls apart very quickly. It depends, in my opinion, it depends on what you think about this universe. The universe that we actually live in, the physical space, everything else is theoretical and anything is possible. What do you think about this universe that we sit in now? Do you believe it's an infinite universe, or do you think it's capped? And if you believe it's capped, why do you think it's capped? Is that evidence-based, or is that just like a gut feeling you have? You know what I mean? All knowledge and information that we have currently kind of suggests that the universe is expanding, and that insinuates that there has to be something to expand into, even if that something isn't well defined, as in, like, it's not a something that you can expand into in a material dimension. If it's expanding into an additional dimension that is not spatial, but space is moving into that unspaced dimension, then that insinuates that even though the universe itself is not infinite, it is expanding to be infinite, and that means that the multi-universe thing probably isn't true. But multi-worlds, there's no way to say if that's true or not, because now we're kind of talking into, like, going beyond the fabric of what this universe can prove or not prove. It's just kind of like a fun thought experiment. I don't really know if I buy the multi-worlds thing, because it gets a little bit too heady, because it's kind of decision based a little bit. It's kind of like observer biased a little bit, but it's a fun one to think about. Should we consider if a multiverse can interact with another multiverse? Again, that goes back to, like, what do you mean by multiverse? Also, a multiverse can't interact with a multiverse. A multiverse would just be universes, and because that's what literally many universes. So it wouldn't be a multiverse is interacting with a multiverse. It would be universes are interacting with each other. So you're talking about an inter-universe multiverse. Can there be an inter-universe multiverse? I guess. If you believe in a multiverse, then there could be an inter-multiverse, like an inter-universe. Think about, like, interstate and intrastate. Intrastate, maybe you've never heard of it. An intrastate highway is a highway in a state that never, and this could be a state or this could be a country, that never leaves the state, never leaves the country. That's intra. Inter means it leaves and is like it goes between different states. So if you're in the United States, if you're going from Illinois to Wisconsin, that's an interstate. So if you have an inter-universe, then you have universes that can interact with one another. And that would be a multiverse with inter-universes within it. There's no reason not to be capable of doing that, but there's no proof that that is possible. I don't know, you could talk about wormholes, you could talk about crazy technology we don't know about, you could talk about black holes and what they're capable of. You can talk about that, you can, like, come up with fun, cool ideas, but we don't have evidence. There's no evidence or proof. They're just fun, they're fun thought experiments. And you can run the math a little bit, and because math is the way math is, you can kind of come up with these sort of edge cases that we've never experienced in the real world, but, like, numbers can do more than what we can experience in the real world. So you're like, well, what if it makes a fun thought experiment, but we don't have evidence. We can just run numbers. When you uploaded your first video on YouTube, did you expect to make it this far? You don't want my answer. I expected to make it further. Honestly, this is why fame won't go to my head. I expected to make it further. All of you have disappointed me. I should be at 10 million, but I should be... Mr. Beast wasn't around when I started. He didn't exist yet. I should be the next PewDiePie. I should be Markiplier right now. In fact, I have those skills. And I would be doing that, but all of you guys suck. And you didn't discover me in time, and I don't have enough subscribers. I should be further. I expected that by now, I would be sipping Chardonnay out of a golden vase. I'm just being silly. What were my expectations? I thought it would be really cool to blow up and get big for something. I just didn't know what that something would be. And I had no idea it would be what I'm kind of known for now. I definitely didn't chart Inca games being a thing. I definitely didn't chart, like, going back to Inca games. I didn't think that they would make a game around me. I didn't think that, like, I would have a game company have me voice act for one of the characters. There's things I've gotten to do I didn't think I'd get to do. But in terms of, like, size, I kind of actually, when I started doing videos, I kind of was optimistic that one day I would be big, but I didn't know how I would get there or what that would look like. And honestly, I still don't. I just kind of do my thing and just kind of hope for the best. That's kind of it. I've kind of always just kind of been doing my thing and hoping for the best. And I think it would be really cool to have a play button one day. Will I? Probably not at this rate, unless something changes real soon. We're a long ways from it. I've been doing this for a long time already, so I think it'd be cool to get big, but I think I've gotten to do things I didn't think I'd get to do, which is cool. But yeah, I think expectations-wise, I don't think I really had expectations. I just kind of wanted to do it, and honestly, I started doing YouTube because I was not in a good mental space. So it just kind of kept me, it kept me going. I was not, I've talked about this in the past, a long time ago. I don't talk about this much these days, but, like, I started YouTube because I was not okay. So there's a lot of people that start YouTube because they want to get big and famous. Well, there's a lot of people that grew up on YouTube. I didn't grow up on YouTube, by the way. There's a lot of people that grew up on YouTube that grew up like, I'm 7 years old. Hi, chat. I'm making a video, right? I did not grow up that way. I grew up before the internet. I grew up before smartphones. I grew up before a lot of tech. I did not want to be an actor or a performer or a person. That was not in the cards for me when I was a kid. I did not grow up this way. I left high school. I stopped all those things I said I was a freak about, all those hobbies, all those sports, all those friends, disappeared basically overnight. I went to college. I was no longer in sports because I wasn't good enough to go to do college sport. I played sports in school. I was not good enough to do college sports. I didn't do sports. My friends moved all over the place. I had some friends go to the same school as I did, but they were busy. They were working full time. My life turned upside down when I went to college. I lost all my hobbies. I had a really, really rocky relationship with a girl that I had been seeing for at that time, almost 5 years. That by the time I wasn't a freshman anymore, we'd been seeing each other 5 years and broke up. I was in a bad place. I was in a bad place. I did YouTube to escape. I did not do this for fame. I did not do this for fortune. I did this for survival. So when we talk, did you ever think you would get to... I just wanted to see tomorrow. I did all of this to find purpose, to find something to do. to find something I was for a person that wasn't passionate about anything at all and was floating through life. I found something that I really enjoyed doing, and that was what mattered. Not to get too heavy, but that's what I needed. I needed something to get me to tomorrow. So, whether I get famous or I don't get famous, the important thing is I'm still here. And I plan on staying here. Not to get crazy heavy at 2:45 in the morning my time. Holy crap, guys. Guys, we need to wrap up the stream probably, because if we don't wrap up the stream, I'm just going to go get another drink. Are we pulling an all-nighter? What are we doing? What are we doing? Why am what are we doing? Guys, what the frick? It's almost 3 in the morning? What? Once I go to sleep, I can sleep because I can't sleep. I'll be thinking about this, forcing me to think. That's what I try to do. I try to give you guys something to think about. As a 3-month baby when you started your channel, bro. Gotta find your niche. You've been through tough times, Mo. Any advice to the younger audience? Be patient. Be patient. Not just with the world, but with yourself. I think that's a very good general audience, advice for any audience. Be patient with yourself. Give yourself the space to explore and discover, and try new things. Try everything. Try everything and anything, and be patient. Pretty good general advice. When you're young, smaller amounts of time feel like forever. So you feel like, oh no, if you're in a bad place, oh no, it's gonna be like this forever. My life is doomed. My life is over. And then, like, you know, you were sad for like a month. And then you get to be my age, and a month is like nothing. I blink and a month passes, dude. It's insane. So, like, when you're young, if you're young, be patient. Be patient with yourself and try new things. And honestly, really, just keep going. Like, it's not, when it feels like it's game over, it's not. Put another quarter in and keep going. Is Thursday still thirsty? I'm kind of thirsty. Am I getting another drink? Are we still yapping? What are we doing? Yeah. I don't know, what are we doing? Am I getting another drink? Are we still going? I don't know if it's healthy for me to keep yapping, but I mean, we've actually, honestly, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you guys. This has been a better stream than the last couple I've done. Numbers wise, we've got people, you guys are watching, people have hit the like, dude, it is so hard to get people to hit that like button, and you guys have pulled through. There are likes on this stream, bro. Am I pulling an all-nighter? Is that what we're doing? One last round? All right, if we're doing one last, okay, let me go refill. My glass is emptieth. I walk by my laundry and remember that I still have laundry to do. I mean, it's not gonna happen till I mean, technically today, but you know what I mean. Tomorrow, it's not gonna. It's just sitting in there, soaking in my coffee stains. Also, I walk by my fridge and I'm like, oh yeah, I want to make a sausage pizza. I'm making a sausage pizza for dinner, dude. Friday night, I'm making homemade sausage pizza with bell peppers. That's kind of it. Cheese, bell peppers, and sausage. I think that's all I actually. I think that's all I actually have. But it's gonna be so good. I would love to add mushrooms to it. Ooh. I looked at my fridge, and that's literally what I thought about. Like, dinner tomorrow is gonna be lit. It's gonna be fire. I made homemade potato chips today, and I burned them. They were seasoned good, but they were burned. They were luckily I don't mind burned food because I'm like weird, but like I gotta I gotta work on that. I gotta work on that. I can do better. I can definitely do better. If you want, you can mow. Nothing is you can mow. If I want what? I don't remember what we were talking about. That's true. I can do anything I want, but I just want to know what you guys were doing. Because I don't want to be sitting here drinking alone at 4 in the morning. If, you know, it's not 4 yet. But I don't want to be here sitting here drinking alone at 4 in the morning talking to... Because it's one thing if I start my stream at like 8 p.m. and I'm drinking and yapping and talking to myself at 8 p.m. That's one thing. That just means I'm not popular. Maybe I'll use the footage for a video or something. If I'm doing it at 4 in the morning... Yeah, I feel like we've reached a new low. If I'm talking to myself at 4 a.m., just drinking and talking to myself at 4 in the morning, we'll see where we're at in an hour. That's different. 8 o'clock, I can talk to myself. 4 in the morning, maybe we should just go to bed. Oh my goodness. We should plan something while he goes off. We should steal the chair. How would you even do it? How would you steal the chair? I dare you. I dare you to swing through my window like a SWAT team and take my chair. I dare you. I think it's ironclad to the floor. It's not. It's not. I'll lift it. Oh God. Look, it lifts. It lifts. It lifts. I don't have the towel on the seat part of it. Because you may have heard me mention it, but I spilled coffee on myself today. And the towel that I normally sit on is currently sitting in my washing machine. Not washed right now, just soaked in coffee. A lot can happen in 1.3 billion years, including Mo's chair getting used. Dude, it gets used all the time now. All the day. It gets used all the day now. What are you talking about? You know about the trolley problem, Mo? Dude, yeah. We did a bunch of trolley problem questions. What was the name of that website we did? That was a bunch of like weird trolley problems. I did like a website where it was like a bunch of things, and we got really philosophical about some of them. So I know like the like main core. Sorry, I just got like hypnotized by this girl's like dancing. Now what is she doing? What are these moves? And we're moving into like a music video. Now they're getting a drink. What are they ordering? Oh, they're getting shot. Oh! I don't like taking shots. Dude, this guy. What the? But he took it like a champ. He just took it. He didn't move. He didn't move more than like 3 inches. He moved his jaw and took a shot, and that's it. What is going on in this music video? I'm sorry. I just got hyper What the? Sorry, I got hyper distracted. What were we talking about? I'm sorry. Oh, the trolley problem. I do know about the main trolley problem or whatever. Yeah. I asked what your favorite Inca game, but what about your favorite Obama-based game for Inca games? Ooh. I can tell you what Aldo's favorite Obama-based Inca game is, and that's the what's the name of the game? Like Obama the Magic Coin or whatever. The one where it's like Obama being like in the Harry Potter with the spells and the wand and stuff. What was that one called? Someone refresh my memory. My brain is failing me. That one was Aldo's favorite, and I kind of want to say it's my favorite too, because I'm a Magic Man. And that's where Obama gets to do like magic spells and stuff. That's kind of sick. I kind of want to cheat and choose that one. Is that cheating if I pick that one? I kind of want to do that one. If you push the lever, you'd be directly killing someone. Yeah, correct. That's why I would push the lever. I want to kill someone. I want to know what it feels like to have someone's blood on my hands. I want to feel the power. Yeah, no, I know the argument, sorry. I know the argument. Like, yeah, pulling the lever means that the death is directly on it. Because normally the way it's set up is that if you change nothing, it'll kill, like, 3 people. Or, like, an old person or something. But if you change something, it'll kill 1 person or a young person or something. So the idea is that if you're very utilitarian, you'd want to pull the lever because it hurts the fewest people. Or it would hurt, you know, only people that, like, have less life to live. The idea is from a utilitarian point of view, you want to pull the lever. But from a moral and ethics point of view, pulling the lever means you are directly responsible for the death of, you know, whoever's getting run over, right? So that's like a moral and ethical point of view. And then there's a couple other points of view you can kind of go into, because there's like, well, what are the ethics of like being like a bystander? What are the ethics of that? There's a couple different ways to look at it, but that's like the core way you tend to look at the main trolley problem, is that doing nothing is problematic, but doing something means that you're putting blood on your hands. And then there's that apocryphal statistic about serial killers pick the pulling the lever one, or there's some apocryphal statistics that someone made up that's not a true statistic, but like everyone knows about it, where it's like only serial killers pull the lever, so if you pull the lever, you're a serial killer, you're a psychopath. That's not true. That's not true at all. Someone made that up and it became really famous on the internet for a hot minute. I don't know if you've heard of that, but that was the thing. Oh. You posted a link and got banned. I mean, you didn't get perma-banned. You got deleted. No link post. Barry got you. Barry got you good. Who's Aldo? He's the founder and leader of Inca Games and Mazniak. The chair's made out of osmium. We got a Stardew player, so no one can steal it, but Mo is very strong, so he can carry it with no problem, like Thor. Is osmium from Thor? There's no way. Obama and the magic coin. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. Obama, Potter, and the magic coin. I thought it was something like that. I thought it was. The Obama in the Dark series is a good series. But like if you had to pick only one game, it's hard to pick one game. I wouldn't want to do one of the Obama in the Darks because that's like a whole that's like a whole thing. You know what I mean? So Obama and the Magic Coin is a good one because you get to do like spells and stuff, so that's kind of cool. The time traveling one, the President's Saw game, is kind of fun just because you get to go through time, but that's between Obama and Biden and Trump, so that kind of feels like it's kind of split 3 ways. I've done that one a few. So yeah, I'll go Obama, Potter, and the Magic Coin. I'm okay with that. If you can prevent a tragedy using a time machine button, would you press it? But it could create new tragedies and consequences. Would you press it? I'm gonna be honest with you. It depends a little bit on what your rules of time travel are, but if we're operating under the rules that if you change something in the past, it will change your future. We're not talking about multiple worlds, like the multiple world theory we were talking about before, where like you get to just exist in a different world or go back to your own world or whatever. If you can go back and change a tragedy, like, you know, most people would say like, I'd go back and kill Hitler. If going back in time would radically change your future, possibly risking you never being born or something, you know, something crazy like that. If I had the power to go back in time and change something, I would be insanely selfish, and I would change something like a tragedy in my own life. I'm just being honest. I'm just being real with you. If it's a situation where like the Hitler thing, my family, if you go back just a few generations, came from Germany. Like we have like talking about the Hitler thing. If I go back and like murk Hitler, so World War II never happens, insanely is it likely that I will just never be born. Which then that introduces a new paradox where if I'm not born, then I can't go back in time to stop Hitler anyway. So I don't even know if that would fix anything or if I would just immediately nuke myself. I don't know. So it kind of depends on your rules a little bit, because I have German ancestry. So the obvious thing people think about is like, you know, World War II. So to play it safe, I would probably be insanely selfish, and I would go back and change some tragedy in my own life. Maybe I would prevent this scar from happening, and I'd become some sort of freaking baseball player or something. Or maybe I'd go back and... Oh, what's a tragedy in my life? I don't even know. I don't have that tragic of a life. I don't know. It would be something selfish. Maybe something in my family's life or something. I'm just being honest. It would be something incredibly selfish. Like, I know that's not, like, exciting, but I would go back and just change something, because I am not someone who's like, I regret nothing. I would change nothing about my own life. Dude, bro, like, I would change so much about my life. There are so many things I would do over. But, like, tragedy makes it sound kind of, like, crazy. I want to take Botboy Buried. Are you falsely incriminated? I can look at your deleted message. Let me see what you did. Yeah, I can look. I have the power. I normally don't look because I'm in the middle of a game, but we're not actually in a game. We're in a chat. You didn't post a link. What the frig? Please, no link posting. You said if there is a sudden car crash and people are critically injured and need immediate surgery, but the hospital doesn't have any vital organs available, lucky for you, a healthy man comes for a checkup. Are you saying, would we harvest the healthy man? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, why did it block you? Yeah, there's no link in there. Why did it block you? I think the healthy man has a right to his body, and I don't think it's right to harvest the healthy man for the sake of the injured people. I just don't think that's right. Because I have a moral stance that we as human beings are not just meat sacks. I choose to believe we are not just meat sacks. And harvesting a healthy person for a utilitarian point of view where it's like, well, you know, this meat sack can save these meat sacks, that's not right. I think people have autonomy and a right to their own body. I stand by that. I know that's rough, but there you go. You got deleted now. What did you post? What did you say? You said a Maybe he used a letter near a dot. Oh, like hell.leo. Like hello or whatever. That must have been what happened. Yep. It got you. That must have been what happened. Did he do that though? Oh yeah, available dot lucky. Oh yeah, he didn't have a space between, like he accidentally left us. That's what it is. That's what it is. You got it. You left a space out. So it was like, yeah, that's what happened. You triggered Barry with your lack of spacing. Well done. You found it for sure. I didn't realize we were going to get into philosophy here, but it's 10 a.m. in the Netherlands. Yeah, that's a fine time for you. For me, it's 3 in the morning. It's 3 in the morning. I've had too much to drink because I was drinking before the stream started. Not to sound like an alcoholic, I just happened to have a drink with like dinner. And I was like, oh crap. I've been drinking all night. 3 in the morning. I'm hungry. But I'm not going to make food because it's 3 in the morning. If I wait 3 more hours, maybe 2 more hours. I don't know when Taco Bell opens. I could go get breakfast at Taco Bell in a few hours. If I just didn't sleep. That seems like a bad idea, right? Is that a bad idea? That's a bad idea, right? What are you drinking? Juice. Orange juice. YouTube, I'm drinking orange juice. That's been the joke. That's been the joke so far. You're gonna head out? Well, thanks for hanging out, Rain. We'll see you next time. Noted. No, I'm a rum and Coke guy. This is rum. It's not Coke. It's an off-brand Coke. The generic brand. And then I've got I do have some lemon juice squeezed into there as well. It's not lime, which is what I would do, but I have lemon juice and no lime. So here we are. Spiked OJ. Yeah, definitely spiked brown or OJ. Yep. Yep. For sure. Yeah. I think the stream's been going on long enough. I think we've escaped YouTube's censors. I don't think they look this far in. I think we can say anything we want. We're 7 hours into a stream. I don't think the YouTube censors are actually watching anymore. G, you're still streaming? I sure am. They said I should have one more drink, and I'm still here. We were talking about relationships. We were talking about philosophy. I'm still just talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. And it kind of got philosophical about, like, trolley problems and stuff. Prove it, say the N-word. Listen, I am not going to press my luck. I'm not doing that for just no reason. I'll tell you what, super chat me $100 right now. I won't say it if you do. If you do, I'll just take the money and the stream and run away. I didn't promise I would do it. I was just like, send me $100. If you send me $100, I just end the stream. I would be the biggest piece of crap. You would send me $100 and I would just end the stream and I'd just be like, yep, job's done for the night. Oh goodness. The N-word is Nintendo. Got it. Mo, don't. You think I would? If you want to rearrange all the letters of the N-word, I'm just saying. If you rearrange, if you rearrange the letters of the N-word, you can spell the word ginger. Which is why ginger is a bad word. And you shouldn't say it without consent. It's our word. Ginger's our word. And I'm tired of people calling redheads gingers without asking for permission. It's our word. You're not allowed to do that. It's literally the same letters. Look at them. Look at the letters. It is the same letters. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. People always like, Mo, you're a ginger. I'm like, don't call me a ginger. Yeah, but you're a ginger. I said, stop calling me a ginger. And people still keep calling me a ginger. And I think that's rude. I think that's rude. I tell people to stop and they don't. It's the same letters as the N-word. Look at it. Literally is. I was just about to send that $100. Dude, I would have just ended the stream. I would have ended the stream. It would have been great. The nerdy ginger will be shocked when... No, I promise you the nerdy ginger knows. I promise you. It's okay if we call ourselves a ginger. It's our word. But it's when y'all freaking yahoos that aren't gingers start calling gingers gingers. That's rude. I have to admit, I have to do a shout out. I have to throw a shout out to the comedian Tim Minchin. He's an Australian bloke. He's the one that the first time I heard, he did a stand-up act and did a song on that, and I'm like, oh my god, he's right. And that was years ago. That was years and years ago. He did a comedy act. So I got to do a shout out to comedian Tim Minchin for that. I didn't come with that. I didn't come up with that myself, but he's right. He's right, dude. Gingers get called so many things growing up. You might not be aware of this. We redheads get called so many things growing up for no reason. For no reason. We've been called so many things. I don't get it. And it's kind of annoying because if you're a girl, you get hypersexualized. But if you're a guy, you just suck. No one likes a ginger guy. No one likes ginger dudes. Everyone thinks a ginger dude is like ugly, but a redheaded woman? Oh, that's the gold mine right there. Oh yeah. Kind of annoying. I want to be hypersexualized. This is me joking, but also kind of not joking because I would be curious. I want to be hypersexualized. I want someone to be like, well, Mo, your ginger beard is just so sexy. Oh, God. What would that look like? I don't even know. Okay. It's true. Dude, I've been called so many names. I remember. This was in high school. I was a freshman. And it sticks with me to this day. I was walking to the bus stop, and I was getting close to the sidewalk. Someone pulls up to the stop sign, stops their car, rolls down their window, yells at me. And I apologize for my language right now, but this is what they said. They rolled down their window. You're an ugly motherfucker, you know that? Flipped me off, rolled up their window, drove away. And here I am, freshman, books in hand, backpack, like, okay. I guess I'll go to the bus now. I have suffered some ginger abuse. I know. If you grew up as a redhead, you get called so many names. You get called so many names as a red for no reason. No, if you know a redhead, ask them. If they haven't been called a name, holy crap. Holy crap. Okay, that'll blow my mind. Ask any redhead that you know, natural redhead. Because a lot of people dye their hair red and they get called beautiful and sexy and all kinds of nice things. No, ask a natural redhead. What names have you been called? Just as a friend. Dude. Dude. So many names. I get it. Fire crotch for the 10 millionth time. Oh, very funny. I'm just saying. I'm just for no reason. Yeah. I thought you were naturally blonde. My hair, as I've gotten older, my head hair has gotten lighter. You probably can't tell on stream because I do all this color correction, so it looks kind of green and kind of weird. Dude, my hat hair looks terrible. Good God. My hat hair looks terrible. But no, I'm not blonde. I'm naturally very red-haired. When I was younger, my hair was a lot redder. As I've gotten older, my head hair has gotten lighter. It's very straw-colored. My beard is still very red. My beard is still very strong. But my head hair has gotten a lot lighter, to be fair. But it's not, I'm a natural redhead. So. God hates gingers more than gays. There, I said it. Well, that was like the South Park thing, right? Like, gingers have no souls. Which I leaned into that. I thought that was funny. I leaned into that. I'm like, I got no soul, so you can't hurt me. You kind of remind me of Ed Sheeran. I don't look anything like him. You're all redhead racist. I have been called Ed Sheeran. I've been called Ron Weasley. Dude, I've been called so many. I look nothing like the man. You're all just redhead racist. All black people look the same. All redheads look like Ed Sheeran. You're all redhead racist. Yeah, no, I don't look. I've been called Ed Sheeran many times. I've been called Conan O'Brien. I look nothing like Conan O'Brien. Hey, you look kind of like Conan O'Brien. What? screenshot this. Side by side, Conan O'Brien. No! No! What the frick? I don't know. It's which I love. TikTok. This was like 2 months ago or whatever. TikTok. Black TikTok was like, we welcome gingers with open arms. Gingers are officially black people. And I'm like, you know what? It's true. It's true. We've got a lot in common. We've all been persecuted in similar, not the same ways. Obviously, different groups persecuting people in different ways or whatever. But like, we've always been out for each other. We've always looked after each other. We are all called names. Like 2 months ago or whatever, that TikTok trend, like redheads or black people. Oh, I loved that. Oh, that was so good. Oh, that was so fun. That was a fun trend. That was a fun, I don't know if you guys were a part of that. I'm a redhead, so of course I saw the trend. Of course I saw it, but. What are your thoughts on men going to Turkey to fix their hairlines? I have no idea what you're talking about. Can Turkey fix my hairline? My sexy 5 head. Can Turkey fix this? Oh, there's nothing to fix. It's perfect. My hairline doesn't need touch. I think the sooner men, because it's always men. When it comes to hairlines, it's always men. The sooner men can just get comfortable with what their hairline is, the sooner they can be happy. That's my opinion. But, I mean, whatever. It's your money. It's your life. Do what you want to do. But I'm not flying to Turkey for my hairline. Your friend looks more like Ed Sheeran than me. Well, it's almost like Ed Sheeran is a real human being. Like, I'm tired of people. You look like Ed Sheeran. It's like, Ed Sheeran is a man. Like, a real human man. Like, a human person. I'm a human person. We're not, like, squirrels. We don't, like... Anyway, I kind of do take offense to. I'll be honest. I kind of do take offense to. I joke a lot on stream, but like, I kind of do take offense. It's like, I don't look like Ed Sheeran. I don't look like Conan O'Brien. I don't look like Ron Weasley. I have red hair. I don't look like any of these people. Nothing wrong with those people. They're all great. But I don't look like them. So I'm tired of hearing it. I'm not trying to come after you. I don't want you to feel bad because you're not the only one. I'm not trying to come after you specifically, so don't feel bad. But you're not the first person to say it, and I don't understand. I do not understand. You look like a guy with a top hat. I've got a fedora, actually. Henry Cavill, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. You're making it up. You're making stuff up now. Yes, Turkey can. Lauren Phillips? Wait, which one is that? Do I know that person? Do I know that person? I might. I mean, not like... Who's Lauren Phillips? Is this ringing a bell? Who's Lauren Phillips? A girl. I see. Hang on. Okay, I went to image search just to get a picture, but hang on. I gotta go back to all search. Oh, you guys can see what I'm. I forgot that you guys can see what I'm doing over here. Hang on. Let me bring that over here. I keep forgetting that my music is over there, so you guys can see. Oh Jesus! The fourth link is a Pornhub link. Is this a porn star? Did you just link me to a porn star? You tricky sons of guns. I see Twitter, or X. I see Instagram, I see Wikipedia, and I see porn. Oh, you sneaky sons of guns. You tricked me. Alright, I'll close out of that. You tricky sons of guns. Imagine if I had opened that up over in this... Imagine if I had opened that up in this corner over here. How dare you? How dare you send me to some freaking porn star? Delete the search history? Why? I'm an adult. Who's gonna see my search history? What? Why? I'm not a child. Who's gonna see my adult my search history? Should I send it to my ISP? They don't care. I'm sure they've seen worse. Should I send my search history to my parents? Like, I'm not a child. I know what's in my search history. I know what I've searched. I pay for my internet. Who's gonna see my search history? Oh my god. Delete your search history. Why? Oh, it's just gonna be Lauren Phillips, who I didn't look anything. I just saw the Google search. Should I open the Pornhub link on stream? Should I open it up and watch it on my main monitor and like react to it live? And then you guys have to like squint to see if you can see the reflection in my glasses. I'm not doing that, by the way. I'm joking. I'm joking. Before anyone out there gets excited, we're not doing a live reaction. Jesus Christ. No, yes. Oh my god. We just talked about sexuality earlier. I send 200 if you do that. Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm being bribed now. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. If I just watch it on my monitor, but you guys can see nothing. $200? Wait. Contract? Contractually? God, what would that YouTube content be? Streamer reacts to adult content live, but you can see nothing for money, for bribes. God, how low would I have to stoop? God, that's some real gooner nonsense. Is that what the kids say these days? I hate that I just said that. Is that what people say these days? The gooner? Is that the gooners? Is that real gooner content? I'm sorry I said that out loud. God forbid any of my like usual like crowd sees me at 3 in the morning. Gooner content. Oh my god, this is the kind of nonsense you get. MagicManMo, 3 in the morning. Let's go. What if I tip $100? Wait, are we negotiating? We can still hear it. I'll just mute it. I'll mute the audio. YouTube would shut me. I hope YouTube would shut me down so fast. I don't want to test it, but I hope. I hope I'd get shut me down. MagicManMo's gone rogue. Holy crap. She reacts to movie. Dude, I don't need to know what she does. I'm not looking into this. Weird joke. I'm not looking into this. I don't know if you guys think once the stream's over, MagicManMo's looking that. I'm not looking this up when I'm done with the stream. I'm going there straight to bed. I'm going straight to bed, bro. Oh, is my green screen like? It's like barely enough to cover this. It doesn't matter. It's like barely enough. I can't believe you guys made me just look up a porn star. I can't believe this. That's so funny. That's so funny. I had no idea. The immersion, bro. Straight to bed, and then looks. No. 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 You can send the winky faces all you want, but no. If there's anything I watch in bed, this is a true fact. I'm gonna boot up like Christopher Odd. This is a shout out to another Let's Play. I'm gonna boot up Christopher Odd. I think I left off on his XCOM 2 playthrough on episode 102. I think is where I'm at. I'm watching through all of his XCOM 2 playthrough right now. His modded XCOM 2 playthrough. If there's anything I watch in bed, I'm going to be watching Christopher Odd playing XCOM 2 and falling asleep to him getting brutally murdered by some sectoid or something. That's my life. I'm so much nerdier than that. I'm so far beyond your typical gooner nonsense. I'm watching Let's Plays to fall asleep, dude. I'm not watching your whatever you think. You're a funny guy. I like to think so. I like to think I'm funny. Some people think I'm insufferable. Believe it or not, some people think I'm terrible. Some people think I'm, like, awful. Believe it or not, it's true. I make me laugh. Look up Angela White. I promise. Okay, hang on. I have to. I literally. Who is she? And I'm not gonna click on a link. Angela White. I'm just gonna Google the name. Yep. Nope. She's a. Wait. What do the TikTok people say? A corn star. Ah, that's how they get around the algorithm. They say corn, right? Everyone has a code word for everything now. I'm just old. I just say it as it is. Angela White. Yep. I like how if you go to image search, half of the images are like blurred out because if you have the safe search turned on, it's a bunch of pictures of her somewhere, and then it's a bunch of blurred images. I'm like, okay, great, and we'll close out of that. Fantastic. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's where we're at. I want to see the comparison. People that watch at the beginning of the stream. Oh, okay, this is a fun stream. People that watch at 3:30 in the morning. Oh my god. YouTube Shorts for 4 hours. Dude, my YouTube Shorts, actually, I have a problem. My YouTube Shorts is so much brain rot content. I don't know what happened. I'm stopping YouTube Shorts. They keep serving me brain rot. Like, it's just AI stuff and, like, movie clips. And it's all stuff I'm not interested in. I don't know what my YouTube Shorts algorithm has changed, and I hate it. So I'm actually back on TikTok. I left TikTok for a while just because I'm lazy. Because I'm on YouTube all the time anyway. So I got lazy, so I was doing YouTube Shorts instead of TikTok. My YouTube Shorts is all brain rot. So I'm back on TikTok, looking at actually funny videos. All my TikTok is brain rot. I mean, all my YouTube Shorts is brain rot. My TikTok's all good stuff. So anyway, I'm back over there right now. I can't even, like, if I pull up Shorts right now, I'll see if I can find something, like what pops up. If I go to my Shorts, okay, well that's King of the Hill. That's fair. Okay, this is just cat brain rot. I love this sound. Women are a blessing on earth. So this is a girl reacting to some sound. It's literally nothing. Some more of the clown girl from that show I've never seen. Realizing that this trend is this is another trend thing. Literally nothing's happening. Literally nothing's happening. Okay, this looks like a skit. This might be funny. That might be an actual skit. That's kind of funny. Freaking Joe Rogan for no reason. Joe Rogan. What is that? I've never watched an episode of Joe Rogan. Okay, this is just literally just scenes of foreign places with music. Pretending to be a travel video. More cat brain rot. Which, I like cats. Don't get me wrong. But there's a lot of cat videos that are just like AI generated cat videos where it's like AI narration, AI text, and it's just pictures of cats doing just whatever. That is not content. Okay, this is a Let's Play. That might be interesting. This is a video game of some kind. That's actually maybe interesting. This is a guy asking for you to click on his sound. So that's brain rot. This is a trend right now. This is an Alexander trend. This is just a popular trend right now. This is someone doing a dap in the middle of a hallway. That is not me. I don't care. When she was my girlfriend. This is, I guess, a girl eating. Girl eating. That's okay. Okay, this is the same exact Alexander trend thing again. This is the exact same Alexander trend again. The Alexander sound. That's everywhere. More animals showing a paw. It's literally just an animal paw in text. There's no content. Nothing's happening. It's a dog. It's just a dog. My shorts is terrible. My shorts is it's just brain rot. There's nothing there. Alexander, come back to sleep. It's that trend, which I get. That's a trend right now. I get that's a trend. People are actually doing that for real. It's that trend, and then a bunch of brain rot. That's it. That's all I'm getting. It's driving me nuts. Why is he showing us your For You page? I'm not interested in 99% of it. I don't know why that's my For You. I don't know. I don't watch this. This is not the content I watch. You know how, oh, I'm blurry. What the frick? You know how some people like expose themselves? Like, oh, your For You page is the stuff you watch. You're exposing yourself. This is not what I watch. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I don't watch this stuff. So, like, anyway, so I've left, I'm not watching YouTube Shorts right now. I'm on TikTok, so I can get back to my, like, D&D memes. I can get back to my, like, sketches. I recently rediscovered Britannic. I don't know if you guys are familiar. They used to do a YouTube channel, like, a billion years ago, and I loved them. They're on TikTok. I recently rediscovered them. That was so good. I'm watching sketches. I'm watching D&D memes. I'm, like actual content that someone made on TikTok, and I'm like, oh, thank God, finally, something that isn't just AI garbage. And the Alexander meme. The Alexander meme is, not meme, the Alexander trend is just a trend. That's fine. Trends are fine, that's fine. I'm getting a lot of it. I don't know why I'm getting a lot of it, but that's just a trend. But all the other stuff, it's like AI garbage or whatever, brain rot, and I'm like, what the frick is this? There was a point, this was a few days ago. I got onto my YouTube this is why I stopped YouTube. I got on my YouTube Shorts. I started scrolling through, and it was like teenage girls like, when my boyfriend this or whatever, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I got off that as fast. I'm like, I don't want to watch a bunch of teenage girls freaking YouTube Shorts. I'm a 30-plus-year-old man. Get me out of here! Leave! Run! And I left. So anyway, I'm done with YouTube Shorts until the algorithm figures itself out. I do not want to get on YouTube Shorts and it's like kids jumping on a trampoline. No, I'm out. I'm out. I'm so out. I'm so out. Anyway. Oh. God. I don't know what happened to my YouTube Short. I don't know. I don't watch that stuff. I watch Let's Play videos, and none of my shorts are like Let's Play videos. I don't understand. I'm so confused. So until YouTube figures its crap out, I'm back onto TikTok. So much better. So much better right now. Yeah, I'm complaining about the brain rot gorilla's eating. You get a lot of viewers if you reacted to the Hamilton music. If I did if I did a reaction thing, if I was a reacting channel, I could probably do something with that. I probably could. I just don't know if I have the heart for it. The fandom is very diehard, LOL. I've never seen the Hamilton musical. I've heard it's good. Oh, the blur. I know the blur was crazy. I was getting super blurry. The camera didn't know what to do with me showing you guys the camera in focus. My YouTube Shorts is busted. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm scared of it. I'm scared of my YouTube. Anytime I open up YouTube, I try to not click on any shorts right now. I try to click on no shorts. Whatever they're doing, I don't like it. So, do the Alexander trend. Excuse me. Are we good? I had a big old burp building up over here. Excuse me. I mean, I could hop on some trends. Like the Alexander trend, I recognize that's a trend. I've even seen that over on TikTok. I recognize that's a trend. I could try to do something like that. It won't be as fancy as some people are doing that trend in full, like, Hamilton gear. Like, full on like 1776 like, you know, era gear or whatever. I'm not gonna do anything like that. I don't have that kind of equipment, but I could jump on that. There's a couple of trends that I've seen on TikTok that I've kind of like saved as just like a note to myself, like, oh, maybe I'll do something like this. I've just been so busy this week, I haven't like done anything. I don't know if I come up with a good idea with the Alexander one, maybe. It all depends on if I come up with a good idea and I have the time to do it. If I come up with a good idea and I've got time to do it, I'll do it. Do another Clone Hero stream? I'm literally not gonna. One, you said with an actual guitar. I don't have one. I can't help you. I don't have one. I can't. Two, I'm not good at rhythm games. I don't know why people want. Well, it's folks like you that just enjoy rhythm games, guys. I'm not good at them. I don't know what you're gonna. You're just gonna see me sitting there, like just actually stun locked, trying to do anything difficult. Like I don't know. I don't know what you think you're gonna get out of me. It won't be good. It'll just be me sitting there like, too many notes. I don't know why people want to see me do a rhythm game. It's a terrible idea. I don't play them. I'm not good at them. I'm slow paced. I'm slow placed. I'm placed in the slowest, you know. I'm down to watch a MagicManMo reaction channel, but you have other channels too, right? Well, this is the MagicManMo channel that you're on right now is really the only channel I actually post to. This is really the only one right now. I do have other channels, but they don't get any action. Play FNF for 5 years. I don't want to do that. that sounds actually miserable. That actually, like, if you enjoy that, bless you. That sounds like a nightmare to me. I don't want to do that. That sounds terrible. I'd rather actually stab myself with something. What's the sharpest thing I have on my desk right now? I'd rather stab myself with it. I know that sounds extreme, but it's true. I guess my pen is the sharpest. I don't have any sharp item. Why do I not? I don't have a knife. It's a good thing. I don't have a knife on my desk anymore like I used to. Wait, no, I do. I've got my pocket knife. This is my pocket knife. I'm not gonna stab it. Don't freak out. This is my pocket knife. I got this from my buddy Justin's wedding. It's a really nice pocket knife. My favorite pocket knife. It's got a big knife there. And it's got little knives over here for doing other tasks. Okay, this one's kind of stuck. Ow. I never used this one, so this one's kind of stuck. But I got a pocket knife. I really only use the main knife part for stuff if I need to cut like an envelope open or something. If I have to cut open up a letter or something. It's literally the only part of the knife that I use. At least it's not the kitchen knife. Yeah, I don't have the kitchen knife on the desk anymore. Believe it or not, that finally made it back to the kitchen. Believe it or not, the giant freaking kitchen knife did make it back to the kitchen eventually. It did actually get there. Why do you just have a knife here? I used to have a big kitchen knife on my desk at all times. And then like people, if someone said something or we used to have like a psycho sound effect. I would grab the knife and I'd be like, ah, 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 ah. I used to literally have a giant kitchen knife just on my desk. Just hanging out. I don't anymore. I do have my 6 sunglasses. For when I'm feeling really cool. Hey, Uncle Luke. Welcome to the stream. That's crazy. Is this a vibe? Is the sunglasses a vibe? Imagine if that was like my regular look. People would probably be mad at me for thinking... People would probably think that I think that I'm cooler than I am. Like, oh, he's wearing those sunglasses. He thinks he's so cool, but he's actually a piece of crap. Meanwhile, I know I'm a piece of crap. You know what I'm saying? That's good. Such a vibe. Mo is the one who knocks. I don't know if you heard that on the microphone or not. I just knocked on my desk. I've also got my panic button. I never use this, but I have my panic button. It literally says panic button on it. I know it's like reversed to you. Actually it's not reversed to you. Look at that. I got my panic button where I can ding if I'm in a panic, but I'm never in a panic because I've always got the situation under control. I'm smooth, cool, and under control for sure, definitely. That's a nice ding. I know it's a nice ding. I never use it. I've got a few things on my desk that I just never use because I guess I forget that they're here. I've got a business card for a musician that I saw in Texas a few months ago. Just on my desk. Are you guys into... Do you guys want to... Do you guys want to find a new music? Lila Plumley, singer-songwriter. I saw her live in Texas. There you go. There's a QR code. You can scan the QR code. There you go. You can pause and go back to... I just have this on my desk. I don't know why it's on my desk, but I have it. What else do I have? I've got nail clippers. I've got the old person, like, orthopedic nail clippers. Because my nails are so... I just dropped it. My nails are so hard that if you just get, like, the regular nail clippers, I break them. They actually explode. I have to get the heavy-duty, like, old person ones. Because regular one will actually explode. So I've got that going on. I've got my old cell phone that is just my old cell phone. I use it for a camera sometimes. Ooh, here's my class ring. I don't know why we're in show and tell right now. I've got my class ring. Very fancy. I've got a class ring. Got a ruby on it because my gemstone is a ruby. What's your favorite TV show? Oh, I don't know. In what genre? When I think TV show, I think like drama or something like that. If I think like classic, early to mid 2000s TV show, I'm thinking like I was a big fan of Burn Notice. I really liked Burn Notice back in the day. It's about a spy who was burned, so he was kicked out of his agency, but like for reasons that weren't his fault or whatever, and he has to try to like figure out like who set him up. That was a lot of fun back in the day. I recommend Burn Notice. I really enjoyed Burn Notice. You have to be into like TV, like TV shows. Like it does a bunch of TV tropes. That was big in the day. I really liked that one. I have no idea what's playing these days. I have no idea what's on TV now. Rogue Heroes. I don't even know what that is. About SAS and WO2. WO2. What is WO2? You mean World War II? Like WW2? What is WO2? What is that? You ever watch any sitcoms like The Office? Sorry, what WW2. Okay, I know what WW2 is. I'm like, WO2? I'm like, I don't know what WO2 is. Okay. You had me thrown for a second there. I'm like, what? What? I don't know what that is. I never watched The Office. I've seen a few episodes of The Office, but I never like watched The Office. Sitcoms? I've seen a few episodes of The Office. I've seen a few episodes of Scrubs. I had a buddy who was really into Scrubs. I've seen a little bit of 30 Rock. I've seen a little bit of... I don't think there was a sitcom that I watched regularly, which is kind of weird. Like, I've seen episodes of several sitcoms. Big Bang Theory or whatever. Like, I've seen episodes, but there wasn't really a sitcom that I watched regularly. Not that I can think of. I'm really trying to... Was there a sitcom that I saw regularly? Not that I can... Not that I can think of. That's weird. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I've seen episodes of. I didn't watch it regularly. If you're talking about actually, I think they count as sitcoms when you go way back to like more kids like targeted to young people, because I was a young people. When you're talking about like Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, if you're talking about the oh shoot, I just lost. That's So Raven. That's So Raven. A little bit of Hannah Montana. Didn't watch a lot of that. Do those count as sitcoms? I don't know why I don't think of them that way, but I think they count, right? Do they count? When I was younger, yeah, I would watch those. I've seen episodes of Seinfeld. You say war, we say Orlog. Orlog? Wereld Orlog 2. That must be that must be a language barrier thing. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what an Orlog is, unless it means war. Yeah. Yeah, you threw me off with a WO2. I'm like, WO? I'm like, what? Hello? World Online 2. World Star! World Star! Is World Star still around? Probably. Where like people would fight each other in the street. For no reason. Probably a lot more drama now. Back in the day, before YouTube was big, there was a lot of other websites. Like, you know, YouTube wasn't around yet, but you had like World Star, you had I think it was like funnyvideos.com. There was like a funnyvideos.com. There was like God, what was the websites called? Before YouTube, there were other websites. God, what were they called? There were several. Find video. We used to email each other. Like, hey, there's this funny video on whatever website. Watch this. Like, you used to, like, to viral video. You emailed each other viral videos. Because YouTube didn't exist. I'm older than YouTube, guys. Just so we're clear. You used to email each other viral videos. Like through email. I'm so old. Did you ever play WoW? No, but I played RuneScape. I was a RuneScape guy. I didn't play WoW, I played RuneScape. And I only played free. I never paid for a membership, so don't ask me about no membership nonsense. I played free, I played all the free stuff. The title is misleading. You're misleading, Derpy. What do you mean it's misleading? Wait, what's my title? My title's not misleading. It's Thirsty Thursday. I mean, it was 7.5 hours ago when I started the stream. Are you saying because it's Friday, it's misleading? I stream, like, I started to, look down below, right below the stream where it says when I started. It was like 7.5 hours ago, brother. Mel, can you give me, what is it, $11,000? I cannot. No, sir. I absolutely cannot. Can you give me $11,000? That would be sick. Imagine, if you send me an $11,000 super chat right now, I'll do anything you ask right now, on camera, live. Anything. I know that the limit is like $500 on YouTube, so you literally can't. But if you send me 11,000 USD right now, I'll do anything. There's literally like a YouTube limit. Like, you literally can't do that. I don't know what the limit is, but it's like not that you can't do that. God, I need to take, oh my God, oh wow. Everything's so bright now that I take these off. Holy cow. These are effective, by the way. These sunglasses, they're very effective. These are very effective sunglasses. I will tell, holy cow, everything's so bright now. Holy crap. How cool was I on a scale of 1 to 10 while I had those on? Was I like a 9 out of 10 in cool factor? For a 20-foot skeleton statue? You don't need $11,000 for a 20-foot skeleton statue. What are you ordering for? You can go cheaper. It's possible. I'll hook you up. What's your opinion on Hulk Hogan? I don't know him as a person. I only know him from WWE. Brother! I know a lot of people are hating on Hulk Hogan lately because of like political stuff. I never knew him for political stuff. I only knew him from like WWE being like a goofy guy. So I like Hulk Hogan as a wrestler, but I know he's a controversial figure for like politics and stuff. I don't know anything about that. So don't drag me into the politics. I don't know anything about that. I just know from WWE, you know, he's like, oh, brother, ripping his shirt and stuff. That's all I know him from. So, don't flame me. Don't flame me. Yeah, limit's like 500. I was pretty sure. 21 out of 10. Let's go. Have you ever broken your glasses before? Not broken. I did. Where's my glasses? I was just showing you guys my glasses. This pair of glasses right here, one of my regular pairs of glasses, the left lens popped out of its frame because like there's a tiny screw here that came out, and luckily I found the screw, and I actually, believe it or not, I had a tiny enough screwdriver. I got it put back together and it was totally fine, and it's held up ever since. So I've had a lens pop out before, but I repaired it and it was fine. That's the worst I've ever gotten. But I also usually go the extra mile when I order my glasses. I pay extra money for the like flex lenses. I don't know if these pair have them or whatever, but usually I pay extra for the more durable frames because I especially historically, especially when I was younger, I was more active, you know, in sports and stuff. So like I would pay extra for the more durable frames, which is extra. And thank goodness I could do it. So yeah, I've not really had an issue with my glasses. They've always been pretty durable. So. And I'm fortunate to be able to be in that position that I could do that. For sure. $4K screens on the eye. Wait, what does? You have a birthday tomorrow? Happy early birthday to whoever it is you're celebrating. It's a little late. It's almost 4 in the morning. How tall am I? I'm 9 feet tall. I'm so tall. I'm Slender Man. Any advice to handle rejection? Yes, move on. Rejection always sucks. If you're really committed, like if you were really invested in being with someone or being interested in someone, rejection sucks, don't get me wrong. 100% move on. As fast as you can, move on. If someone turns you down, they're not interested, move on. Pining for someone doesn't help you, it doesn't help them. Don't play that game. You get rejected, you move on. I know it doesn't feel that easy. I know it can suck if you're really invested in being into a relationship with somebody. Move on. Don't be someone's number 2. Don't be someone's number 3. Don't be someone's number 4. Move on. Just move on. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your heartache. Move on as fast as you can. As fast as you can get over it and move on with your life, the better. The sooner you can move on to someone who might actually care about you. That's my advice. Don't keep trying to impress someone who does not care about you. Don't do it. I know that sounds like incredibly simple. I know that. But that is my actual advice. Move on. I was really into some I'm thinking of a particular relationship off the top of my head. I was really into someone. I gave the relationship my all. I gave it my everything. They were not sure about it. They were maybe interested in someone else. They broke it off. I moved on. I found out later. They felt like they made a mistake. They're like, oh no, I kind of miss this guy. Me, talking about me. Kind of miss this guy. Too late. You pick this other guy over me, I'm done. Because the next time someone comes along that's better than me, you're going to leave me again. You picked wrong. I value myself. You didn't value me. I moved on. You don't have to agree with me, but you asked me for my advice. That's it. Someone says no, respect that. Don't belittle them. Don't mock them. Don't go after them. Move on. Someone tells you no, respect their decision. They said no, you move on. They changed their mind, that's a shame. That really sucks for them. That really sucks, but they made a decision. Respect their decision. They said no. That's a rejection. That sucks. That hurts. Respect it. Move on. There are people that are worth your time, and you will never meet them if you're pining after somebody else. That's my advice. I give no one second chances when it comes to relationship. I have been burned in the past, and I refuse to do that to myself again. That's my advice. I'm gonna say that. I'm also still single. I am single right now. So if you don't like my advice, do whatever you want. I'm not your dad. Oh my goodness. My Inca Games voices are crazy. Thank you. They used to be crazier back in the day. I feel like as I've gotten older, it's gotten harder to do some of my old voices.
Well, I like to do voices from time to time. I give them all kinds of crazy sounds.
It's actually easier for me just because the composition of my throat. It's easier to do the higher pitch stuff than the lower pitch stuff. It actually sucks. The Pigsaw voice. I'm Pigsaw. I can't. Wait. How did I do it?
So you want to play a game?
This is the voice. Found it.
I'm Pigsaw. Want to play a game? You see, I've kidnapped you to bring you here today. To teach you a lesson that you won't soon forget. You see, you've been a YouTuber for some time now. And you haven't respected the value of life.
I don't know. Whatever. That voice right there, the old Pigsaw voice, that hurts. It hurts so bad. That hurts so bad. I still do it though sometimes. That hurts so much. I had to find it. It took me a second there. I had to find it. Last week I went to some private spa with a 50Y African 50-year-old African mom of 4. I'm 28. She was hot. Was she single? I mean, game is game, man. Was she single or was she still married? If she's divorced, single, and you're happy, consenting adults can do whatever consenting adults want to do. Is it a relationship red flag if she is really nice to you and all her friends and family, but kind of rude to retail or service staff? Yeah. I mean, it is a red flag. I don't know the extent of how rude you mean. Like you said, kind of rude. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's like an impatience thing or whatever. But yeah, I used to work in the service industry, so I couldn't be with someone who's rude to service people because like I can't see past that. Like that used to be me. You know what I mean? So like that's definitely a red flag to me. So do with that what you will. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I think she's single, but I don't care. I told my friends, game is game, Riz is Riz. Well, if she's not single, the respectful thing to do is to not pursue. That's what I'd say. I do not condone luring people away from established partnerships. So if she's a mother of 4 and married, I do not condone, like she's off limits. I don't condone that. Just to be clear, I don't condone that. That's also how I live my life. I've never pursued someone that's been in a relationship with someone else. I don't care if they're happy or not in their relationship. If they're in a relationship with someone else, I won't do it. I show no interest. I'm a little bit different than some people, and I get that in many ways. But like, if you're in a relationship with someone, I respect that. If you don't have the guts to leave that relationship, I'm not going to be your excuse to leave. I'm not getting in between married people. That's terrible. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much further to explain. I feel like that should be obvious, But for some people, it's not. I don't know how to explain that. If you're in a relationship, you're off limits to me. And that's how I live my life, so. Some people want to play games. Some people are like, oh, I'm seeing this boyfriend, but he's not, it's not serious. It's just a casual thing. And some people play games. I'm not here to play games. I date to marry. I don't date to F around. So if you're in a relationship, I'm not about that. I date to marry. If you're not interested in that, then I move on. I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, you date to find out if you're compatible, right? My objective when I'm dating, are we compatible? Are we an item? Are we partners? I want a partner. Some people want something else in their relationship. When I'm in a relationship, if you're asking for my advice, when I'm in a relationship, I want a partner. I want a partner in life. I want a partner in crime. I want a partner who's there by my side through thick and thin. I'm not out here to play games with someone who will cheat on their current relationship to be with you. Because if they'll cheat once, they'll cheat again. I'm not here to play games. I'm not effing around. That's why I don't give people second chances. If I'm with someone and they get flip-floppy and decide to be with someone and change their mind, you get one shot with me. You get one shot. You change your mind, you say, no, it's not for me, man. I choose to respect your decision, and I'm done. I move on. That's where I'm at. I don't care if you're like, oh, but I'm choosing between two people. I don't care. So that's my advice. That's my take. Do with that what you will. Is it a red flag if she cheated in the past? Absolutely. Cheaters will cheat again. I can't be with a cheater. I won't tell you what to do. You do whatever you want to do. I couldn't do it. So. Cards on the table, though. I've also been cheated on. Which you can imagine that didn't go over well. I don't recommend it. I don't recommend being with a cheater. I don't recommend it. I also don't recommend being a cheater. Don't do it. I've never been a cheater, but if you've ever thought about being a cheater, don't. Don't do that. If you don't want to be with someone and you're thinking about cheating, break up. And then go live your life. Go be with whoever you want to be with. But break up. Oh, but it's hard and people's feelings. And break up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. If you don't want to be with someone, grow up. Break up. MagicManMo dating advice. My dating advice gets kind of serious. Like, I get kind of heavy for some of it. For some of it, like, I have no patience for some nonsense. There is some nonsense I have no patience for. That's some, yeah, the whole, well, I'll just cheat and then they'll break up with me because I'm too scared to break up with them. You're a child. No sympathy. That is dumb. Then again, I'm also an adult. I expect, as an adult, I try to date adults. I shouldn't say it like, I try to date adults. I mean, I only date adults, but some people act like children, is what I mean. Some people haven't evolved mentally. I always date I'm thinking about this too hard. Anyway, I'm thinking about this too hard. When I'm an adult, I'm dating someone, I assume they'll act like an adult. When they don't, I'm done. You try. I know how bad that sounded. What I mean is some people mentally still act very childish, is what I mean. And if you're acting childish, I'm done. If you haven't grown up mentally, where you're still playing games and stuff, I'm out. I'm done. I don't care how old you are. If your brain is acting childish, I'm out. I'm done. You can go be childish with someone else, but not me. Yeah, I know how bad that is. As soon as I said it, I'm like, ayo? Ayo? Is it a red flag if she got a celebrity? A celebrity crush? No. I don't think a celebrity crush is bad. I don't think that's a red flag. I also grew up not understanding celebrity crushes. We talked about sexuality earlier, and that was something that also clued me into the idea that I'm not like other people. Is the whole celebrity crush thing where like everyone's got a celebrity crush? I'm like, but what does that mean? Like I never understood. Like I have a go-to answer. Like if someone asks me, I have a go-to canned answer. Because I learned to have an answer because it made me seem more normal to people. But growing up, I never understood celebrity crushes. But that has a lot to do with me. I think it's totally normal for most people to have a celebrity crush. Like, oh, this person or this idea of a person is really hot. I think a celebrity crush, the idea of that is that it's an unattainable idea of a person, not an actual possibility. I don't think a celebrity crush is necessarily inherently bad. That being said, I do need to put an asterisk on that. There are some people that consider YouTube personalities to be celebrities, and they actively try to pursue YouTube people, even though they're already in relationships, because they see YouTube celebrities as more accessible or approachable than, like, I don't know, Beyonce or something. You know what I mean? There are micro celebrities in the YouTube space that some people think they can actually get away with. And that gets to be a little bit of a red flag, where you think you can be in a relationship with one person, but then cheat on them with a micro celebrity, and that's totally okay. No, that's a red flag. That's 100% a red flag. That's so many red flags. If you're already in a relationship with someone, and you're like, oh yeah, my celebrity crush is like this person I think I can actually get. That's weird. If your celebrity, quote unquote, celebrity crush is someone you think you can actually get, that's a red flag. But like, if I said my celebrity crush is Shakira, it's not. But let's say it is. There's literally 0% chance I'm getting with Shakira ever. That's a fantasy. That would be like, oh, her hips don't lie. Ha ha ha. I'm just picking an example. That is a non-factor. But if my celebrity crush was like, who's a micro celebrity I would have a chance with? Who's a micro I don't know, some YouTuber or something. Pick a micro celebrity that maybe I would run into. That's not a celebrity crush, in my opinion. That's like just a regular crush. And they just happen to be a micro celebrity. That gets to be in red flag territory, in my opinion. I never had a serious girlfriend, so I'm sorry? They're legal there. If you say so. They're not legal here. You hook up every now and again. Game is game. No, that's not game, that's business. Just to be clear, that's not game, that's business. For them, that's their job. A sex worker, that's their job. That's not game, that's business. I don't want you to I'm not saying this to put you down. That is not game, that's business. Do not get that confused. She is performing a job, she is making money, that is business. Do not get that twisted. It will only break your heart. If I'm breaking your heart right now by saying that, I'd rather do that now than you break your own heart later. Do not get that twisted. You can't have a crush on yourself. You actually can. You actually can. That's like there's a word for that. I don't know what it is. There's like a name for that. It's like an ego thing. Is she a red flag if she doesn't want kids? Not necessarily. Do you want kids? If you want kids and she doesn't, it's not that it's a red flag. You're just not compatible. Mo's saying that is not game, and that tone got me laughing, lol. I just don't want you to think that you've got game when you're literally paying for business. Like, that's... I don't want to put you down, but if I gotta be the guy to put you down, if it has to be me, bro to bro here, dude. Like, that's not game. That's business, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I hate to be that guy, but I gotta be that guy. A girl has a high body count, she's a red flag. I think context there kind of matters a little bit. The context that's important here is if you want to be with someone that you know has a high body count, you just need to understand your relationship. Are you, like, someone with a high body count, and especially if the younger they are, that means the average, look at the average length of a relationship. If you're me and you're old, if you're elderly like I am, a higher body count isn't that weird. You've been alive for long enough to have multiple partners. If you're young and you have a lot of partners, that means that person is a casual relationship type person. If you're not a casual relationship type person, you're setting yourself up to be hurt, potentially. Maybe not. Maybe you're the one for this person. Maybe you're both meant to be together. Maybe it'll be great. But just understand your relationship and understand what she wants out of her relationship. If she wants a casual situation that isn't serious and you're like dating to marry, you might not be at the right time and place together. So having a high body count by itself, not a red flag. It's context. What are you trying to get out of your relationship? What are they? Because it can be she, he, they, whatever. What are they trying to get out of their relationship? And does that meet? If you want something serious and they don't, you're not in the right time and place. You will be just another body. You will just be added to the count. It will hurt you more than it will hurt them. Just be aware of that. If that's the situation. If that's the situation. A high body count doesn't by itself necessarily mean red flag. That being said, if I met a potential partner and they're like, I've been with 1,000 men, that would be a little off-putting. Like there I don't know what the limit is. There is a number where you would lean back and go, I'm sorry? Excuse me? There is a number where you'd be like, you're gonna have to explain. Like, there is a number where you're gonna have to explain. But, like, in general, most normal people, like, a high body count might be like, I've been with 7 people. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, your age, context, your relationship, frequency, or whatever. Context is going to be important there. The important thing to you is going to be like whether or not what you want from the relationship matches what they want from the relationship. If it doesn't, it's not going to work. That's the important thing there. High body count, or like Bonnie Blue 1047 men in 13 hours. I'm unfamiliar with Bonnie Blue 1047, but yeah, that would be a number that if I met this Bonnie person and she's like, I'm really interested in you, also my body count's 1,000, I'd be like, that's abnormal. That's unusual. If I was unfamiliar with the story, I would be curious. I would be like, can you explain? Because that's crazy. Because that's a lot. But people are people. Like, if you come together and you're in the same place relationship-wise and you like each other, like, the body count by itself is not the problem. It might be indicative of an underlying problem in terms of what you want from a relationship. It might be indicative. I think it's worth noting, but it by itself, for normal people with normal body count numbers, whatever that might be, It by itself is not the actual problem. It's making sure you're both like wanting the same things out of your relationship. I've been in a place with that myself, where what I wanted to, because I've told you I date to marry. I've been in a relationship where I date to marry. Like, I'm dating to figure out if you are my forever girl. You know, I date to figure if you are going to be my partner in life, partner in crime, if you're going to be my partner. And I was dating someone who wasn't looking for that, and that was hard. That was hard because I didn't know that they didn't want that. I don't know if they didn't. I don't know if they knew that at the time when we started. But what it turned out to be was that they really weren't. They really weren't sure what they were looking for. We were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I wanted more. They wanted less. It didn't work out. That's where you split up. That's the truth of it. It had nothing to do with body count.
Mine was more.
It had nothing to do with body counts. It was about like where you want to be in your relationship. What are some things to say to a girl when arguing? Calm down. That one always works. Relax, babe. You're overreacting. Calm down, babe. That one always works, for sure. There's not a magic word to say when you're arguing. It's like, why are you arguing? Get to the base root of it. You own guns, Mo. Are you that kind of American? I don't know how I want to answer that. That feels like well, if I robbed your house right now, do you have guns? Do you own guns? I may or may not have guns. I also may or may not have swords. And I may or may not have a preference on how I would take down an intruder. I may or may not have various means of taking someone down. Just in case anyone's thinking about getting a little spicy around my residence. I've said some very, very tough things, you know, like, what if someone broke through my window right now? What if someone found... I've said some silly things in the past. Let it be known, if you come into my household with malicious intent, you will be met with a surprising degree of armaments that I will not discuss live on camera. If you're feeling really spicy, you can try your luck, but you may not walk out of it alive. Anyway... Are you that type of American? Maybe. Maybe I am. Did I ever tell you guys about the time I played with dynamite in the village I grew up in and blew up my backyard? Have I told you guys how much of a freak I am? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. America! Freedom! Good old America. The magic word is you're right and I'm sorry. Dude, that maybe that's why I'm still single. If I know I'm right, I'm not backing down. we talked about this earlier. I do not lose an argument that I know I'm right about. Maybe that's why I'm still single, because I'm just an actual stick in the mud. Do you have any dogs? No, I don't have pets. I don't want to take care of pets, so I don't have pets. I like other people's pets. I'm not anti-animal. I feel like some people think that. People are like, Mo, why don't you like animals? And I'm like, I like animals. Why don't you have pets? I don't want to take care of them. They're expensive. They require a lot of attention. I'm expensive. I need a lot of attention. I need someone to adopt me. I want to be I want to be the pet. I don't have any pets. I just don't want to take care of them. So it would be irresponsible to have pets and then not take care of them. That would be irresponsible. I love animals too much to be in a position where I'm taking care of an animal inadequately. If I'm in a better living situation in the future, that could change. I live in a situation right now, budget is tight. Apartment is not really conducive to animal. I gotta be honest, I don't think this is a place for animals, in my opinion. Growing up as a kid, we had a family dog that I loved dearly. I like other people's pets. Animals are fine. I'm not in a place in my life where I'm comfortable having pets, so I do not have pets. So yeah, I don't have a beware of dog sign outside. I just have a beware of psychopath crazy killer man, MagicManMo, with a death wish. I just want to make that abundantly clear. I feel like people are like, do you have any weapons? Do you have any pets? Is there going to be a dog that... If anyone out there is watching this stream right now, like, is it safe to rob MagicManMo? It's not. I have a death wish. You do not want to F with me. You do not want to rob me. I promise you. I'm taking you down with... You might murder me, but you're not surviving it either. You do not rob MagicManMo. I make that abundantly clear. MagicManMo is a psycho. Dude. I am that kind of American. I'm like crackhead in Florida, but I'm not in Florida. I'm in Illinois. I'm crackhead in Florida. I'm that kind of American. But without the crack or the Florida. If I fly all the way to your house somewhere in America, which is like a 12 to 13 hour flight from the Netherlands, do you own guns or just a small pot? I mean, on my desk, I have a small pocket knife. What other swords, bats, and guns I may or may not have in my closet that may or may not be legal, may or may not be utilized in the defense of my property? Because in Illinois, if my life is threatened, I can do anything. Because in a court of law, all I have to do is say, I believed my life was in danger. I believed my life was in danger. That goes a long way here. Don't mess with me, dude. That's if anyone has any nefarious purposes. If you catch me out in like in a grocery store or something, I'll like hang out. Like, you know, if you want to chat. If you catch me at my house, bro, do not actually invade my house. It will not end well for anybody. MagicManMo has a laser door tycoon in his front door. I don't know what that means. Not enter unless he presses the green button. I don't have a button. I have a lock. I have a lock. I have a little peephole. I terrified a child. We had a prank. There's like a ding dong ditch, but I don't have a doorbell, so they would like knock and try to run. And I was at my door when he knocked. Oh god, I think I actually scared this kid's poop straight out of his body. Because he knocked on my door and I flung it so open and like I jump scared this kid so bad he fell, like he like tumbled into some rocks over by where I live or what. Like this kid like actually I had never had a knock and ditch again. Like I yelled at this kid or whatever. I terrified this child because they were going around knocking on people's doors and running like they thought it was funny, and I was aware of it, and I just happened to be in front of my door and when they did it because I knew about when they did it. I'm the old man. I'm the old man inside of an old house, terrifying children. That's me. I'm that kind of psych. I'm the crackhead in Florida psycho. That's me. Tie you up and throw you in the... I don't have a basement at this residence, but the apartment building that I'm townhoused in does have a crawl space that I promise you do not want to be in. Like that our crawl space terrifies me. There's probably already bodies down there, and they're not I didn't do it. You miss trick or treat or Halloween? I don't see it as much anymore. I don't miss doing it, but I think you're right. I think it's not as big as it used to be, and that's kind of sad. I think it's kind of sad that kids these days don't get to do that because everyone's so terrified of everyone all the time. So I used to do it as a kid. I don't miss doing it. I'm old now. I don't want to do it, so I don't miss doing it. But I think you're right. It doesn't happen very much. People don't do it as much anymore. There's fewer kids out and doing it. It's because parents don't trust other people. I think that's kind of a bummer because I think it is a tradition that we don't get to see as much anymore, and I think that's kind of sad. I agree. I think that's kind of a bummer. I know growing up, this in the village that I grew up in as a small child, dude, we knew everybody in that village. We knew everybody. So literally you could just wander, as kids, we could wander up and down that, we could go anywhere to any house, and it was never a concern. It was never a worry. You're never worried about someone doing something weird. You just hang out at people's houses or whatever. It's a different situation now. Do you ever dress up on Halloween? Oh yeah, as a kid. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, it was all kinds of things. I can't remember all the different costumes. I was really into Zorro. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Zorro. I was really into Zorro, like black and white, sort of like Bandito sort of guy or whatever. I was really into. Any photos? Not that I have, I don't think. Maybe on my phone if I dug. I don't know where to dig. Maybe on my Facebook or something. But like, I'd have to ask my mom. I'd have to ask my mom for Halloween photos. I don't even know where I would begin to look. I gotta be honest with you. For the really young ones, as a kid. There was a time I went with my friends as a teenager that I role played a little bit as just like a psycho. Like I didn't actually go to people's doors. I went with my friends. My friends would go to doors and trick or treat, and I would stand like in the back, like across the street or in someone else's yard, and just stand there and stare across the way, just to be really creepy if people saw me. So I was like role playing. I was just like I was dressed as like kind of like it was like the Scream mask type situation or what. I was like some guy or whatever. I was all dressed up. And I was just role-playing as, like, a creep, basically. Getting no candy. I didn't go to the doors. I let my friends go to the doors, and I would be in the distance just to see if people would see me watching. Just to be really freaky. There's probably a photo of that somewhere. That one was kind of fun. Because some people did notice me. Some adults or whatever would see from the doorway. And it was always funny to see the people that would, like, kind of, like, double take. Like, what the F? Or some people, like, there was one guy that yelled over to be like, why are you being so creepy? There was someone that yelled at me or whatever. It was really funny to see some of the reactions when everyone's doing normal Halloween stuff, and there's just one guy in the back being, like, crazy creepy, and that was me. That was me being the creepy guy. That was kind of interesting. But not as a kid. As a kid, it was mostly like, ghouls and ghosts and stuff. We didn't really have, other than the Zorro costume I mentioned, we didn't really have a lot of characters. There's a lot of generic stuff, like being a skeleton or something like that. Are the photos in black and white? I'm not that old. No, the photos are in color. The photos are in color. Believe it or not, color photos have actually been around for a while. Believe it or not, we've had color for a while. Would you want to have a YouTube channel with 30 million subs, but the content you post feels soulless and you always feel burnt out? Would I want that? No. The thing that I'm thinking about is, like, would I settle for that, though? The sad thing is, well, it depends on why I feel burnt out. If it's burnt out from the work, or no, you said soulless. You said soulless. Okay. The thing that I'm wondering, like, I wouldn't want that. You know, you said, would you want to have? I wouldn't want that. I'm just wondering what would be, because everyone's got a price, right? Everyone has a limit where, like, you refuse to do something, but then the deal gets too good to be true, right? Where you would. And I wonder if I, like, you know, you said 30 million subs. You know, like, is that the price? Would that be, if I found some kind of content that I could do, I don't know what it would be, but say I found something that worked every single time. 30 million subs, I've got bank, I've got fame, but I'm burned out and it's soulless. Is there a limit? You know, would 30 million be enough? Would that earn me enough of a living? Because honestly, the number one thing that I really want in my life is financial security. Like, I don't want to be wealthy. I don't need to be obscenely rich, right? I don't have a lot of things I want in life. I'm kind of, there's a few things I want in life and then I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, I want security more than I want crazy, fabulous things. So part of me wonders, would I actually settle if I could attain that for less than 30 million? Would I? That's the very real question I have. If I stumbled upon a content that is soulless and kills me inside to do, but it routinely gets me the thing that I want, which is security, would I do it? And I kind of think I would, which is scary. I think that goes down to a lot of people have jobs that they do because it puts food on the table, and then they get to go home and do their hobby that they actually like. Lots of people have jobs that they don't love, but it puts the food on the table. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the 30 million, I honestly think if I could make a full-time living and actually have security and food on the table and support myself for less, I think I would do it, but it would be a job. It would no longer be fun. It would just be my job. You know what I mean? And I think that would suck, but yeah, I think I would do it. I wouldn't want that, though. Your question is, would you want that? I wouldn't want that, no. But I think I would do it. Which sucks. But it comes down to a difference between job and passion. You know, if that was my job, if it was my job to do that, my passion would have to be something else. I would have some other hobby or something. It's a very good question. And I know the way you framed it kind of makes it seem like, kind of like there's a right or wrong answer to that. I think a lot of people would say, no, of course not. For a million, bajillion, quadrillion subs or whatever, if I wasn't passionate about it, I wouldn't do it. But if I was honest with you, and I don't have another day job, like if YouTube were my job, and it's what I relied on to put food on the table, and I had 100K, like not even 30 million. 30 million is a lot of money, by the way. If you got 30 million active followers and you're getting millions of views per video or stream or whatever, you're rolling in money. That's insane. I think it would take less, honestly. I think it would take less for me to say, you know what, this is my job now. You know what I mean? And that's just me being honest. Like, it just depends on the situation. Currently, YouTube is not my job. Currently, YouTube is my passion. It's a very difficult question to ask. It's really easy for people to be on their high horse and say, I would never, I do it for the love of the game. But those people haven't been offered. Those people haven't had the opportunity. And I think time and time again, realistically speaking, you see lots of people start with passion, and then the money comes, and suddenly it's the burnout. Suddenly it's just doing it for the job, doing it for the content. And I'm not gonna pretend that I'm immune to, what was that sound? Did I do that? I'm not gonna pretend I'm immune to that. I don't want that. And I hope that whatever I do in the future, maybe moving forward, will be based in passion. But 30 million is a lot. You know what I mean? That's really, that is a difficult proposition to turn down. Honestly, it really is. If you have that kind of sway, I don't know. I'm just trying to be on. I'm just trying to be on. Maybe I would stick to my guns. Maybe I would make it work. Maybe I would do something else. I don't know. But if I'm honest, I don't know. That's a difficult question. That would be very difficult to turn down if you can just make that your 8-hour job. Plenty of people. I've done it before. I worked fast food, right? I've worked 8, 9, 10, 12-hour days, and I did not love the job, but it put food on the table. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? It's really easy for people to look at creative jobs and say, oh, the only reason they should do it is for the passion. But for some people, it's the job. I worked fast food for 8, 9, 10, 12 hours a day so I can support myself. So it just depends on the situation, right? But I wouldn't want that. It feels like a boring office 9 to 5. Sure. But if you need that to survive, you know what I mean? Yeah, it might be boring. It might suck. But if that's what you have to do to survive, you have to be able to eat, you know? You have to be able to support yourself. Are you a member of the LGBTQ community? Don't take this the wrong way. I don't feel a part of their community. Should I be? Maybe. I don't. But we actually talked about this earlier. I just don't feel a part of anyone's community or anything's community. I have a problem when it comes to community. I just don't feel. I think LGBT is too broad. That's too many different kinds of people, and they're not similar enough. Your sexuality is not enough of a unifier to like create a community around. Also, if you're in the ace leaning space, the LGBT community is not always very welcoming towards you, so there's that, to be fair. I don't feel like it's tight-knit enough to feel like I belong. This is my opinion. So, but that's also, the community is something, to be fair, context. I've struggled with community a lot. I've struggled with finding my place in a community for a long time. I just don't feel like I belong in a lot of places. And that is definitely a me thing. Have you ever felt something for a man before, Mo? Just asking, don't make this about me. Why, are you hitting on me? No, I'm not a homosexual. I'm not homo-romantic. I've never felt passion for a man. I just that's never been me. I think I've definitely been hit on by dudes because of I once had a friend tell me that I have no gaydar. Because I will absolutely hang out with dudes. I will definitely be in a situation where I don't know I'm flirting, or I don't know they're flirting. I've definitely been in a situation where I think someone's been interested in me, and that sucks because I have no radar for that kind of thing. But yeah, no, it's not me. Unfortunately, honestly, maybe that's unfortunate. If that was an option to me, I would have more options. If I did, I would have more options. And yet here we are. And yet here we are. You think the stream has run out of steam? Bro, it's 4:30 in the morning. You're looking at it the wrong way. It's not that the stream has run out of steam. It's that what we've accomplished here tonight over the course of 8.5 hours of uptime. We didn't run out of steam. We fought. We worked our butts off. We accomplished what no one thought we could. No one thought that Thirsty Thursday would run for 8.5 hours into a Friday morning. We didn't run out of steam. We fought tooth and nail to see the dawn. In a couple of hours, that window over there will be bright light outside. There will be a blue glow of sunshine, and we fought. We rallied against the nighttime to see the dawn once more. The dusk could not hold us back. The topics of conversation, the sharing of ideas and thoughts and philosophy could not be quelled by simply the time holding us mortal bodies down that drinks and time could not, in fact, wear down our souls that demanded attention and the need for communication and camaraderie, man to man, woman to woman, man to woman, people to people, connecting soul to soul. This is not about the stream winding down. That is the wrong way to look at it. This was about rallying against the fading of the day, the fading of the night, the fading of the consciousness. In fact, winding down's the wrong way to go. Just because we've maybe lowered our tones, because we speak in a softer way, because there's fewer people in the chat, because some people have fallen on the way, we carry on. We carry on for those that couldn't make it before us. Some don't have the strength, the virality to make it the next hour. Some we have left behind. Some have fallen. Some are in different time zones altogether. But we remain. We stand stalwart at the very door of what is possible. Of the human endurance, the human spirit. The stream doesn't wind down. It doesn't run out of steam. It only evolves. As we all do, we learn, live, and grow by speaking with one another. It's not about winding down against the night, losing to the mortality of it all, shedding off our coil. It's about strength. It's about adaptation. It's about evolving to a position where we actually rally one another into a higher state of being. We open our third eyes to what is possible. The marathon stream where you don't know if this stream will end. You think it's winding down. MagicManMo, does he have a second wind, a third wind, a fourth wind? If he stays streaming for long enough, will people come back into the stream and check? Like, other people have gone to bed and they will wake up, and what will still be here? Possibly a MagicManMo stream. 8.5 hours, is that the limit? 10, 12, 16, 42. How long can he? The weekend is ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, friends. Lend me your ear. We can keep going. I have more beverage. I am not out of drink, nor am I out of spirit, nor am I out of energy. Sleep is for those who need to sleep. Do I need to sleep in this moment? What outweighs the need to sleep? Is it connection? You, me, having an honest conversation about what is important in life? Does that not necessitate a few more sleepless minutes, wakeful eyes of conversation? Play some motivational music. Is my speech not motivational enough? Rain just had a nap. He's back. He's back. We can keep going for Rain. We can keep going for all of us. For those that couldn't make it, and for those that will come after. For questions will be asked of me that I've already answered, and I will repeat them because I am strong. And I am capable. And while we have lost many, we will recover many more. How long should I give this motivational speech for? The stream has winded down, to be fair. The stream has definitely winded down. I should have, strategically, as a YouTuber, staying up this late was not probably a beneficial move. But I did it anyway. For the passion. We talked about passion today. For the passion of the art, for the passion of the hangout, for the passion of the conversation, for the passion do I do this. I don't do this for business. I don't do it for attention. I mean, part of me does it for attention, but that, I mean, listen, I've got needs, okay? But I do it for the passion. People wanted me here, and I wanted to fulfill that need, that desire. And so I am here. Mug in hand, hat on head, trying to deliver what was asked of me. The very thing that you all wanted, and I hope that I delivered. For I may not have, for I may have faltered, for I may have failed. For some have left me, some have stuck around in the hopes that I will deliver. Greater and greater for every minute that passes. And perhaps I have failed some. Perhaps I haven't lived up to your expectations. Perhaps you will dip. It's understandable. But for the passion of it, I am here and I stick around. I stick around not because the steam is high, not because the steam is boiling over, not because the pressure is there to do so. No, the steam is not wound down, ladies and gentlemen. The steam steams just as it has always steamed before, and it will steam for as long as I wish it. And that length of time, the length that I wish it, is for as long as you all have faith. Faith in me to deliver to you something worth your time. When that fails, when my ability to deliver to you something worthwhile, worth your time to listen to, advice worth adhering to, perhaps a wise word from here and there, when that fails, when I finally have nothing worth listening to and you have all left me, and I sit here alone, 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the whatever time it might be, when I sit here alone, only then will I admit, then the steam is gone. But for so long as the faith in me remains, the steam is high, and I am willing to deliver. My body is willing, my mind is willing. My internet might not be. My internet might die. The internet might die, but our spirit never will. He might not remember this in the morning. Dude, it is the morning. It's 4:45. It is the morning. Mo's drunk from orange juice. Too much sugar. There has been too much sugar. I will. That is true. There has been too much sugar. As a man that doesn't drink that much soda, there has been a lot of sugar consumed tonight. Mo gets very wise, and I'm always wise. I'm always wise. We just don't always have a conversation. We don't always have a just chatting stream like this. Perhaps Thirsty Thursday will become a routine, regular thing that we do. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how many people actually watch this stream as a VOD. Because live, you guys can talk to me live. I don't know how many people are going to care about this when it's not live. I'm very curious about that. But that doesn't matter to you. For those of you that are here with me right now, you're expecting, because I've really amped up the situation, I've really brought together the steam, I've really brought the smoke. You're expecting me to deliver even more crucial, delicious details, nuggets of information to improve your lives or otherwise entertain yourselves for a moment more. You get wiser. If you say so. Just because I know how to gas. You guys are expecting something of me? Something to come. Imagine I just dropped like the craziest Imagine I just dropped like the craziest announcement right now. Like I wait 9 hours in the stream for like 5 in the morning to drop like the craziest announcement. I would like to announce that starting today. What would it be? What would be like the craziest announcement? Starting today. What would be the craziest announcement I could? It wouldn't be like a merch drop. It wouldn't be like a collab. What would be the craziest announcement at 5 in the morning that I could possibly do? I have no idea. Starting today, I'm body swapping with a sexier man than me. From now on, I'm gonna be chiseled. I'm replacing my face with one that's been mewing for 24 hours straight. I've got a strong jawline. Is that the right word? I don't know. I'm imagining like a VTuber dropping like a new like skin or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin will rise to 200K. I don't have Bitcoin. That means nothing to me. I don't have Bitcoin. That would be exciting though. Bitcoin! At 5 in the morning, I will be dropping Mo coin. And if you spend $1, I'll give you 10,000 Mo coin, and in 2 weeks it'll be worth so much money. Imagine I just announced like a pump and dump scheme. I sell you guys a bunch of Mo coins. Oh. That's how you know you've like it's over. That's how you know it's over. I would buy Mo coin. I hope you wouldn't. It would be a scam. It would be a scam. Oh my goodness. If I ever come up with a Mo coin in the future, I hope it's something cool and not a crypto coin. I don't know what it would be. It would be like, you know, mana on the channel, how you spend mana for a spell or something. I hope I'd come up with something cool, not some pump and dump crypto scam. Oh my god. You're pregnant? That's one. I would like to announce my stream hiatus, for I have been impregnated by a strong, strapping man who held me in his arms and said, "Baby, we should have a child, and I am pregnant with triplets with my gay husband." Clip that one. That's a clip. Imagine anyone that started at the beginning of the stream. You clip an announcement about me being pregnant with my husband with triplets, and you just start posting that everywhere. People would be like, "What the was he talking about at 4 in the morning?" You said I got wiser, and I'm like, triplets? Triplets? We the few. We happy few. We the final few. You guys made it this far. But I think you are right. I think you're right. The stream has wound down to the end. Very few people have made it this far. Karaoke stream right now. Hold that thought. Hold that. Hold on. I'm thinking. I cannot for the life of me. Hang on. What are the... Oh, I can't think of the lyrics. Hang on. Oh, I think it's... I think I know. Found it. Hang on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. The whole whopping nobody that's watching. 5 in the morning. Are you ready to lose your god dang minds? Are you ready? You're not ready. You're not ready for this jelly. You're not prepared. You're not ready for this. Do you guys think you're ready for karaoke 5 in the morning? You're not. Literally, like, it's like, hold on. It's like taking over. Hang on. You guys probably want to follow along. This is gonna get me copyrighted. This is not gonna make it into the final cut. This will be deleted tomorrow. Because it's copyright. This is for the 5 o'clock crowd. Let's go. You guys have to partake. It's 5 in the morning. You have to sing at home. You have to sing along. Karaoke king! Imagine. Oh my gosh. I guess we will end it there. Yeah! Remember to buy Mo coin, everybody. We'll end the stream right there. I've got nothing else left to drink. It's 5 in the morning. It's time to get a little bit of snooze on, and I will see you guys tomorrow maybe for another stream. Thank you all so much for watching. If you appreciated what we did here tonight, please leave me a like, and whatever you do, thank you all so much for watching. Until next time, good night.